Hello everyone and welcome to the CriticalX Dota Underlord Championship Midweek Tournament. I'm your host Tinman here. Be joined for a few of these games by Blue Sapphire.
Hello.
And
Hello.
looks like we should be getting started here just in a moment. We'll be playing, I believe it's 2 rounds of a semifinal and then 3 rounds of a final immediately thereafter. So this lobby is pretty stacked. We see a lot of very common names in the tournament scene. We've got Nervin, we've got Fresno, Blazed, Pit to Play. A lot of recognizable names. Should be a pretty exciting tournament here.
Yeah, and I did want to point out, Tinman. I wanted to talk to you about this,
Yeah.
but Anisix is back in full force.
She certainly is, yes.
Rest in pieces, Hobbian players. She is once again extremely dominant. I did not expect it. I really didn't. I genuinely didn't. But yeah, it looks like Hobbian's just a monster. I guess Hobbian's just a big old monster.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see consistent balancing on these two. I mean, we know that that they go for balance patches every Thursday, it seems. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some modifications to either Hobgen or Nessex coming out later today after this tournament. But for the moment, I would be a little surprised if I saw any Hobgens in our lobbies here today.
Yeah, like unfortunately, it's sort of how the way it works. I guess it's just because a lot of Underlords ideas or revolves around the early game, and it just looks like Anisix, in fact, having a stronger early game is just a superior idea to Underlords. So like I don't know. Like again, I rate Hobgen highly, but that's because I'm biased. But I also at the same time, I feel like it's not just bias. I have that feeling in my soul that it actually isn't that bad, and I feel like the most often times he's played is when he's bonkers broken.
Yeah,
And
I think you have a
yeah.
point there that a lot of players thought, okay, Hobgen is so insane because he's got this big AoE silence, and then they took that away from him, like, okay, now he's unplayable.
It's
But that was not the. I think maybe that was an overreaction, perhaps, and people don't really appreciate that he's actually good for his own right.
Yeah, I do agree. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but of course, what can you really do at that point? It's absolutely we'll have to definitely see. We will get that right balance eventually, where they're just it's that there's something good about him that people go towards, and there's also something good towards Anisix that people also lean towards. But I feel like, in fact, there's a few things I wanted to highlight about two Underlords is that well, mostly Hovgen, right? Just because he's not represented here, but Hovgen has a talent called Burnout, which when you supercharge a target, that target has a chance to bash.
Yeah, that's a really interesting talent that I haven't seen too many people pick up on him, and I think that has kind of deceptive power, kind of like those mini stuns or like the small duration stuns from Skullbasher and other type of small stun effects. I think are underrated. People don't really understand exactly how impactful they are to fights, but I think that's a talent that if Hobbian comes back in the meta, if we see some buffs to him, that could certainly become a go-to pickup because I think it would be very interesting.
Like it would absolutely, because again, the bash talent I think is underrated. It's always been underrated. I've not mentioned it because due to the fact that I just understand Firebreak and burning down the house are just so good.
Yeah, they kind of
well,
are.
obviously when Keep It Silent existed, at its strongest form and they buffed Firebreak, it was just that strong. Firebreak is the night buff, but not in a night composition, so I understand why that's picked up so often. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of a lot of things that people don't understand about that supercharge buff is that when you have Let's Go Crazy, Hobgen also bashes, and that bash talent also stacks with Troll Bash, so you can actually theoretically amplify that to almost 20% chance on a single unit. Plus, every other unit will have at least 5% chance to bash, and that's sort of a combo I was thinking of, is hunters with a troll splash, and then warriors at the front, because obviously Troll Warlord is a warrior, and therefore you will have that front line, and you will have that bash, and you will have that attack bonus from the Hunter Alliance to just full on onslaught the bash. But unfortunately right now there's like 3 hunters banned, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was just looking at the jail here as the players are going through the opening creep rounds. There's not a ton interesting to talk about just yet, but we can look at the jail a little bit so we can kind of predict some of the metagame. We see 3 hunters out. We see Sniper, Medusa, and Mirana all taken out, so it's not even possible to complete the 6 hunter alliance. And without the ace of hunters, you got to think that hunters late game is definitely going to be a big problem. But in my first reading of this jail, I didn't actually think it was all that bad for hunters, because one of my preferred hunter comps, I'm actually spectating Nervin right now, and already has picked up some Beastmasters and some axes, and the way I like to play hunters, at least in days past, was with Beastmaster, Drow Ranger, and then Terrorblade actually as like a preferred hunter, and you know, that's unaffected. You run those 3 hunters, and that is still perfectly viable in today's jail, despite the fact that most hunters are gone. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some people running for that type of build here today. At least we see Nervin starting out with a pair of Beastmasters, which is a strong start for sure.
I think, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I actually agree with you there. The hunter, like a hunter splash. Well, you can't really call it a splash. Like 3 hunters is already,
they're still your big damage source. It's just
right.
You know, you don't commit into 6 of them, because then you kind of sacrifice some tankiness, sacrifice some CC.
Exactly. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, the hunters in general, right? That those 3 hunters are basically what you saw back in the day, like, barring Terrorblade, is essentially, right, the old classic, that 3-star everything strategy, where you have Drow, Beastmaster +1, right? Cheap units you can reroll into, and in fact Terrorblade is a good replacement for Sniper, because they're the exact same tier.
Yeah.
So yeah, essentially, yeah, I kind of agree with you in that regard, that it is still possible to play hunters. I wouldn't be surprised if we did saw a 3 hunter sort of idea, but it's gonna be less so, right, because of the removals.
Right, I think if you do play hunters, you're locked into that exact kind of 3. Maybe you swap out 1 unit for like a Wind Ranger or a Lycan or something, but otherwise, I think you're going to see a little bit limited variation on that. So looking at the lobby here, we've got 7 players. Unfortunately, 1 player who qualified for the semifinals unable to make it today, so we'll just be running with a 7-person lobby here. By the time we get to the grand finals in 2 rounds, we'll still have the full 8 players, but for this lobby, we'll just have 7 at the moment. And looking around, we see there's, as expected, a very stacked lobby here. We see 4 Lord players. I know 2 of them are ranked 0, which means they haven't played enough games in the past day or 2 to really be ranked on the leaderboard. But I do know I played with Fresnel in one of my tournaments the last week, and I believe they were like top 20 Lord or something like that, like ranked 15 or something. So some very high-ranking players in these lobbies, so we should be in for a treat.
Absolutely dangerous, right? Sharks in the water, absolutely dangerous. And Nervin, Chezzy, and Pitaplay, clearly from their current standings and rankings, they absolutely were also previous Lord, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So there are no non-Lord players in this lobby. Absolutely stacked, I would say, right? And a lot of these players are common household names in terms of massive tournaments, as you mentioned. So clearly we will see what preference in build they have, or whether what is given to them in terms of today at least. Because right now it looks like Stereotype is the only mage build, and Fresno looking for that sweet Knight build that I'm seeing quite a solid formation going here. And I'm excited to see a Knight build. Probably not with a Sven, but aside from that.
Yeah, has run up against Nervin here, who's hit a lot of upgrades in just this past turn, really taking advantage of those free rerolls that you'd get to find a 2-star Ogre, Axe, and Beastmaster already, with the Bloodbound bonus, but as coming from the big time contract, which is actually like one of my favorite items in the game. It's been up and down, but I've been growing more and more fond of Ogre Magi as time goes on. I just think he's very, very impactful in the early game and even into the mid game, and just giving big time contract to big hyper carries such as Beastmaster in this case, or if you go with this build you get a Terrorblade or some other big hunter. I think you can like legitimately run Ogre Magi into the late game as just a buff bot into a sacrifice if you just throw him up front, because he's pretty tanky at 2-star. He has about the same amount of health as something like Axe or like a 2-star like Abaddon or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, but obviously you would say it's not the same as back in the old days where you just had two 1-star ogres and a 1 2-star ogre.
No,
I
think
just hope that exactly. Right?
Yeah, that was definitely an unhealthy play pattern. I think when I don't think the game should ever incentivize you to not level up your units, and so the old Bloodbound buff incentivized you to not level them up. So I am kind of glad to see that gone. And here we see Nervin with this build taking out Bit to Play, who was the only person who remained at 100% health, and now is taking a big chunk. So it's definitely power spiking here with all those 2-stars, and also racking up a lot of kills on the Brawny. He's already at 15 kills between Axe and the Beastmaster.
This is really dangerous. All the Brawnies are still on the board, and in fact, Disruptor is becoming slightly more meta pick. I did see him previously in another tournament twice, actually. So he went from being a mythical creature, like literally, right? If I'm being honest, just this past month, I've seen 3-star DK more often than Disruptor, and that's saying something, right?
Yeah.
Nobody picks up Disruptor.
It's weird because Disruptor's been, I'll say, on and off throughout the history of Underlords. From being the most popular picked unit and played in every comp to unplayable to back to overpowered to, it's just been it's been all over the place. There's never been a consistent like consensus on it, and it's interesting to see how that waxes and wanes, because no doubt he has a powerful effect. I don't think anybody will say that cast is worthless by any means. So his ability is highly impactful. It's just a matter of, can you get it reasonably? Can you make the alliances work? And a 1-star Disruptor maybe actually isn't as impactful as some of the other options you could have, and it's hard to find a 2-star version of an Ace.
Right. The adjustments to his ability clearly have been affecting him somewhat, especially as well as the adjustment to the Ace, and as well as the fact that Warlocks aren't actually necessarily meta. It's extremely hard to find them, and it's also extremely hard to make him work without those Warlocks, right? Yeah. Even with a Warlock splash, it's actually quite hard to actually justify that.
Warlocks on the whole have just been, I'd say, on a downturn since the big update. I think Warlocks, you just rarely see people even getting a tier 1 of a Warlock bonus, let alone getting up to four Warlocks to really take advantage of Disruptor. So I think that's part of the problem. Part of the problem for him, and of course, Brawnies have been on and off as well. So I'm looking around the table here and moved over to Pit to Play, who unfortunately just took a big loss here, but already has 4 Heartless online. And 4 Heartless is a build I wanted to talk about because I've been seeing it a lot in recent days. Since the 2 Heartless bonus was nerfed from 5 armor down to 3 armor, and the 4 Heartless buff and 6 Heartless buff was still untouched, a lot of players have been really opting for these 4 Heartless builds. Have you been experiencing any of that in your gameplay?
I've actually have run before with my Hobgun and etc. Right? It's just a useful combination. In fact, because the second level wasn't adjusted, I'm sure you've mentioned this before, but because the second level wasn't adjusted, it's not necessarily a bad thing to splash another 2 units in fact, just because first and foremost, right? Remember when Draw Ranger? We talked about Draw Ranger before the big update, right? We talked about how her stat line, which is rather her alliances, were just so solid. Hunters for DPS and Heartless. Heartless at 1-star was at that time unheard of. It was like, oh my god, we just pair this with anything and we get that -5 armor, and that was sort of the splash Draw Ranger was in. But now Shadow Demon exists as well, so you have 2 units with this amazingly devastating set of alliances: Heartless Hunter and Heartless Demon. Heartless Demon is a much better. It's even better than Heartless Hunter, because then Shadow Demon's isolated, and you can literally put him anywhere without concerns for composition issues. And so you run these two units at once, these one-cost units, for very cheap. In fact, 3 gold a piece, and suddenly you already have that flat 3 armor. 3 heartless, and there's really no difference in adding 2 more, because at this point, Shadow Demon and Drow are more so like, they're more of an afterthought to put them down, more than just saying, oh, I need these units to get to 4 heartless. It's more like, oh, sweet, I have them to let me get them to 2-star, and now let's just put down 2 other heartless units that I think will work in my composition.
Yeah, and because you already have the damage dealers of, the backline demon plus the hunters, well, the other heartless ideally would be something like a frontliner, because you want a good balance of tanky units plus damage dealers. And it just so happens that the tankiest unit in the game, Pudge, is also a heartless, as well as units like Abaddon, who are good frontliner, or in this case that Pit to Play was playing Abaddon but just switched it over to Lifestealer, who has been steadily rising in popularity and in strength, in my estimation, based on his recent buff. So it makes a very natural pairing that I think is very strong in this early and mid game. Unfortunately, Pit to Play is taking some big hits here. I think that is mainly due to the fact that that they're running a lot of low-level units, or low-star level, rather, as opposed to opponents who have a lot of 2-star units. But I don't think it's a fault of the composition. I think it's the fault of 1-star Lifestealer, 1-star Ogres, etc. Yeah,
just not skilled enough. I mean, yeah, pretty much, right?
The skilled players always find their upgrades right away, yep.
Exactly. I think I do agree. Lifestealer is slowly rising. It's exciting to watch Lifestealers, in fact, because he is one of my hopefuls in terms of a melee unit that isn't relegated to being a raw tank. In fact, he's not even that tanky mathematically to begin with. I think he does a lot of damage for a non. Yeah, for a melee unit, and I am super excited to eventually see this turn into Lifestealer turn into a hard carry. It's a shame there's no Hobbling, because then you can supercharge him and he can go berserk.
But that is absolutely the best combo. Yeah,
that is the best combo with him. And so I think once melee carries are more viable, I would love to see Lifestealer come back into this, because I've been very vocal about this, but melee units and their interpretation as hard carry is just awful. Like, if you take a Legion Commander, not only are all her stats bad, but she's melee, and I think that's a lot of the reasons she's a pretty big detriment.
On my stream the past couple days, I have been essentially hard forcing Legion Commander builds recently. Over the past couple days, and I've been doing well with them. I actually had a game where I was in a lobby with like 5 top 100 Lord players. Like, I had Moranich, G. Ryslin, BBG, and a couple other like high-ranking Lord players. First place with the Legion Commander build.
What was this build, actually? I'm quite interested.
So it also had it was Heartless and Hunters, so like kind of similar to what Nervin was going for. I had an Ogre Magi with a big time contract, so I put the big time contract on a Terrorblade, and so he was able to carry, but then also the Legion Commander could get the Bloodbound buff too when the Ogre Magi died, so that she could go around one-shotting people. Also had the Hunter bonus, the Heartless, and the Brutes as well. So, it was kind of a multiple melee carry thing. We had Legion Commander, Terrorblade, and Lifestealer all pulling a lot of work, as well as just bursting them down, because you had the big armor shred. So it worked. You had to get a lot of 3 stars, but it's a thing.
So you're saying a melee carry composition is the new Reddit strat? Is that you just 3-star them and they're insanely strong?
Well, I'm saying that I think Legion Commander is viable-ish. I don't think it's the worst thing you could possibly do. The big problem with Legion Commander is that she mainly benefits from kind of what I call primary alliances that are very strong but only affect units within that alliance. So they're kind of like your main build arounds, things like warriors, hunters, brutes, assassins, mages, things that like are very powerful but only affect what's in them, as opposed to things like Heartless or like maybe
trolls.
Insects. Trolls to an extent, because that's kind of a global thing. Scaled, which is kind of like an accessory alliance. And so whenever you're thinking Legion Commander wants these primary alliances, right? Because that's what she mainly benefits from. And in a lot of cases, you think, why would I play Legion Commander when I can just play another copy of that Hunter or that Warrior or that whatever? There's the payoff just isn't there, as opposed to, I could just play another copy of it. So I think I would hope we see some modifications to Legion Commander coming up soon. I think she is a really cool idea that is a little bit squandered, I guess, for lack of a better term. And I hope to see some adjustments to her coming soon. We actually see Nervin going down here, almost complete the win streak, but no dice. Blazed takes it down and is the remaining person on a big win streak here, running the mage composition.
It's just a massive curse that you almost get that win streak and lose. It's such a disaster, especially in Lord Lobbies. I see it so many times. It's hilarious. But like coming back to your point with melee carries, right? I agree that melee carries are possible in a few scenarios, right? But I do think there are a lot of issues with them in terms of what they can really do, right? Because when you think melee carries, you think back in when Lycan was a pickup for hunters, right? Not more so today. It's like Lycan's more of an afterthought at this point. But Lycan was a hard carry, considering, right, in the old level up to 6 and then just reroll until you get 3 stars build.
Lycan at 3 star is terrifying to behold.
It's a monster, exactly. And I think what I'm trying to get at is that melee cores at 3 star are good, yeah, but so are a lot of ranged cores. So you can't really judge the fact that because they're 3 star they're super strong, because you could also place the same argument with other 3 star range units. But yes, of course, you can say that they're tankier and therefore they can survive longer.
I guess
they beat ranged, but yeah.
The argument is in that kind of hunter build that I mentioned with the Legion Commander. Would it have been better to have, say, a 3 star Lycan instead of a 3 star Legion Commander? Probably. Probably. I guess the counterpoint to that is Lycan is probably more contested, a little harder to find. And Legion Commander, being an off-meta pick, will probably find a little bit more success because she's uncontested.
Yeah, that is fair enough, right? I see Legion Commander. I agree with you, right? Off-meta picks are much easier to find, and like Legion Commander is just one of them. In fact, I think off-meta would be an underrated statement for Legion Commander. Honestly, I think she's like off meta. I don't even see her in Lieutenant games, which is kind of spooky. I guess so, right? I don't know. I feel like they need a buff because I want to because another melee carry unit, or at least a unit that was supposed to be a melee carry, Sven. Right, I think that's a bigger example of the disparity between melee carries and ranged ones. Is that Zen was supposed to be the chosen one. He was supposed to be the ace knight that was like gonna slaughter everything in its wake. Because what knights always lacked when they weren't 3-starred was damage. Because a lot of the time they relied on just being so tanky that they'll just kill you eventually. But that
was my big problem with knights in the current meta, and you're right, because the big problem with knights, they were like dominant before the big update, and then they just fell off the face of the earth as soon as the big update came. And I think a lot of that was a lack of damage output. The healing from opposing an Essex or whatever, just the increase in healing that was prevalent really hurt them in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and continue on right with the knight spiel. Is that the Sven was added to be the chosen one, as I mentioned. They knew that the knights wouldn't be able to keep up with the massive amounts of healing that was added into the game. So obviously they were like, right, we need something that knights can do, which gives them more damage, and their idea was Sven, which I loved. I was like, oh my god, it's Sven. He's gonna cleave everything to death. You will have no chance to heal because he will cleave you to death, and then his abilities are lackluster. It is extremely lackluster. It detriments the point of knights, and the amp damage is not strong enough to justify that, because knights their HP pools are not that much better than warriors, and warriors don't lose their buff when they pick up Troll Warlord or whatnot, right? And that's an ace in the Warriors Alliance. Well, not an ace in particular to the warriors, but as in
I
ace
know what you
unit.
mean. Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
And
that's an interesting design space to say we want to design an ace that doesn't just, it's not an auto include, right? It's not a, oh, this is strictly better, but it's we're gonna change your alliance bonus in some way, kind of, maybe not necessarily an upgrade or a downgrade, but just make it different. And I think that's an interesting direction to take ace units, as opposed to, oh, I'm playing X build, I'm playing warriors, I'm going to play the warrior ace. Oh, I'm playing knights, I'm going to play the knight ace. I'm playing hunters, I'm going to play the hunter ace. You have to actually think about it. I think that's a cool design decision. Unfortunately, with just one unit having it, whereas every other ace is just a strict upgrade, it kind of falls flat from a balance perspective. I see that.
Exactly. Like, you put one situational ace in, but everybody else's aces upgrade their alliances, then Sven just feels not very good. He feels very lackluster. And another thing to point out is that even when he does God Strength, he does nothing. He just gets popped. Because again, he loses that night buff. I think what should be done, or at least something that should be adjusted, is that replace God Strength with Warcry and have the same ace. But instead, Warcry will give knights damage reduction, right? I think that would be so much better as a change, because that way, Warcry would, say, give them 15% damage reduction. Yes, it would reduce their total amount of reduction, but it'll still linger there, so they still have that effective HP. But on top of that, they'll have increased damage. That way, right, it'll be on par with every other ace, which buffs their alliance rather than be a situational pickup. That way, when people see Sven, they will say, oh, that's a pretty good pickup, actually. I need that so my damage output increases. So yeah, sure, I'll take a hit on my damage reduction, but it won't matter. It won't be as bad of a thing, because now I actually still keep part of that. And I think that's probably a change I would love to see, is that Sven has Warcry, or just an adjustment to how much gets removed, because losing 50% damage reduction is disastrous.
Oh, absolutely. And we kind of see that reflected in this game. We see only Fresnel here actually running a Knights Alliance with just the Chaos Knight and the Bat Rider to kind of contribute some damage output from the Knights, or from the Troll/Demon alliances there. I want to focus a little bit on Chezzy right now, who is our player currently at 31 health, kind of the lowest in the game, and certainly in danger of getting knocked out. We would kind of been spectating Blazed, who is near the top of the standings, as well as Nervin, but we see Chezzy here is the only player on Assassins, and actually has a reasonably good build, just not star leveled up just yet. We've got a 1-star Slark, 1-star Phantom, and so on, and it's pretty much the typical kind of stock standard build that you like to see out of Assassins nowadays. 6 Assassins, 3 Elusives, 3 Insects.
Yeah, this is absolutely standard. Yeah, I agree.
But it's falling flat right now, and I kind of wonder, are they just getting unlucky because there's no other Assassins player really contesting them, and to not find the upgrades just yet. Obviously, it's found Nyx Assassin to 3-star just now, so that's got to be a help. But I think I'd rather have a 2-star Nyx and a 2-star Slark rather than a 3-star Nyx and a 1-star Slark, I guess. Just those Slark and Phantom Assassin, the 3-cost unit upgrades are, in my opinion, a bit more impactful than the 1-cost unit upgrades to 3-star.
Right, and I also would love a Templar Assassin over a Co-op or a Bounty Hunter. I think that unit is also pretty damn strong, and I think definitely she should be hopefully he finds her eventually. Right, another thing.
Well, it's not quite as important today, because you actually look at the Insect Alliance, and typically you want Sand King, because he's got the big AoE stun, and I think he's just a more impactful unit than Broodmother in a lot of situations. They're both pretty good, but Sand King slightly edges it out. But since Sand King's in jail today, and the meta is always shifting due to the jail, you are opting into Weaver instead, and that allows you to complete the elusive bonus with Weaver, Templar, or Phantom Assassin, and Anti-Mage. So you don't necessarily need that Templar, which they do find just now, but was not needed to complete that initial set of that alliance.
Yeah, it's not needed in the sense to accomplish alliances, but rather just damage output, right?
Yeah.
Just in general, Templar Assassin just does way more damage. Yes, you don't need it. I mean, having Weaver being a pickup as elusives just helps in general as a stepping stone, rather than being that sort of thing that you stick with, if you get what I'm saying. Like, if he had the option to pick up Sand King, I'm sure he would swap out this Weaver once he got the Templar Assassin, because at this point, you don't really need Weaver anymore. Yeah, it's sort of.
over the past couple turns here, we've seen Chesney pick up a number of upgrades. Obviously, the Nyx Assassin, which you mentioned, as well as the swap to Templar Assassin away from a 1-star Queen of Pain, and then also pick up a 2-star Slark. So, as able to stop the bleeding, at least for the moment, and pick up a good solid win here over the Phantom of Pit to Play. So that is maybe able to turn the corner just a little bit here as the luck is starting to turn around, because all these uncontested units are starting to show up for them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the hope for the Knights and the Assassins at this point in time, right? Like, please give me my units. I'm literally the only dude doing this. Like, please. And obviously, it's sometimes it'll arrive to you, sometimes it won't. Just sort of how it works with. But I do want to point out, right, something that was I overlooked actually in this jail. There are no mages banned that are very.
Puck is banned, but yes.
Well, mages, yeah. But by no mages banned, like I mean, like as in.
Not many. You can replace Puck. You can replace Puck.
Yeah, you can replace Puck. Yes. Like not like yesterday where you Caudle was a pretty hard replacement, but today I'm sure Caudle will be a good replacement for Puck. But besides from that, you can today, or in fact since the change to Morphling, you can guarantee 6 mages and 6 primordials.
6 primordials, yes. Two very good combinations. If you can get up to level 10, which is obviously not trivial to get to level up to 10 here, but it is exceptionally powerful when you do it. And I feel like I'm caster cursing here. We're moving over to Stereotype to check out their mage build, and then they just get absolutely demolished by Fresnel for 20 damage. They went from 40, middle of the pack, doing okay, to last place and not close. That was an absolutely massive fight from Fresnel there to take down Stereotype's mage build. Just did not have the damage to burst through the scaled bonus plus the tankiness otherwise inherent in the composition.
Can't go late game if you die before then.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Stereotype dies before he gets there, I'm sure the entire lobby will smile because again, it's just so hard. It's just so hard to deal with them after they get that perfect 6 primo 6 mages, because not only do they have now 2 units that attach hand in hand to basically form a bridge towards those 2 alliances. They're it's the equivalent of a strange bedfellows in this era, right? But aside from that, is that late game they actually kind of cover both of each other's weaknesses. Because mage's weaknesses is after their initial volley, they're just exposed with no front line. Meanwhile, for primordials, they just don't deal burst damage once, even with the primordial at 3-star. But because they're now their alliances are pretty much paired at this point, you can have them together.
Yep.
And suddenly the mages have frontline when your primordials die, and then your mages will be able to get that second volley off so that you can do damage and your primordials won't have to be worried about that DPS. Of course, 4 scaled is in the game, but I feel like 4 scaled, if you look at the units in 4 scaled, it's like not all of them can deal with primordials very well.
Especially whenever Medusa, probably the best scaled unit, is out. Medusa or Tidehunter kind of tied there. We're just watching Fresnel there, who had just taken on the mages, but actually does take a slight loss there to Blazed. And what I wanted to talk about was Healing Ward. So we see Fresnel has picked up Healing Ward, and Healing Ward has the reputation of being the absolute worst item in the game, and for fairly good reason. I think there's some design issues with it, like the whole fact that your units are just going to walk right out of it right at the start of the fight, and it it has a fairly small radius, and it's really fragile, only has 400 health, and so it has a bad rap, I'll say. But I've honestly been pleasantly surprised. I've been watching the healing numbers on it, and it's not too shabby, all things considered, in these fights.
Yeah, Healing Ward, I do kind of agree in the fact that it doesn't do as much as initially thought it would, but I don't think it's awful. I think it's just not consistent enough, but it's certainly not downright awful.
Yeah.
I don't think so, at least. I think Tombstone and Barricades are much worse. Obviously, they're in different tiers, but I think it's a good justification for Tombstone, right? Because Tombstone is a higher tier, I think, right?
Yeah, Tombstone is tier 4, and I think they all kind of compare unfavorably to some of their top top things in the tier. So obviously I'm going to pick a Mask of
Yeah.
Madness or a Maelstrom over the Healing Ward a lot of the times. But whenever you do have Healing Ward, I actually think, surprisingly, it's most effective against mage compositions. As weird as that sounds, because you think, oh, the steady healing, that's not good against burst damage. But the reality of the situation, and we kind of saw that in a couple of these fights here with Fresnel, was the mages would cast like one wave of spells and drop everyone kind of low. And
Yes.
as soon as they take any stray, like smaller spells, like Razor Alt or a Puck, well, who's not in the game, but something like you do like a big Morphling or Keeper of Light alt, and then a small like Razor alt, and it would knock your whole team out. But that delay actually allows you to heal up, and you can heal up relatively quickly from that burst, assuming your ranged units are sticking in the healing ward. And it really hampers mages who, I will say, have a set amount of damage output, because it's all kind of tied to fixed number of burst as opposed to auto attacks, which you repeatedly do.
Yeah,
so I think it's good.
There's always a set number of volleys a mage composition can do, right? And every few seconds that volley will fire. And you are right in that case that the mages do not insta-give anymore, especially with the health changes. As long as you have units that are roughly tankier than all of their mage bursts combined, you will survive that first volley. But of course, everybody's problem is, oh right, their cooldowns reset and they can do it again, and they will kill us next time, right? It's that a classic bad guy. I hit you once with an ability, I used everything to stop it. Oh, you can do it again, and then suddenly now you have nothing to defend yourself against it. So having healing that is consistent, keeps you healthy, will get you past perhaps the second volley, and that's perhaps is already bigger than a guarantee that you're gonna die on that second volley. Like we see consistently, second burst of Caudal Blast, second burst of Lich Ult, second burst of Plasma Field will kill anything on sight, and that is a bit of the disaster that sort of waits anybody who fights mages.
Yeah, so I'm following Nervin here, who has had a rather unlucky little streak here. Is one away from 3-star Beastmaster and is one away from 3-star Axe, and just rerolled a whole bunch over the past couple turns. We were watching their shop, and just could not find those final upgrades, and staring down elimination here at 6 life left. And this would be absolutely disastrous for Nervin to go out in 7th place in this game when it has like, they have such a good comp that's just so close to being completed. A 3-star Beastmaster would obviously be an insane upgrade over the current situation. So we'll see how this fight's going. It looks like they are just barely surviving. The Dragon Knight is still surviving and pumping out damage from the backline, and does manage to defeat Stereotype's clone, not dealing any damage, but surviving to fight another turn, hopefully to find that 3-star Beastmaster, 3-star Axe.
I think this is actually the most disgusting counter to the Primo Mages I've seen already. It's Bronies that deal with, which is historically good to deal with Primordials. And he has scaled, which historically beats mages. So he basically says, all right, y'all are going down with me. If any mage is gonna fight with me, you're not gonna kill me. You will not be able to do so, because again, Bronies are too tanky for the first volley, so you have to kill him with the second one. But with magic resistance, you're gonna need a third one, and then a fourth one, and then a fifth one. And you're gonna eventually drop to the point that only the Primordials units are gonna have to deal with them, and you have to pray Malefice somehow kills them when they're extremely beefy. Like,
it doesn't seem likely.
I mean, even at 2-star Beastmaster has 5.5 thousand HP, and of course HP's not everything. It looks like he is slowly edging out against Nervin here, but yeah, he should be fine. The Troll Warlord,
the Dragon Knight is still the Dragon Knight's still full health on the back line, so I gotta think Dragon Knight's gonna win this fight. That's an interesting adaptation that I don't think I've really... I mean, I've tried throwing Dragon Knight and Viper into various different warrior compositions, but seeing it paired up in this particular arrangement with, say, the Bronies, with Beastmaster and Juggernaut Axe Bristle, as well as the typical 3 warriors like Pudge, Tidehunter, is an interesting combination that I don't think I've seen too much of, but it seems remarkably effective. And this is they're able to be stabilizing here, doing lots of damage, lots of tankiness, and is still missing that 3-star Beastmaster and 3-star Axe, which would no doubt improve this composition a whole lot. overall, this whole lobby is
Oh.
ridiculously close. I know we were kind of focusing on the lowest end because they were the most in danger of being eliminated. No one's been eliminated yet.
Who's
And
the lowest end now?
Blazed could get eliminated. If Blazed loses by 23, like we've seen people take
Yeah.
23 damage at once, like anybody could get eliminated here. I don't even know who to watch. I'm going to watch Blazed because presumably they're the strongest because with the most health total here, but who knows? This is anybody's game. It's so remarkably close.
He will be going against Fit to Play. No defenses against the Magic. In fact, he does have level 1 scaled buff, so let's see if the volley of mages will be able to deal with this quickly. The stun comes out. The Counter Blast also will be emitted here. The Lone Druid will come back to life, but remember, that doesn't reset his cooldowns anymore. Lightsteer in the front line dealing so much damage and sustaining himself with his own passive. And Io, again, recalls the Arc Warden in the backline with a Bloodbound contract on, in fact, one of them. So the push forward will come here. The volleys are still coming out, but the mages are running out of fuel here. They do not have time. This call has to do some work unless they're not going to be able to push forward anymore. The Laguna Blade gonna kick, but it's not even gonna kill the Lone Druid, and it's all gonna go downhill from there. Blaze might get eliminated here. Is that enough damage?
Not
13
quite.
damage.
That was
Not
4
quite
Keeper of the Light blasts, for the record. 4 of them. Well, one of them
Yes,
while he was undying. So you see that reflecting the damage numbers. That is absolutely absurd, but we can see from the other side, it just wasn't quite enough. The healing was just enough to keep the other team up and fighting long enough to barely survive those blasts. We do see Fresno getting eliminated. Actually was running 4 Knights at some point, as well as 4 Heartless, and we see the current lowest health, Chezzy, the Assassins player, has picked up the 3-star Slark just now and has paired it with a Moon Shard. Not the absolute best item, but probably the second best item to put on a 3-star Slark.
If you can't have a Mask of Madness, you'll be happy with the Moon Shard. He will be going against Nervin here with the scaled Brawny build. This is actually the perfect counter to the Brawny build here. These Assassins don't care about your HP pool. They will shred you if you're not careful. The Beastmaster already does no damage because the Slark has been focusing down this entire time. The Axe trying to bring some aggro to him, but if that Slark is not contested, he will clear everything out. The Dragonite doing his best, but once that Dragonite gets jumped, he will have no chance, and it looks like the Slark is just completely running free here. The Breathe Fire has to do something, but it doesn't kill off the Slark.
So
and unfortunately
close.
for Nervin, he is unable to secure that kill, and the Assassins,
300.
unfortunately...
Oh my gosh, 300 health on that Slark. He was just flirting with death constantly. If you had a Mask of Madness, this is no contest, but the Moon Shard just barely keeping keeping him up, and just managed to pull that out at the end. And you got to think if one more stray auto attack goes and kills that Slark off before he just goes completely crazy, that fight goes completely the other way.
Yeah, it's so painful for Nervin. I can just feel the pain there because he literally counters every other mage build. None of their volleys can kill him anymore. But then suddenly he counters, he fights the one thing Brawnies hate, and that is extremely fast burst damage, extremely high damage reductions. They're the insects and the elusives. Like Brawnies are notoriously not very good at dealing with things that avoid their damage, right? Their damage is fairly consistent and straightforward. I mean, as Brawnies are, they're more like the me smash. So I kind of get why they're that way. But yeah, unfortunately, fights the assassin strat, and you gotta think if one of them went out first, the other one wouldn't have thrived. But at this point, this assassins has work cut out for him because he has to deal with a 3-star Dragonite.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is what I'm talking about. This is the 7th time I've seen this, man.
I
This is literally...
had to drop the yo on that one. So absolutely amazing to get a 3-star Dragonite. Obviously, the other player who was playing Dragonite was Nervin, had the Dragonite with the Viper in that composition, and was just eliminated. So adding those Dragonites back into the pool. And apparently that's good enough for Stereotypes to take advantage and get a 3-star Dragonite on round 31, which I've got to say is the earliest I've ever seen it. Like, hands down, this is the earliest I've ever seen a 3-star Dragonite. I've seen a good number of 3-star Dragonites, but not this early. You get it like after round 35. And so here it is with the BKB, so it can't even get burst down or CC'd right away.
I don't know how it happens.
No
I've
idea.
literally seen this man 7 times. I've seen Disruptor twice this month. Are you joking?
I don't know how people do it. I legitimately think that maybe when I'm playing the game, I just have the worst luck. I don't know. Like, I can count on like one hand the number of times I've gotten like a 3-star Dragonite or like even something like a 2-star Ace. I just really struggle to find. Despite, leveling up at the same time. And apparently to be a good player, you just got to get the 3-star Dragon Knight around 31,
Yeah.
and
It looks like
no
you're
surprise.
not a skilled enough player here, as the Dragon Knight that splash slow is one of the most disgusting things in this game. This absolutely destroys a lot of compositions. That Leicester, yes, attacking fast with the IO tether, but is unable to do enough because that tactic slow completely nullifies what that IO can really do for him. He is sharp pain, but it's not going to matter because all of the other volley units from the mages are still existing, and Dragon Knight showcases why he's disgusting at 3-star and why Doom is his only counter.
Yeah, I mean, Keeper of the Light 2-star dealing 15k damage. That's cool. Dragon Knight 30k damage, just double that output, no problem.
Yeah,
wow.
No diggity.
Just absolutely amazing.
Pre big update, you could just pick Doom and counter Dragon Knight, but post big update, Doom is nowhere to be found because they nerfed his Doom because they nerfed how break works, so now he doesn't. Please buff Doom. Anyways,
yeah.
the Dragon Knight, Dragon Knight, if he finds Lich, I think it's game over.
I think it's game over already. I think Stereotype can literally just get up and walk away from the keyboard and take first place in this game. I know that the other players, like there's a 3-star Phantom Assassin and a 3-star Slark from Chezzy, and that I would be afraid of, but like Dragon Knight's still pretty tanky. He does have 10 base armor, 8k HP. I don't care what your assassin is, you're not bursting through that instantly. So that Dragon Knight's gonna get back at you, is gonna slow you down, and probably takes the win in the end. And yeah, we see three mages, 6 primordials. Stereotype has completed 6 primordials as well.
Assassin versus mages, we will know.
We will certainly see it. As we lose Pit to Play and Blaze there on the exact same round, I guess Pit to Play was able to just barely eke it out, probably due to the had an Aegis of the Immortal to survive an extra round, and now we're in the situation like we said, we've got a 3-star
Lich is here.
Phantom Assassin and Slark. They do not have a Mask of Madness, but does have a Battle Fury and a Moon Shard on the Phantom and the Slark. And then up against the Dragon Knight, who has a Maelstrom, which, honestly, I would probably just put a Chainmail on him instead. Because your win condition in this fight, if you're Stereotype here, is Dragon Knight lives. So why are you giving him a damage item? He doesn't need more damage.
We will see if Stereotype is able to deal with this assassin composition. The Slark's already gone ham and eliminated 2 units, but he's attacking a Primordial. That's not very good, especially with that Malefice still up and running. But the Dragon Knight, as you mentioned, is already dead. The Assassin have already popped him. The Nyx Assassin hit him with a crit Vendetta and obliterated his HP pool. Yes,
Slark's still up.
The Anti-Mage is not doing certainly any favors, and the Slark, as you said, is going ham. He's going berserk. He's still alive. The Phantom Assassin is also still alive. The Slark, he's jumping around left, right, and center. He's going attack speed so fast, and the Assassins have cleared out everything. And this is why I said we need a Lich, because we need to slow them down before they can pop him. And Dragon Knight just disappeared.
Yeah, the Dragon Knight got jumped on by the Anti-Mage and the Phantom Assassin, and I think the Nyx Assassin too. All were attacking that Dragon Knight right at the start of the fight, and that's why I think you gotta put that Chainmail over on Dragon Knight. He doesn't need that little bit of extra damage. He needs to survive. And if you give him 10 or 7 more armor, that is gonna, buy him extra time against those assassins to really thrive in these longer fights, because you just can't possibly afford to have Dragon Knight burst down that quickly. And I might even consider repositioning to try to bait assassins onto some different target rather than onto the Dragon Knight. They are not making these adjustments, so we'll have to see if the fight plays out the exact same way again.
He refuses to put down the Lich, which would give 100% slow when they both stack with the Dragon Knight. So we will see if perhaps the Dragon Knight positioning is better this time. The Phantom Assassin is focusing down the Tiny, gets tossed into the Chrono Cube. A pretty good play from the Tiny, but it's not going to be enough because the Slark is just going AWOL. This Slark is going to obliterate this Dragon Knight unless he's protected. It's not going to be enough. The Slark 3-star is way too strong. Then mages don't have enough volleys to deter these assassins. In fact, the assassins, they're reducing in number, but it's only the Faceless Void and the Morphling left. They can't do anything. It's not enough. It's just a primordial unit, Yev, and it's all over. Stereotype.
Wow.
Unable to defend his Dragon Knight, and without that slow against the Assassin and the Slark, you're not gonna get the job done.
What an absolutely insane game. Chezzy takes down the win here with the 6 Assassin build, and essentially the same build that we were saying 10, 15 minutes ago. Man, Chezzy's really getting low on life. I'm kind of afraid. How are they going to turn this around? Well, that's how you turn it around. They had uncontested Slark, uncontested Phantom Assassin, and is just able to rocket right back up the standings. And does they even have a... I can't quite check if they actually kept that Aegis or if that's just a visual bug. But in any case, they still had an Aegis at the end, and, that didn't actually look all that close against that Dragon Knight, who just got completely melted by the Slark and the Phantom Assassin in 2 consecutive fights.
The problem was the fact that the Dragon Knight, I think the unfortunate part here is if you look at Stereotype's level, he was, I believe, not level 10, so he couldn't put that Lich down and get that 100% slow active, ready, and waiting. And that's the weakness of Dragon Knight, is that he does a lot of damage, but he can get bursted down really quickly. You really need to have that Dragon Knight with a Lich perhaps to slow everything down, because that stacks additively.
Yeah, the slowing of attack speed is very important. I do think that there's also some randomness, of course, in the case of who does the Slark jump on and who do you target. If you can get everybody on your board to be targeting that Slark right away, if the Dragon Knight is attacking him to slow him and does Breath of Fire to damage him, and just everything kind of comes up your way, then maybe you burst that Slark down real quick and you can win that fight. But if you don't, if you split the attention and the Slark gets to go crazy and round up those stacks, he's just going to start shredding everything in a second or two once he gets his attack speed up.
The problem was that the Arc Warden was offset to the left-hand side, so the Slark just jumped him guaranteed that the entire time, and it was never a case of Slark could be focus fire because he was never in the midst of like an army to begin with, unfortunately.
It's always a little difficult trying to position against assassins because there's some kind of randomness in the jumping and whatnot. So definitely a tough thing to lose with a 3-star Dragon Knight, no doubt. But on the flip side, 3-star Slark, 3-star Phantom Assassin are no slouches either, so not surprising to see those take down. In either case, both of those two players are setting themselves up well to advance to the finals. We're going to be taking, I believe it'll be the top 4 players out of this lobby overall. After 2 games, they'll accumulate points in each game, and then the top 2 will advance on to the finals. And the finals will be held immediately right after this. We might take a short break in between the semifinals and finals, but it should be held immediately right after, and will determine the winner of the CriticalX Dota Underlord Championship Midweek #1 tournament, sponsored by BlueStacks. We currently have the scores. Pawnstar has posted them in the chat here. Oops. So currently we've got, as we saw before, we've got the Chezzy taking on the first place, Stereotype in second, and it seems to be a linear point system with 8 points to first place, 7 points down to second, and so on from there.
Absolutely, it's gonna be interesting, right? Because that means that if Junebug wants, if Freshno wants to stay in this fight, he most likely will have to be top 3 minimum. Right, and hope that Nervin does not outrank him in this matchup, I think, or at least Nervin. The players
who finished low in the first game, so Fresnel, we've got Nervin, and even Junebug. Those 3 who are currently outside the top 4, they really need a really strong finish here, and in order to get themselves back in the top 4 contention. So you start to think of, especially in these kind of best of 2 or best of 3 kind of scenarios. You're not always just playing for certain placement. So, for example, on ladder, your mentality is often going to be, I just need top 4 so that you ensure that you gain some ranking.
My life. Yeah, exactly.
And if you can get top 4, great. And if you're just going to play for that, and anything above top 4 is bonus. But in tournament settings, maybe in the first game that's what you do. Maybe in the first game you think, okay, I'm just going to try to get to top 4 placement. Maybe get a top 3. But if somebody's dominating, I'm not going to you're going to play a little bit more aggressively, spend your gold early, and say, I'm just going to lock in a top 3 or 4 position, and maybe I'll compromise my chance to get first place, but that ensures I get top 4. But now, in this second game, those players who are at the bottom of the standings have got to be thinking, that's not going to cut it here. A 4th place, if I'm already in 5th, that probably doesn't get me back into 4th overall. So that those players really need to get that 1st or 2nd. They kind of need to take the much more risky play, maybe go greedy on econ, or go for a slightly off meta strategy that maybe is less contested, and maybe get some lucky 3 stars or something along those lines, rather than just play safe, play standard, and try to get 4th or 3rd place.
That's why I think the ladder mentality is so dangerous. I never used the said ladder mentality that, it's okay, you're top 4, you get points, because once you get into this tournament situation where suddenly you have to win, you're not ready for it. You're absolutely not ready for it. You're so used to just being cruising along at top 4, right? If you're not consistently playing as if you need to get first place, how are you supposed to understand when or not to sit down and say, right, I just need to consistently stay top 4, or when you sit down and say, right, I need to win this? Because if you're in ladder, right, and I understand this mentality because of course you get points for being top 4, but the problem is that for in tournament settings, that, as you mentioned, is not the case. You have to win at this point, and I'm my concern for a lot of Lord players is the difference between players who understand how to get that first place and players who just sort of understand top 4,
or top 3 or whatever it might be. Right,
yeah, exactly.
And I think it actually becomes a case of players who are at the top of the Lord ladder. Not only are they naturally, better players, better practiced, understand the meta and the game a little bit better, but also they have more experience trying to play for the win, essentially, because once you get to the higher portions of the ladder, you don't gain points for top 4. You might not even gain points for top 3. You're generally going to need first or second place to continue gaining points. But the higher and higher you get up the ladder, depending on, the rankings of your opponents in the games and whatnot. So those players who are already up there are going to be more experienced in knowing, how to win kind of at all costs.
Yeah, perhaps I do believe that it's not the worst thing in the world to understand that you like to understand when to not look for that first placer. But I think there should be some sort of incentive to at least get a first win, like a first place win or something. Because at this point in time, how the ladder works is that I get top 4. Okay, cool. Next game. Oh, I got top 4. Cool. Next game.
And you're climbing if you do that. But whereas if you need to play for the first place, it's kind of you might get 5th place, 6th place, 4th place, and then a first, and then overall you're net ahead, even though you had some losses, relative losses in there, but you come out further ahead if you get that first place to get a big chunk of points.
Exactly. I feel like when you climb from I don't know, let's just say if I'm Big Boss 1, I'm moving on to Big Boss 2, I feel like there should be a condition before you move on, for instance, be top 4 in
like a
3 games
kind
in a
of
row,
series
or
or
win
something?
first place once. Sorry?
Kind of like a promotion series that they have in other games.
Yeah, like a promotion series.
Games,
not even as if not even like a consistent promotion series, rather something like either get top 4 3 times in a row or get first place once. Right? And then you incentivize players to either get first place once or top 3 4 times, or top 4 3 times.
And those take different strategies, right? So if you're just trying to consistently play for those top 4 spots, then you're going to be spending your gold early. You're going to be leveling up more aggressively because in that mid game from say rounds 17 to 25-ish, in that time frame, you don't want to be losing too much life total, because that's a recipe for you to get eliminated quickly if you are too weak then. But if you spend your gold, then you level up quickly. You say, all right, I'm not going to get interest. We're just going to level up here, reroll. You don't lose some life, and maybe you compromise your ability to win the game if it gets past round 35 or something, as opposed to somebody who was greedy and saved up and got to level 10. But if you're just playing for top 4, you spend your gold quickly, and you just try to get up to, you just try to lock in that top 4 placement rather than worrying about the late game.
Exactly. And that's why the mentality is so dangerous, because that's how you see these slow build up compositions win these tournaments, because everybody's doing the same thing. Is that okay, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna try to get a consistent placement and then move on, right? But then if there's that one dude, for instance, there was Assassins, there's that one dude that says, no, I'm not gonna play chill, I'm gonna kill all of you, and there you have it. Even that 3-star Dragonite couldn't do it, and that's because the composition just wasn't there enough. And it is interesting. I do think there should be something that will incentivize players to at least attempt a first place, because again, in tournament settings, it just feels a bit jarring if a player just oh, I got top 3, cares, whatever.
Yeah. So speaking of winning well, our winner from game 1, Chezzy, is currently the only person with a win streak here in game 2. is currently
And it's
running
the only one
some
going
type of a
assassin.
mage comp so far. Has got some bloodbounds, some mages, some primordials. Obviously still early on, so it's not at its strongest point. But Ogre Magi 2-star with the bloodbound buff, it's hitting pretty hard at this point. Plus 150 damage from bloodbound, 366 DPS. You know, just walking around with 3,200 health. That's pretty good at this point of the game, I will say, when most opponents still have a lot of 1-star units on the board. A guy walking around for 300 plus DPS is not gonna be be fun to face, will it?
All I can say is ogre smash, ooh. And then yeah, exactly. Like ogre early game is so sweet. I just want to point out, by the way, Chesney and Stereotype have swapped places.
Yeah. Certainly has, where
their
Chesney was running the assassin build last game and then Stereotype was running the mage build. They have swapped places, and well, they're on opposite sides of the leaderboard right now, with Stereotype taking some early losses. And I think we kind of saw that last game, right? The assassins player Chesney was very low on a health total in game 1, and you know, was down to like 30 life by around like 17 or something in that range. And we were afraid, like, oh, if you're this low already, what's, you know, how are you going to turn this around? And then round 21 came up. They found a couple 2-stars, a 3-star Nyx, and that was that. And just off to the races and won the game from there. So I wouldn't be too terribly afraid if you're an Assassins player dropping low this early, because it's clear you're able to turn around if you can go uncontested and get your upgrades later on in the game.
I think it's a bit mean to say this, but I mean, this is what you get for trying to get first place, right? Assassin builds, like that's how you get first places. But when you go for these first place builds, they always tend to lose you HP, and that's not necessarily to say that other compositions that get first place won't suffer this much, but a lot of those other compositions usually don't have this much risk reward as assassins, right? Or hunters. In fact, 6 hunters is a high risk, high reward build.
I actually have been thinking that assassins are just like not very good in the early game, and
right,
which is kind of weird, because you know, you've got a lot of 1-cost assassins. You've got Nyx Assassin, Bounty Hunter, Anti-Mage, and all 3 of them are relatively easy to get to 2-star. You know, being a 1-cost unit and all, you can get that upgraded in relatively short order. But they just don't feel that impactful. Like, I'm comparing like Anti-Mage and his damage impact to Ogre Magi, you know, because they're standing right next to each other on my screen. And you've got Anti-Mage with 83 DPS, and you've got an Ogre Magi with 366 DPS. You know, I mean, obviously he had the Bloodbound buff and his Bloodlust, but he also has like twice as much health, or you know, 50% more health rather, from 2,000 up to 3,200. And I just think like the assassins are just low impact in the early game. Most of their power comes from those 2, 3, and 4-cost units. The Queen of Pain at 3-star, the Phantom Slark, obviously, and the Templar Assassin. And they're just kind of lackluster early on.
It's exactly what you pointed out, right? Is the fact that HP pools are higher. Mm-hmm. Because the HP pools are higher, the assassins can't actually pop anything in the early game, and that's why they feel so weak. Is that they can't just crit and kill something anymore.
Right.
The HP pools are just too high, and their damage relative to the HP pools are just not enough. Like if their damage was doubled when the HP was doubled, then you would definitely still see that.
The one-shot potentials, yeah.
One-shot potentials in the early game. But now that's not the case anymore. They're more so late game, where you need 1 or 2 crits to take something out. And even though that like sounds bad, 1 or 2 crits in the late game is more than enough. There's enough units to do that.
Yeah, and especially once you get up to 6 assassins, those crits actually hit even harder, because right now at 3 assassins they crit for 300% damage, and once you get up to 6 they crit for 400%. So it's kind of you're scaling in 2 places. You're increasing your unit's attack because you're leveling them up, getting them to 2 or 3 stars, but then you're also increasing the size of your crits. It's 4 times damage rather than just 3 times damage. So in that sense, they definitely scale much harder in the late game than something like, say, Warriors, or even something like Bloodbound, you know, which is just very strong early on, because that doesn't really change. If you got a 2-star Bloodbound guy, he's kind of going to be exactly as strong as he was earlier. Speaking of Bloodbound, we're seeing a couple players kind of dip into that. We see Pit to Play and Chesney both running both Bloodseeker and Ogre Magi's, and Bloodseeker is a unit that I think is the worst unit in the game. still think it is.
It's not
But
Shadow Shaman anymore.
no, it's certainly not Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman has found a very decent niche. But apparently, if you're running so many Bloodbound, 4 Bloodbound in this case, and he has a Helm of the Undying, perhaps there's an argument for Bloodseeker in the current meta.
I think this is just a case of assassins not killing things fast enough, actually.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah.
We do see Stereotype has picked up a 2-star Phantom Assassin, which did die. It was not enough to win this fight, but a 2-star Phantom Assassin is a very big power spike, I'll say, for that Assassin's build. You know, you're kind of poo-pooing on the 1-cost Anti-Mage and Bounty Hunter kind of being lower impact, but Phantom Assassin, that's where the damage really starts to ramp up.
Yeah. Like, in a sense, right, I really hope Stereotype doesn't lose faith in this composition. I doubt he is. I doubt he doesn't know that assassins take a dive in the early game. I doubt it if you went assassins. But like, assassins are one of those blind faith sort of things. You have to take a blindfold, walk through the road, and you might fall off a cliff. But if you don't fall off a cliff, there is some gold at the end of that, and that is first place, baby.
What a wonderful visual.
Yeah.
I think I'll avoid playing assassins now. Thank you very much.
Oh no, I don't want to fight blind. Oh Jesus.
You're right.
I mean, but yeah, like point being, right, you gotta have some faith when you play assassins. I see a lot of lower elo players, such as myself. Well, not myself in particular, but in Lieutenant, rather. Like, I see a lot of people who panic switch out of their comps, or in fact just leave because their comp is not winning, and it makes no sense to me because it's like round 15, and
right.
It just makes it's just the idea of you have to trust in your judgment calls here, right?
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for understanding when your builds are powerful, and I think all the players in this lobby have a pretty good grasp of that certain builds are stronger earlier versus later, and specifically we've got Stereotype running the Assassin build, which does, as we've discussed, it's kind of weak earlier, and honestly Mage is a little bit weak in the early game as well. We see some of the Mage players kind of being middle of the pack. They found a couple more upgrades, so Razor is still relatively impactful. We also see Junebug with a 2-star Treant Protector, who very strong into a Mage composition as well because of the magic damage from the Leech Seed.
Right.
But overall, these are kind of builds that peak later on in the game, and so you're not overly concerned if you're a little bit weak in the early game, as long as you don't get eliminated or, you know, drop too terribly low that you still have some wiggle room at the end. You should be all right.
Exactly, and of course these druids are probably going to be slotted out for the complete mage set later. It's sort of that's not a unknown history with the druids. They're mostly mid game types, not necessarily winning lanes. Initially, Nature's Prophet was sort of this theorized to be a winning pickup, but then people realized that actually, because Primordials and Mages go easily into each other, there's no point of splashing those high burst units anymore. I remember when Tinker used to be splashing Mages because they just needed something to kill things off faster. But now that isn't the case. You have Primordials now, so you don't really need those splashes anymore.
Right. Oftentimes the Mage builds would typically be like 6 Mages plus something. And that something could be Dragon Knight, that could be Nature's Prophet, that could be Queen of Pain, that could be Shadow Fiend. You know, any kind of Gyrocopter, any kind of magic damage dealer was acceptable, or Morphling back when he was an assassin. But now that you move Morphling over to a Mage and you get the Primordial, the default best build at level 10 is going to be that 6 Mages, 6 Primordials. But until you get to level 10, and not everybody is going to get to level 10 every single game, you got to have some other options. So that's where things like the Nature's Prophet, the other magic damage dealers kind of come into play here. So the other thing is that Nature's Prophet also pairs particularly well with one of the Primordials, Io, to get the Druid bonus. Obviously, we have some players running Treant, who's good at this point in the game. But Io later on, if you are trying to get the Primordial bonus active, also pairs with the Druid with Nature's Prophet, who can deal some magic damage for you as well. So that's an option we may see players pursuing as we get here into the mid game.
Yeah, I'm actually definitely looking forward to these builds coming alive. Right, there's already a 3-star Windrunner on a 100.
That's what I just highlighted. I'm like, wow,
yeah.
3-star Windranger on round 15. That is ridiculously fast. I think my fastest that I think I've ever gotten, a 3-star unit of 2 cost is like around 14 or 15-ish for some things. So it's definitely a really big carry in the game right now, this Windranger. Maybe not quite as big as, say, like a 3-star Beastmaster, but no doubt you're going to be running this Wind Ranger for the entire rest of the game. It is still very impactful, even if it's not the most popular hunter. Anything at 3-star is probably going to be played.
Yeah, it is exciting to watch these. I did want to point out, going back to a little bit of the Assassins compositions, right? And also to sidetrack to a little bit of what's to come, that Assassins don't feel like they really have an Underlord to sit by. Like I don't. When I see Assassins, I don't associate them with either Underlord. I'm just
Right.
like, okay, cool. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Perhaps that be changed in the future. You know, Eno and Jewel eventually.
Yeah,
maybe Eno's,
I don't know anything about
yeah.
Eno or Jewel, but just based on their like aesthetics, I would imagine Jewel is probably something closer to a tanky Underlord because he's a big walrus man. They tend to be pretty tanky, so maybe instead of kind of an Essex and Hobkin as kind of backline carries, you get an Underlord who wants to be up in the front of the fight and maybe perhaps gains hype based on the damage they take or something along those lines. So if you find one of those, that's the main problem with Assassins is they lack frontline until later in the game. So once you get Sand King or Broodmother or the 3 insects rather, with the 6 Assassins, then they start to have a pretty tanky frontline situation. But until then, they're really reliant on an Essex Brill Bruiser. That's not much of a frontline. I mean, it's something, but it's not a Treant Protector plus 3 warriors kind of level of frontline, So that's why we see these struggles in the early game where it's all about just raw stats, and that's where the raw stats are going to be king from the druids or the warriors or whatever until they get insects coming online.
Exactly. And looking through the board again, Freshnel. Did I say that correctly?
There's
Fresnel?
no H, so Fresnel, I think.
All right. Okay, like Fresno, like kind of like Fresno, huh?
Sure,
Fresno.
Is running some knights here.
Knights. Oh, can't wait to see that 3-star DK again. I doubt we won't see it if he lives long enough. In fact, everybody's going DK. If you look at the benches, we have 3 Dragon Knights, in fact, already been picked up. So it looks like a bunch of players hoping to be the lucky man
4th
to
Dragon
get
Knight,
that. 3. There's 4 Dragon Knights. Okay. If someone gets a 3-star Dragon Knight with the other 3 players with the Dragon Knight still on the board, I will be so baffled. I will genuinely be so baffled.
I'd be very surprised as well. And I think what we're seeing is that Dragon Knight is just so generically useful. I mean, we start to see it with other units like Arc Warden, Alchemist to an extent. Just kind of these generically good units that you want to put into any comp because they add a lot of damage. Maybe their synergies aren't the most important, but in Dragon Knight's case, his synergies are completely relevant. Human bonus, a lot of builds have just a spare human here or there, but then the dragon bonus, if you're going to pair it up with Viper, who's probably the best dragon, and of course the only other dragon available today because of the jail, you're going to get scaled because of that, and everybody wants scaled at some point in their build. So you kind of just see this Viper Dragon Knight pairing getting thrown into a lot of different builds just because you want to pick up scaled and you want to pick up a damage dealer. So put them both together and you get both. It's great.
Yeah, even with even if Luna dies, he still has that 15% damage resistance, which is not nothing, right? That's pretty solid damage resistance, especially with the current situation he's in, going for that Knight strategy. But I guess he's actually opting out of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. I know Fresnel was the first player eliminated not yesterday, but in our first game. And so obviously he has to be trying to think about trying to play for that win rather than that safe kind of 3rd, 4th place kind of build. Is really looking to get that 1st place to get back up into the top 4 to qualify for the finals.
Right.
And in their build that got 7th place, they were running 4 knights at some point, and I didn't get to see right at the end what those 4 knights were. I know we saw 2 knights earlier with Chaos Knight and Bat Rider, I believe, which we just kind of assumed was like an early game kind of just good units in the early game, but hopefully they were transitioning away from that. But apparently they stuck with knights, and they may be a knights believer here, and we'll have to see if they continue down that path. Maybe the Luna Dragon Knight, Abaddon, something, or if they switch to something new.
It wouldn't be so hard to be a Knight believer if their ace was useful, right? Unfortunately, not the case. But yeah, no, he in the previous match it was Abaddon, Luna, Dragon Knight, and Bat Rider, as well as 3 other Heartless, I believe, and he had 4 Heartless, 4
that makes
Knights.
sense, yeah.
Fortunately, didn't seal any more secure wins there. It is rough trying to look for these knights. He does find Omni Knight. Hopefully he picks that up unless he has a different idea for it. But yeah, like knights.
I'm not a big fan of Omni Knight,
Yeah.
honestly. I think the healer buff is a little bit underwhelming, even with an Essex under massive amount of healing. I think Omni Knight is just... He just doesn't feel like a unit. His impact in fights, his healing, his damage output, even his tankiness is just really not up to par with what a lot of the other units can do. I don't think it's a problem with his design. I think his numbers are honestly just a bit low. So, if I was looking to like buff knights, which I do think they need a buff, I think I'd look at Omni Knight as one of the prime culprits of needing a buff to improve knights mid game.
Yeah, the main reason knights were super strong was not because of their units necessarily. The only unit people cared about was Luna, but the main problem was the fact that their knight alliance was so good. But now that that's been taken away from them, like now the units need a buff. That's clearly the case now. Is that half of their units do absolutely nothing.
They feel very bad, yeah.
Yeah, Bat Rider is a 1-star, so it's understandable that he falls off later because early game he's actually
he's quite strong in the early game, yes, for sure.
Yeah. But like if you again, as you mentioned, if you compare Omni Knight and Omni Knight and I can't even remember 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to remember.
Abaddon is a 3
Omni
cost.
and Abaddon, right? Yeah.
Well, they're tanks really, and the problem with the tanks is that they kind of have the power budget of like a 3-cost unit. So, normally one cost units are weaker than 2 costs, which are weaker than 3, and so on up the chain. But they're not twice as good, right?
Yeah.
So whenever you have your tanks at that 3-cost spot, which is kind of like the mid game spot, I'll say. Before you can get up to the tier 4 units, which are relatively much more rare, you can start getting 3-cost units relatively early. When you have tanks in that spot that kind of occupying that power budget, you are going to start falling short on damage, especially against the heavy healing coming out of an Essex, which is just popular all throughout the meta. And on the flip side, if you're running up against Hobgins, they're going to have pure damage burn from the on fire debuff, so your tanks aren't even all that effective. So it's really just an awkward spot for them compared to things who have bigger power spikes on those 3-drop slot, such as Assassins, Phantom Assassin Slark, who are very high damage dealers if you get them up to 2-star, or Hunters with Lycan, Terrorblade, etc. So I think that's part of a Knight's problem as well right now, is that their mid-game is just a little too unimpactful.
Yeah, it's underwhelming, right? Chaos Knight, along with Bat Rider, generally fall off into the later stages unless that Chaos Knight hits a 3-star relatively early. In fact, it's one of the cheaper ones, so it is more likely for him than 3-star, but besides the point, right, it's just rough. It just feels rough to play Knights because you need Dragon Knight and Luna to be your carries in the back, and then you have 4 tanks, essentially, right? 4 tanks.
Right. So watching Stereotype here and was running the Assassin comp, and I could literally just pull up the VOD from game 1 saying, oh, X player is running Assassins, and they're down to 30 life on round 19 or 20. How are they going to turn it around? Well, it looks like they're starting to turn it around at least a little bit here. Taking down Fresnel by 10 damage here for a good chunk of damage. Does not have the 3-star Nyx that we saw from the previous game, or even a 2-star Slark at this point, but still managing to find wins. Has the 2-star Viper as a scaled unit rather than... Obviously, Tidehunter, I think, would be preferred choice here without the Dragon bonus, and Tidehunter just being much more impactful. But Viper is no slouch, honestly. Actually dealing second most amount of damage on this composition, more than the Queen of Pain, which is frankly quite surprising to me. I know Viper has been buffed recently. His Nether Toxin deals quite a bit more damage than it used to. But even still, that's impressive, dealing that much damage in this kind of comp.
Yeah, Corrosive Skin as well, certainly helping him out as
it's not
in that
unlocked.
damage output regard.
It's not unlocked.
But yeah, as you mentioned, we could probably issue a soundboard that just says blank player name has played Assassins on his low HP. Yeah. He turned this around, and then just have 2 other soundboard sounds that says they did turn it around, and they didn't turn it around, because that's what Assassins.
Well, I guess my point here is that I am more afraid of that Stereotype will not be able to turn it around compared to last game because they don't have the Slark upgrades. They don't have a 3-star Nyx to kind of build off of. Although, that being said, it looks like they're still winning this fight against the heavy healing composition. Or not. The Treant has not died yet. I was thinking, well, it's a heavy healing composition, so you're negating a lot of that healing with the Assassin's crits, which reduce the healing by 100% for those 3 seconds. But turns out, if you don't get the burst on the 3-star Treant, he's going to take over some fights in the long term for sure.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just Treant Protector, minding my own business.
3 stars,
powering through.
Healing up, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So I want to take a look at Blazed, who we saw getting that 3-star Wind Ranger a little bit earlier, but still didn't really catapult to a big win streak. Still had a bunch of 1-stars. Like had a 3-star Wind Ranger, but a 1-star Beastmaster. That wasn't a great spot to be in.
Right.
But now has found a couple more upgrades across the board. Has kind of what I prefer as an ideal build right now for 4 Heartless. You've got your 4 Heartless, obviously, between Pudge, Drow Ranger, Lifestealer, and Shadow Demon. You got 3 Hunters, Beastmaster, and Drow Ranger. Obviously, you need the Drow for the Heartless. And then your flexible spot on your 3rd Hunter. I like Terrorblade a lot, personally. But obviously, if you have a 3-star Wind Ranger, you don't need much convincing to stick with a 3-star Wind Ranger. So that's a good 3rd Hunter. And then you pair it up with Brutes, along with Axe and the Lifestealer. And then, of course, you get Brawny along the way, too. So this is a really strong composition once they start getting the level ups on it.
Right. I think what Blaze is trying to get is to 4 Brawnies. Because at the moment, he is Juggernaut, where not necessarily has any alliances that are, like, coinciding with him at the moment. So, yeah, definitely has that idea of getting to that that full Brawny build. Of course, having Windrunner 3-star carry you every fight is definitely helping. But yeah, absolutely.
Right. It definitely. I think part of the appeal of Brawnies is Bristleback in particular. So obviously you want Beastmaster because he deals lots of AoE physical damage, and he's a hunter. So you want to play hunters. So it's logical to play Beastmaster. And then, well, you've already got a Brute from Lifestealer, so I guess making another Brute like Axe makes sense. And then at that point you're thinking, well, I need some more physical damage in this comp. And, well, Bristleback also deals lots of physical damage because that is amplified by the Heartless Armor Shred. So it's just, it makes a lot of sense to go into some Bristlebacks, and then I guess by that extension, Juggernaut just, piecemeal, every one of these starts to make sense individually. Typically, I do like to see, who's an Alchemist in this build, because he provides an extra set of armor shred from his acid spray, and also AoE physical damage. But unfortunately, Alchemist got stabbed outside of Stabby Road today, so he had to be taken into jail, because everyone knows you can only be stabbed in designated locations.
Exactly. Getting stabbed somewhere else is completely suable offense. Do not get stabbed somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, besides the point, right? I think Blaze should actually hit level 9 here so he could put that Bristleback down. In fact, he is actually opting for rerolls more so, and I kind of understand that, right? You want the odds, because next level, I believe his odds of 2 stars go down.
Very slightly. Well, it already has started dropping. Once you hit level 8, it starts dropping from 30 down to 27, and then again down to 25. But yeah, you're right. The big part of this build is 3-star Beastmaster or 3-star, Wind Ranger, or even Axe or Drow Ranger. Your 3 stars are very impactful in this build, more so than other builds, because you don't have too many 4-cost units you want to put in, 4 or 5 costs. Just Bristleback, really, maybe Alchemist, maybe Disruptor if you want that 4th Brawny, as opposed to Juggernaut or something. So it's not surprising to see him stay a little bit lower level here, try to get those upgrades, and at least kind of stabilize. We see another Beastmaster in the shop coming up here, so may see them level up after round 25, but they're in good shape. I don't think they're under any pressure to level up that quickly.
Yeah, well, I understand that he doesn't really need to do it now. He's doing just fine at 2nd place at the moment in the board. But what I'm concerned of is it might be his heal that he just keeps re-rolling and doesn't find anything, and therefore is unable to get that final Brawny on the board. Because I do believe that doubling up the HP bonus will certainly be much more help than a lot of the times when you fail to reroll. Of course, he has time, right? He has time. He doesn't have to do it now.
It's actually not that many kills on Brawny for this point in the game. Only 33.
Oh,
really? That is surprisingly low to have, the Beastmaster 2-star. I guess it came online pretty late. I remember we saw the 3-star Wind Ranger before seeing the 2-star Beastmaster. So it's not surprising to see that a little bit low based on that situation. So I might not put that high a priority on it, honestly. If you had like 50 or 60 kills at this point, then yeah, you'd be like, okay, I want to get that upgrade, get 1,000 more health on everybody. But if it's just 500 more, maybe you could justify kind of waiting on that. Here we see them about to pick up an Octarine Essence, I believe. That item is so insane. Octarine on Bristleback is so insane. Yes, he's constantly spamming, and it's also insane on Beastmaster as well, because his axes are pretty much cooldown limited. So if you can start spamming out 1 or 2 more of those, then Octarine Essence is great there as well.
Oh my god, look at this!
Look at this aggressive rerolling. They got to keep going. There's the Beastmaster 3!
He gets it! He hits it! Oh
Finds
my god,
the Beastmaster 3! That is absolutely a massive, massive upgrade. Cannot overstate how important that is to this build, especially with the Octarine Essence, which in my opinion is the best item on Beastmaster 3-star.
Yeah.
Better than Refresher Orb, better than Moonshard or Daedalus. Octarine Essence is what you want on your Beastmaster 3-star. And we're going to see it deal massive damage.
Yeah, he hasn't even dipped too low for it. He drops to 44 gold investment. That's not the worst thing in the universe. And we're going to see this Beastmaster do so much damage. A second Wild Axe's volleys does so much.
13K.
It's like we're fighting a mage build. It's like a physical mage build up in here. But it looks like it won't be enough unless...
Oh, come on. There's still a Wind Ranger 3-star in the back line, untouched. Come on now. You were doubting.
I'm underestimating how much damage a Wind Ranger 3-star can do. That is 245 damage every 1.678 seconds.
No, it's the other way. Yeah. It's that many times per second. So it's almost twice per second. It's hitting for that much, for 400 DPS. And we saw in that longer fight, Wind Ranger actually did more damage than the Beastmaster. Obviously, the Beastmaster dealt all of the damage in the initial burst, 2 quick bursts. But Wind Ranger says, hey, I'm still here. I'm going to clean up. And you can't burst her down very well because she's got the healing from the Mask of Madness. And that was that. You get the initial burst, soften them up, and then Wind Ranger picks up all the kills, which is a little unfortunate because Wind Ranger herself has, more than double the number of Brawny kills combined. So a little bit awkward in that regard, but I guess as long as you're winning, maybe getting the kills on the Brawny is secondary to winning the fight.
It'll hurt late game, but for now, he doesn't really mind. Obviously, the volley of Coddle's not going to be enough. They're only 2 1-stars. Right. But yeah, as you mentioned, probably Bronies want those kills, but Windrunner can just do that just as fine. Unless there might be too many units. Sharp Pain. Yeah, Sharp Pain will deal with her, unfortunately.
Yeah, the 2-star Arc Warden with a Maelstrom on the other end from Chezzy there, dealing lots of damage in that fight. Pretty well distributed damage output, but the Arc Warden cleaning up the end of that fight just good enough. And we still see Chezzy as the current first place player. Was that the ghost of Chezzy, actually? Because it looked like Chezzy lost that fight. Well, we see Blaze picking up the upgrade. We find the 3-star axe, so it has a 3-star axe, 3-star Beastmaster, and a 3-star Wind Ranger. So this is kind of peak performance right here, and still managing to stay above 50 gold. I did not know how you do that. I have rerolled down to 0 many times and not found 3-star Beastmaster, and yet they do it still at 50. So things are looking pretty good here. Probably going to be leveling up to 9 sooner rather than later. I don't think there's too much more you want to reroll here before getting that Bristleback in. So you should probably see that coming out in the next couple rounds.
He is absolutely a very good player because the so many 3-stars on this board is disgusting to stare at. If this IO dies before relocate, it's going to be tragic. He does not, but what's concerning is that the second volley will probably kill so many mages here, and it will. In fact, it only kills 1, but 1 is already
the third one, it should be enough.
Yeah, the third one, there you go. Cleans up the mess. Windrunner luckily is distracted by a tiny, so Beastmaster can steal those kills away. Well, not steal those kills. He really needs those kills.
He takes 11 kills and Axe takes 2. So 13 kills to the Brawny. That it was at 36, now up to 49. So that is a well needed buff to the Brawnies here. And I just love seeing this build in action at this point. But we've got some other players who are right on the verge of being eliminated. We've got Junebug, who I believe had the Aegis popped this past turn. I think I heard the audio for that.
Yeah, I believe that was the opponent of Blazed at that round.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, trying to latch onto that Mage Primordial build gets it, but his composition right now feels a bit lackluster. Has the Void in the pocket, potentially will put that down. He does.
Yeah, this is not terrible. I mean, from an Alliance's perspective, you have everything you want. This is the build. The problem is it's all 1-star. I mean, you did get a keeper of 2-star. That is pretty big, but the rest of them, the Arc Warden, the Enigma, the Ogre Magi, is all 1-star here. And will it be enough? And I guess in terms of just builds in general, if you're going to have a build that has a lot of 1-stars, I want it to be 6 Primordials. Because the advantage of the Primordial buff is when your units die. So if you're all 1-star, your units are going to die quicker. So I guess that's better. And honestly, the 3-star Eidolons are just like better stat-wise than like than a 1-star Arc Warden. In all honesty, they're just better. So you'd rather have that Arc Warden die quickly and turn it into an Eidolon. So we could see them turn it around, but of course they are basically in single elimination mode here. 1 loss will take them out. Actually finds a 2-star Enigma on round 30.
Yeah.
Hashtag skill. I mean, they're level 10, so it's pretty high odds to find that at this point.
Yeah, that's a 5% chance. That's 6% chance. 6%. In fact. Yeah. So that's almost a guarantee.
That's 100%. Yeah, 6% is functionally equivalent to 100% at this point in the game. So no surprise to see that one. On the other side, we do see Stereotype running the Assassins build. We said that Assassins would often turn it around, and they got no Aegis. They lost their Aegis, and is also in single elimination mode. Does not have a 3-star Slark. Is not even remotely close. Is 1 away from a 3-star Phantom, but of course has basically no gold to speak of. So I'm honestly not liking Stereotype's odds here compared to last game, where the Assassins player was able to complete multiple 3-stars by this point in the game and just really run away with it.
Yeah, I think just the lack of Assassins is really killing him here. Unable to find any of those 3-stars necessary to progress the game. I did want to point out that perhaps a good adjustment to Primordials is, as you mentioned, they're still very strong Primordials even when they when the units die at 1-star. Yeah. So perhaps perhaps lock the Primordial strength equal to I get like equal to the star +1 or something. I don't know, because at the moment it just feels so strong. Just watch.
Yeah, they really are very powerful. I think one of the problems that we see with Stereotype here is that they have leveled up to 9 actually, and is opting to go for the 6 Assassins. They did find the Phantom, but you would go 6 Assassins plus 3 Insects plus a Scaled. Typically, you want to add that Scaled in as your 9th unit. In addition to Slark, you would typically want to run Tidehunter, or in this case Viper, just to insulate yourself a bit against those mages who are going to be dealing lots of magic damage. But that comes at a cost. You spent 45 gold essentially to level up, or maybe just 40 if you already ticked up some of that experience. So in the range of 40 to 45 gold that is spent on leveling up, that is gold that is not being spent on
rerolls.
On rerolls. And so it's no surprise to see so few 3-star units and only barely picking up that Phantom Assassin right here at the end with their last little bit of gold. They have 0 gold.
That cleave crit is... the cleave crit actually doing a lot of favors there. She coup de grace twice and crit the entire team asunder, dealing obviously 30%, right? 30%, 35% of her damage as cleave. So if you're critting for, what is that? 6 times your damage?
Yeah, something in that range.
And then take 35% of that and then cleave that through. I'm sure
it's a few hundred cleave. It's pretty substantial as well. So we see they do manage to pull out that win there and knock out Fresnel. And we actually see a couple other players eliminated as well. We got Nerve and Fresnel and Junebug all eliminated here. So we are down to our top 4 just like that. It was rather sudden, I'll say. But we still have Stereotype here basically in single elimination mode, one shot away. Same with Pit to Play actually has lost their Aegis, and Chezzy is at 21 life. Still, in theory, could take 21 in a fight, but does have an Aegis in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. So here we see the Assassins once again up against Pit to Place and Stereotype. So probably...
Oh my god, that crit!
The loser of this fight probably goes home, and so the Phantom Assassin is looking like she does not want to go home as she's just walking around 1 or 2 shotting everybody she can possibly see. Look at that big cleave damage. Her cleave was like almost half of her damage output just because it was hitting multiple targets, and that eliminates Pit to Play here in 4th place, thanks in large part to a Phantom Assassin with a Battle Fury just taking no prisoners and mopping up the fights quite cleanly.
She crit 1 unit asunder and then killed the other 2 units around that 1 unit she cleaved. That was disgusting.
Absolutely was.
Oh wow, that
Yeah,
is a monster.
that
Crit.
cleave damage really impactful, and just because you don't have any other 3-star unit to put that cleave damage on, you could put it on a Slark, but that's not nearly as impactful because he's probably going to die relatively quickly in the fights. But the cleave from Phantom is just so bonkers, and we'll see if they're able to take down Chezzy, survive rather against the ghost of Chezzy here, and Phantom Assassin cleans up.
He got another toxin.
Yeah, another toxin, but it wore off just as they were about to teleport, so they didn't even get hindered by the root effect.
She's not crit once yet. This is actually extremely bad. She goes down without critting once. His Stereotype is unable to seal the deal. Unfortunately, PA chokes at the last second, unable to get that skillful crit to deal with Chezzy's ghost. And in the meantime, Blaze is getting obliterated by this mage comp. Even with that 3-star Juggernaut, I don't know what he's doing wrong, but certainly needs to adjust it.
Well, I think they can afford to adjust it. So Blaze's positioning was very clearly organized around assuming they were going to play the Assassins, because they had the Juggernaut in the backline, honestly, like boxed in, same with the Lifestealer, and that basically meant that the Juggernaut's not going to get into combat for a while. It's going to take some time to walk forward, and in the meanwhile, the mages are just constantly charging up their mana really quick. But that was a concession to the fact that there was still an Assassins player in the game. So your positioning against Assassins and your positioning against mages are almost polar opposites. And I guess Blades there determined that the Assassins were a bigger threat than the mages, possibly rightfully so, just because of the way the already having so much health total, but got punished there, and now they've made positioning adjustments, and maybe we'll see if that can change their fortune.
The Axe Call landing on the front line, eliminating the Razor with the Refresher's Orb, unable to get that second volley off. However, he comes back alive with those 2 Razor Plasma Fields, but it's not going to be enough because all of the mages are already dead. They landed 1 volley and that was it. And against Brawnies, 1 volley is not enough. You need 2 or 3 more. And because his new positioning allows for that front line to get it in their face immediately, those mages don't even have time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, is a slight reposition like that, going from the back line to the front line just gets you into combat 2 or 3 seconds earlier, kind of optimizes the positioning. You line up straight in front of the mages rather than walking around and being all kind of disorganized, and just absolutely runs them over. We still see Blaze here has an Aegis to protect them, and so does Chezzy, so it's not, no one will be eliminated right after this round. But you got to think with how convincing of a win that is, and the fact that these Brawnies are just going to constantly keep farming kills every fight, that you got to start favoring Blaze here with the Brawnies going into the next couple of rounds.
Chezzy is playing musical chairs, putting his team everywhere the Brawnies are not, which obviously is a good strategy. Of course, especially since he was winning so hard, and that was because the mages were able to get 1, 2, 3 volleys off, and that was sort of the issue with the boys. But now that they're right in their face, you can't really shove your team 4 more steps backwards. That's unfortunately not how the board works. You're the furthest you can go is the straight back, and if you line them up in the back, then that's just surface area for the Brawnies to deal with. So again, a lot of problems.
We see Chezzy pick up what is, in my opinion, the strongest single item in the game, Assault Cuirass here. Assault Cuirass.
That's a Heartless buff.
It is a tier 3 Heartless buff. 6 Heartless buff on a unit. And they actually have to put it on the Morphling, which I'm not a big fan of. I'd much rather put it on somebody who's going to be consistently in the front line.
It's Disruptor.
But has not, they have found a Disruptor on the other end. So what do they... I don't know what they leveled up to put in the Disruptor, and the Disruptor, if it gets a good target, that's going to completely demolish this mage comp. The mages all stacked in one corner. I know they were spread out previously and constantly adjusting positioning, but here, if Disruptor gets an ult really quick, there it is. That silences the entire mage board. Beastmaster's going to cast twice before he gets hit at all, and that's just going to completely annihilate all the mages. They're dead. They're gone. It is well, it's not over. There's an Aegis, but still, this fight is over, and it was not remotely close. Beastmaster picks up like 50 kills in that fight. Roughly
50 kills.
I'm 4, but yeah, felt like 50.
Yeah, it did feel like 50 because they just slaughtered everything. And I was gonna just say, Disruptor. There's no perfect time to play Disruptor here because Brawnies. He works so well with Brawnies. He survives just long enough to get that ult off, and in fact didn't need to survive that long because he just drops it. Axe buys you. this is the perfect duo, I think, in the Bronny's composition, is that you have Axe to distract the front line, and then you drop that Disruptor ult as soon as the Axe call expires, and that's the perfect storm you want to see, is that both the Axe and the Disruptor use their abilities at the same time. You see Blaze actually swap out their positioning because the Mage goes to the right-hand side, but he doesn't know that a surprise waits for him. The Axe is already distracted, but the Razor actually buys time. He gets baited, but the silence still lands on all of the essential units for the Mages. In fact, all of the units for Mages are essential. The first volley comes out, the second volley comes out, and it's still not enough. The Lich needs to fire that third one, but he's running out of time. The Caudal is the only one standing, and he falls shortly too. And the Primordials, not 3-star, and unable to seal the deal, as Blaze will get that win against Chezzy.
Absolutely amazing performance here by Blazed in this game. This was a masterclass on how to get 3-star units early on in the game. Picking up 3-star Wind Ranger on round 15 that we saw, picking up the Beastmaster shortly thereafter, and then of course getting Juggernaut and Axe later on. Just makes it look easy, and was even one away from Pudge 3-star as well. So this was a very impressive showing, and we can see the raw power of a Heartless buff when it's paired with a lot of physical damage output from Beastmaster, from Bristleback, and from the whole crew of hunters as well. So good win there from Blazed. That should probably lock in Blazed for the top placement going into our finals. We'll have to see how the scores get updated here. They end the fight with 94 Brawny kills, which admittedly is not quite as much as it could have been, since it did take quite a while to get a lot of these Brawnies online, and Wind Ranger stole 120 of the kills. So this build could have been even more bonkers if Wind Ranger, if maybe the 3-star Beastmaster came around 15 and then Wind Ranger came later.
Well, to be fair, 94 kills on a level 2 Brawny buff is already at 10,000 HP Axe, so I'm not sure he's very sad about that bonus. So crazy, absolutely crazy.
Okay, so we've got the updated scoreboard here, and it's been linked in the chat here, and it looks like we have got Chezzy taking down first place overall, obviously getting the first place in the first game and then second place in game 2. Always gonna solidify a top placement. It's Stereotype taking second place, and then third place has locked in second, as well as Blazed getting first place in this game. And then the next placement would be Pit to Play, who had a third place and a fourth place to lock in our top 4, which will be advancing on to the finals here of this tournament of the Dota Underlords Championship Midweek Tournament.
Absolutely.
What an awesome game that we saw there. We've got 3 more games coming up. I don't know, Blue Sapphire, were you going to be sticking around for those, or did you have...
Unfortunately, I will have to be heading out after those finals. It was great to watch. We saw 2 amazing things, the mythical 3-star Dragonite and the mythical Disruptor that never shows up as well. So I'm kind of happy to see both of them in 2 separate matches as well. So that is absolutely... good matches, and I wish you luck with your casting for the finals. I'm sure it's going to be just as nail-biting as these ones, but unfortunately I will be having to head out as well. So thank you everyone for watching, and maybe next time.
Thank you for casting here, Blue Sapphire. We really do appreciate it, and we'll have to catch some more tournaments with you later.
Alright, see ya!
See ya! Alright, so as we are waiting for the finals lobby to get all set up, let's talk a little bit more about what we are expecting out of it. Obviously, we've had 4 very good players advance out of that round, the semifinals there, and I'm going to be checking the results from the other lobby, so if we can get our full list of 8 players. And it doesn't look like they are quite done yet. I'll see if I can perhaps get into a spectate on one of these, if I have any of them on my friends list here. Does not look like I do, unfortunately. So we'll not be able to get that, but they should be finishing up here relatively quickly as they finish their round 1. They finished their round 1 about 45 minutes ago, so I'm sure they're getting close to the end. In that first game, they had a Pink Star taking down first place, running a Primordial Mage build. Seems to be the flavor of the day, Primordials and 6 Mages here. as well as Ming Ming taking down second place, who had a Warriors and 4 Heartless build, opting to pair it with Dragons for damage output, as opposed to the typical Hunters. We've also got Medusa, with a Z, not an S, running some kind of Heartless build with Dragon Knights as well. It seems like Dragon Knight is another popular pairing. And then Penka77 in 4th place in that game with a 6 Assassin build that we kind of saw a lot of. So we'll have to see. We'll have to wait on the results of their game 2, which will be hopefully coming here soon to figure out which of these 4 players advance. But you got to imagine the players who were first and second out of those games, Pinkstar and Ming Ming, are probably in good position to make top 4 overall and advance to our finals, which will be 3 rounds. Don't have an exact timeline, but I would imagine that's coming soon. So we've got, seems like the meta today is pretty well solidifying. We've got the Assassin builds, which are obviously relatively unaffected by the jail, with insects being slightly missing, but you can still very easily get 3 insects together, even without Sand King. Oh, there we go. Stereotype is now following. I was wondering what the... Thank you so much for the follow, Stereotype. The jail that we've been seeing today has kind of led to the meta running a lot of mages and primordials, as well as the insect assassins are kind of the 2 go-to compositions that seem to be at the top of the meta. But we do see a lot of other variation with things like with Dragon Knight being splashed into different compositions. Unfortunately, Knights as a whole are a little bit lackluster. Sometimes people run just 2, but that's mainly for the Dragon Knight, not necessarily for the for like the Luna or the Chaos Knight or other things like that. Maybe if we see some buffs coming out to Knights. I know there's balance patches that typically come every Thursday, so I would imagine one is going to come today. Maybe we see some Knights adjustments there, maybe a little bit of a buff on those guys. But other than that, we are we'll be getting into the finals here relatively soon. All right, looks like they are currently around 34, so I got to imagine that'll be cleaned up here in a few moments. Despite the fact that we saw so many hunters in jail today, we've got Mirana, Medusa, and Sniper all jailed. We still see a lot of hunter builds, specifically built around Beastmaster and either Wind Ranger, Draw Ranger. We didn't see any Terrorblades, which is personally one of my favorite hunters right now. I think Terrorblade is definitely underrated, and I think maybe if we didn't see the 3-star or Wind Ranger come out early, maybe we would have seen a Terrorblade being pursued by Blazed last game. Or perhaps Lycan as another alternative. Other than that, I don't think the jail affects too many things too heavily. Alchemist is obviously a good unit who goes into a lot of things that will be missing, so we might see, we won't see him added in anywhere, or we also will see less Warlocks in general because of that. Although I think Warlocks have just been kind of on a downswing in the meta as a general matter recently. But of course, this jail will be updated in about 5 hours from now. This tournament should, barring some calamitous event, should absolutely be finished within these 5 hours. So we'll be playing with this jail for the rest of the day. But of course, the jail does change every day and does make things very interesting whenever certain strategies get banned out. And sometimes a strategy can be hit pretty hard, like we see Hunters today, and we still see Hunters getting played. Whereas if mages were hit pretty hard, sometimes they fall off in popularity, but just with Puck missing, it's not that big of a deal. Of course, mentioning that the jail used to just always be 8 units, but now it has been varying between 8 and 12 units. So that is that is definitely something that I know people have expressed some frustration on. Sometimes it feels a little too heavy-handed, I guess, for lack of a better term, is if it really bans out a lot of different strategies. That's not. It feels kind of bad to say, oh, this strategy like is just completely unplayable if three hunters are missing, or if three warlocks are missing. It feels very heavily handed. On the flip side, though, it often felt like on the previous jail algorithm that it just wasn't impactful enough, where you would have something like one hunter banned per day, and hunters just wouldn't care because there's 8 hunters and just banning one of them doesn't matter that much. Whereas like something like Scrappy or Inventors, when there's only 4, then banning out one of those really, or there's 5, but you need all 4. Then banning out any one inventor is just a really big detriment to those types of builds, especially ones where they really want to get to that maximum tier of the alliance, like Inventors. Whereas hunters, we saw, can very easily get away with just 3 hunters. They don't need to go up to 6 in order to be a powerful force in the meta. Any thoughts on tournament games that starts when jail refreshes? So I know there's some other tournament series that start as soon as the jail refreshes, right at, from my time, 7 p.m. Eastern time, but, right in about 5 hours from now. And I actually really enjoy playing in those tournaments. I think it's, that basically you're sitting in the lobby, the jail refreshes, and then, like, the game starts about 5 minutes later, because everyone takes, like, a few minutes to look at the jail and think for a few minutes. And then the match starts like immediately thereafter, and I really like that. I think that is a good timing to start a tournament. And of course, the tournaments are scheduled and planned for when it makes most sense for players to be able to play, not necessarily around when the jail switches over. But in those cases, I do enjoy kind of playing with a fresh new meta, and it definitely tests your ability to kind of think on your feet. And so the way I approach that, and I don't know how other players in the tournament approach it, but I have like a list of what I consider like good compositions, and I literally just have it on a sticky note. Like there's literally one like right here. I just have a sticky note of all the compositions, and then I go down the jail and be like, okay, is this a composition still good? No, 3 things from it are banned, so I just cross that off. And the next one I say, oh, this one, it's just missing one piece, but you can kind of replace that. So I kind of draw like a little squiggly line to say, yeah, maybe it can work. And then other things that are completely unaffected, put check marks by and be like, yep, definitely going to go for this because it's a good build today. And so I got my list of like 7, 8 different compositions and different variations on those that I think are viable and I'm able to adjust on the fly to a pretty quick changing meta. And I think that's fairly effective for those types of tournaments when you need to be able to kind of think quickly. Kind of preparing ahead of time and knowing what you're looking for definitely helps in that regard. Why can't they just do a ban phase like in Dota? I think it's a good suggestion to adjust the jail system for sure. Being able to like kind of custom ban every round or every game really is certainly something that I think would be interesting to players, to say, okay, we're gonna ban certain things, but it's what I think is kind of interesting about a ban phase in Dota Underlords as opposed to actual Dota is in Dota Underlords you essentially have really unique combinations of a unit. Like there is no other Savage and Warlock for Venomancer. I mean, there's other Savages and there's other Warlocks, but the exact combination of what he does is irreplaceable, essentially. And he's the only one at 1 cost. He's like the only Warlock at 1 cost, or I guess Mr. Warlock. But other units are in a sense irreplaceable. Whereas in Dota, I mean, yes, every hero is unique in Dota, and nobody does the exact same thing as anybody else. But I would argue they're more interchangeable if you have somebody who's an initiator, who's got, catch potential, there's multiple heroes with that kind of catch potential. So if that's what you need on your team, if you need somebody to catch the opponent out and stun them and CC them while the rest of your team piles on and kills them, there's multiple heroes that can do that. Some better than others, but you can fill that gap. If you need, a ranged carry unit, hero, there's multiple ranged carry heroes or melee carry heroes or whatever. Whereas in Dota Underlords, they're a lot more specific. If you're running a scrappy inventor build, you need Timbersaw. Otherwise, getting scrappy inventor is just not really feasible. Or if you want to run a scrappy build, 6 scrappies, you literally just cannot run it if these guys are out. So in that sense, I think the player orchestrated bans are much more impactful in Dota Underlords as opposed to real Dota. Not saying they can't work, because obviously we do have a banning system. It's just allowing players to decide that could have a bigger consequence rather than just this kind of random assortment every day. Looks like the other match is finished, so we will be getting into the finals here shortly once we get everyone all organized and into the next lobby. May still take a few moments. We have Medusa, Pink Star, Penka77, and Ming Ming all advancing, and I believe those were the top 4 in the first lobby that I mentioned, so it looked like they were able to consistently put up the results even into the second game. So we should have a nice, very strong lobby here. There's no ties, so everyone earned their spot here. No tiebreakers to be seen. So I'll just wait for a little bit of admin here to put the final lobbies together, and then we'll be hopping into that shortly. Change costs of units instead of bans, instead of removing them. So that's another good suggestion that I've heard of and talked to some people about, is rather than kind of having a punitive system. I know obviously jail is thematically supposed to be punitive, but the idea that a daily rotating list of heroes that perhaps instead of removing them from the pool and like banning them out, perhaps you buff certain units every day. So you can still play whatever units you want. If you want to play a scrappy strategy, you can play it every day. But perhaps on some days, Sniper is a tier 2 unit. It's dropped down to 2 cost. You can maybe get them a little bit earlier in the game. Maybe changing the tier, maybe changing the availability is like a little bit too impactful. But maybe changing just the cost, or maybe giving them like a little buff, like saying, okay, the units who are in jail today get plus 300 health. They basically start with a vitality booster or something, 300 or 400 or 500 health. They start with a vitality booster equipped to them, so they all get bonuses, or something along those lines, where it's like a rotating buff to your units that incentivizes certain strategies but doesn't rule out others. Whereas right now it kind of just rules out, and it's a negative reinforcement rather than a positive reinforcement. And I think in game design, whenever you want players to do something, you should reward them for doing it. You shouldn't punish them for not doing it, if that makes sense. To be rewarding in the game design is a better experience for the player than being punished for it in a lot of cases. Obviously there's cases for both. You don't want to, when somebody loses the game, they have to actually lose the game, or when they lose a fight, they have to take damage here in Underlords. But in terms of the jail system, I think it could benefit from flipping the idea and making it a positive reinforcement instead. And of course, it doesn't have to be stat buff or cost change. It could be many different things. Okay, looks like we've got the lobby almost ready to go here. We're going to be having a very strong 8-player lobby with no slouches in here, so it should be a very close, some very close games. We already saw a lot of close games where, the difference between like 4th and 8th place was decided by 1 HP or something crazy like that. So we'll see if that ends up being the case in the upcoming game here. So going to be joining the lobby here as we get everybody in. Although it may just be a few moments before we're ready to get started. Looks like they said it'll be another 3 or 4 minutes. So I'm going to do is I am going to take the very quickest break here and go be back in just a few months, just in time for this to start up, and I'll leave it on a jail screen, and I'll be back in just one moment. Okay. Our players up and ready in this lobby. It looks like 4, 5, 6, we get 7 of the 8. And me as a spectator, not player in the lobby. So we should just about be ready once who are we missing? There's Penka 77. Okay, so once everyone ready's up, we shall get started. Perfect timing. From a game design perspective, removing things is super unfun. I can agree to that, Junebug. Definitely the removing units in the jail is not always an ideal situation. There is a unique problem to auto battlers and the way they work, where the more units you add to the pool, obviously everybody loves new units, right? Everyone wants to see new content and new units and new fun stuff. But you can't just add it forever, because eventually, if you add 1 million one-cost units, you're never going to be able to find multiple copies of the same one, because there's just far too many for you to pick from. So in that sense, trying to keep the hero pool somewhat limited is partially the goal of the jail. So you need to find some way to balance that. If you want to keep every unit in the game, you have to find some way to balance out the fact that the more units you add, the harder it is to find upgrades. And if you still want people to find 2-star units relatively consistently, there's got to be a trade-off. And whether that comes from a daily rotation, a weekly rotation, or like permanent rotation where, units are taken out permanently, or, season long, multiple months or whatever it might be. I think it's a tough question to have to answer, but I agree with you that removing units never feels fun for anybody. So trying to find a different way around that might be a more preferable way to take the daily jail system or daily kind of updates in the future. So Respecting Blaze here, who already has the pair of Drow Rangers, and as we saw last game, Drow Ranger was very impactful in a lot of the fights, just providing really powerful alliances. The Heartless bonus and the Hunter Alliance are just two very important alliances in today's meta. I mean, they pair so nicely, right? The Hunters deal lots of physical damage. The Heartless deals bonus physical damage. So Drow Ranger, even though her stats, her damage output is, it doesn't really compare to the Beastmasters, the Wind Rangers, or the Terrorblades of the world, but As a one-cost unit, you're mainly just looking for those good alliances and maybe dealing some good damage in the early game, and then even if it falls off later, it's no big deal. Looking around the table here, we see a 2-star Tiny picked up by Medusa. Unfortunately, I feel like Medusa is going to be nerfed because, you know, Medusa's not in... Medusa's in jail today, the actual Medusa, so we'll have to find some unit other than the namesake there. And I guess we also see a 2-star Axe from Penka, I guess. Webcam here is cutting off the name, but that's Penka77 down at the bottom with an Axe. Axe up to 2-star here. Looks like we are well underway here. At the end of round 3, we shall see what they pick up in terms of items. We see a Blink Dagger here. They opt for not to get a Blink Dagger. I'm personally a very, very big fan of Blink Dagger on Axe. One of the big problems with Brutes is that they lack backline access. So if you're kind of going a front-to-back kind of team fight where you've got your frontline warriors, and so do they, and then you've got your backline hunters, and so do they, or you know, Dragon Knights or Troll Warlords or Arc Worms or some kind of range damage dealer, Brutes are going to struggle because they don't have any natural defense against the range damage. They don't have bonus armor from warriors or anything like that. So having something like a Blink Dagger on a Brute, specifically Axe, I think is very appealing. But instead opting for Chainmail, which, you know, fair enough, is a very, very powerful item. And if you don't think you're going to hard commit to kind of a Brute Axe kind of build, then Chainmail is a more consistent pickup. Here we see Blazed up against Medusa. They're running identical compositions with Axe, Tiny, Razor, but unfortunately for Blazed here, Medusa has the 2-star Tiny, which compared to the 1-star Tiny of Blazed here, so you got to think that 2-star Tiny is going to make all the difference in the fight, and we do see that with Medusa being able to take this one down pretty convincingly on this first round here. Well, they won't even be able to take out any of the units just because that Tiny being such a force of disrupting. But losing the early rounds here is not always the worst thing in the world. You can get those free rerolls, and I know some players even have said they honestly prefer to lose round 5 and 6 as opposed to winning them, just because that free reroll is so impactful. Since we're in the lobby here, we can actually see what their shop is, and we see that you use the free reroll, and oh my gosh, look at this! You're gonna get a 3-star or 2-star Ogre, a 2-star Razor, had a 2-star Drow, and is just taking this as an indication that yep, we got to go all in on this mage build. And what's very important here is Blaze is actually not buying them right away. He's actually waiting until the round is going to start to pick these up. And the logic behind this is that you already lost round 1, so you're not trying to like get on a win streak right away, or at least not, you know, right in this first round or two. So instead, opting to lock in higher interest, get up to 11 gold, because of how powerful this pack was with the pair of Ogres, pair of Razors, pretty much like locks you into playing a mage composition, and you don't need to stay open or flexible holding on to other units. So buying them after interest is locked in will be a much better situation to maximize your gold, and then kind of turn it back around afterwards, and you get another free reroll for next turn. So. And just barely loses, just takes 2 damage. That is absolutely ideal. Obviously, they took 5 damage in the first round. That's not where you want to be, but just taking 2 here, now that they have all the upgrades, and even finds a Tiny on this pack, that is a very, very powerful build at this point. Going from all 1-stars to all 2-stars in one round is just a testament to the power of the free rerolls to really balance out the game. You know, you have other players who, you know, just naturally find some upgrades, naturally find some 2-stars, but not quite as many as Blazed here. So you got to imagine that Blazed has the strongest build at the table at this exact moment, and probably is going to start up a win streak of their own. On the flip side, though, Penka has leveled up to 5 and has just 2 2-star units, the Axe and the Ogre Magi, but has 5 units instead, getting Beastmaster, actually getting all the mages together with Crystal Maiden and Razor. So I did say Blaze might have the strongest build, but this mage build might give them a run for the money just by sheer weight of numbers. If you have 5 units, that's probably going to be better than 4 units. And especially whenever you get the powerful Mage Alliance online to buff your Razor and your Crystal Maiden's damage output. Actually, it does look like they managed to take it down, but Blaze puts up a good fight and just is going to lose by 4 damage here. So, not the worst. Essentially, no matter what happened in this round, Blaze was going to get a bonus gold. You're either going to go on a losing streak and get the 1 gold for a losing streak, or you're going to go on get a win and get the 1 gold for winning the round. So overall, both results seem pretty favorable for Blazed at the moment. Looking around the table, we see Penka77, who we just saw them face up against, also looking towards a mage composition with obviously the Ogre Magi, the Razor, and so on. We see Ogre Magi being a very, very popular unit in this early game. Lots of people have picked him up or are picking up pairs on the bench here. I actually see Blaze picking up 2 more, and typically Ogre Magi is a mage that you want to get rid of by the end of the game, by the late game situations, because he doesn't deal any magic damage. But if you get him up to 3-star, why not? He's a big tanky boy. So if you can get him up to 3-star, there's no reason not to run him if you want to run a 3 or 6 mage comp. Just because, well, mainly in a 6 mage comp, but 3 mages you want to be a little more efficient about your slots and dealing magic damage. But if you're going to go up to 6 mages, Ogre Magi is perfectly reasonable come the late game if you get him up to 3-star. Here's the Blaze taking down Ming Ming here, who was up to 100, was still at 100 life. So takes that one down a notch. And yeah, definitely seeing this. Definitely has the most 2-stars on the board. We can look around at some of the other players who are dabbling in 2-stars, but they don't have quite as many at the moment. This pack here is nothing too impressive. Certainly not towards a mage strat. You actually don't see anything that really goes towards what Blazed is looking for here, so may opt to just pass on this, sit on the 20 gold of interest, and hopefully get some wins together. Seen a couple more dedicated brute builds, picking up Magnus from Medusa and Ming Ming, and I don't think we saw too many brutes in our semifinals. Certainly not in the late game, other than maybe Lifestealer plus Axe as just kind of an incidental to brutes that you're also playing for Heartless and Brawny. We did see an upgrade to Magnus, a 2-star Magnus from Ming Ming, and Magnus is a unit that I really wanted to like early on, whenever it was first spoiled. I'm kind of a sucker for like cleave effects and like just kind of those AoE effects. Like I love Beastmaster, I love just like you know, cleaving types effects for whatever reason. And I was really excited to see Magnus, who's at Ming Ming. But it's just been kind of underwhelming. The alliances are not super impactful. Obviously, Shaman is okay-ish, but it's not really something you want to build around to any substantial degree. They actually sell off the Axe here, opting for just a Magnus, getting rid of the brutes, and just trying to use Magnus as just a standalone carry. So that may mean that Ming Ming wants to move away from brutes, but then also picking up another Magnus on the bench could indicate pursuing a 3-star Magnus. On the flip side, we've got Medusa. The opponent here actually does have a 1-star, but also is running brutes between Treant Protector and Axe. And of course, a 2-star Treant Protector is absolutely absurd this early on in the game. He's gonna like win the fight and still be at 100% life by the end of the fight. That's how bonkers a 2-star Treant is. I would not be surprised to see Treant get a little bit of a nerf in the early game, because I do think he is a touch above the rest, especially with the ease of getting him to 2-star from the Druid Alliance. He's kind of balanced out by the fact that he definitely loses utility the later the game goes, when the Druid Alliance is not quite as impactful, and that single target small AoE healing is less desirable. But even still, I would be surprised if Treant Protector doesn't get a look at some point. So as we get here into the first creep round, we will take stock, and people should kind of start solidifying the direction of their compositions, where they're going to be heading towards. We only see one player really looking towards Assassins, and that's Pinkstar. And we know we saw Assassins typically struggle in the early game on our previous semifinals, but then quickly turn it around by rounds like 19 and 20. So we'll see if Pinkstar goes the same direction, or if they're able to solidify a stronger early game and keep the train rolling. Other than that, we've got 3 players going towards mages. Pit to play down here at the bottom. Blazed and, well, Penka's a little bit up in the air between some mages, but also some brutes and heartless. A little hard to say what direction that's going to end up going. Let's look at the top of the tables. We've got Medusa with the brute build. Currently just has 2 brutes. Has a Magnus on the bench for the 3rd if needed, but Brutes really spike in power at 4 Brutes. If you can get 4 Brutes early on, Axe, Treant, Lifestealer, Magnus, which are all between 1 and 3 cost units, that's going to be a ridiculously powerful combo. That 70% damage debuff is just absolutely insane, reducing opponent's damage to basically nothing. Not to mention dealing a bonus 150 damage per hit. And since most of these fights are kind of melee to melee combat, there's not a lot of really hyper carry backliners like Hunters just yet in the game, this early on rather, then you can definitely see, like, if you can get up to 4 Brutes, just absolutely be unstoppable early on. Not to mention, of course, Treant, very strong as well. But because of the 2-star Treant, because of the even a 2-star Pudge, Axe, Tiny, this is a very strong build at the moment, and would not be surprised to see Medusa continuing this win streak for the next couple rounds as people try to play some catch up here to catch back up. The one downside about this build is that it's fairly expensive. Running, you know, a lot of upgraded units means that you don't have a lot of gold in the bank for things like interest. So actually, only got collected 2 gold of interest that round because they bought the starter after the round had locked in. Whereas we look at kind of other players around the table, who I was looking at Blazed in particular, who's been very frugal about the economy and is already up to 50 gold on round 12. That is very early to get up to 50 gold for interest. But most other players are roughly a 30 gold range, Penka 77 at 37, so collecting lots of interest at kind of the expense of not having too much of a bench to find some upgrades for. So this is an interesting combo. Ogre Magi and Magnus is a combo that I've been a really big fan of. I think it's, you know, you're buffing units from both Ogre Magi's attack speed buff from Bloodlust and Magnus's cleave plus attack damage buff from Empower. When they both go on the same unit, that unit just gets out of control very quickly. So you can definitely, you definitely like to see that combo. The problem is they don't really have alliances that really interact with each other. You've got Shaman Brute, and then you've got Bloodbound Mage, and there's no real overlap between them to really make that a good pairing. But if somebody could find a build that pairs those two up, I wouldn't be surprised to see this becoming a very popular pairing if you can find the right build for it. But so far, just has not really been the case. But the synergy is there. Okay, so as expected, Medusa, continuing that win streak up at the top, has a 2-star Magnus on the bench, so may actually opt for those 4 Brutes once they find it. And other than that, we got Chezzy running my favorite composition down here. Yeah, we'll watch this fight for the moment, but Chezzy running the Heartless Beastmaster composition, that's been one of my favorites over the past few days. I've been running that as much as possible in my games. I think it's just so incredibly strong, and I just love seeing how many brawny kills you can rack up. Here, Penka 77, despite having just a 1-star Beastmaster, still has 20 kills, which is pretty respectable at this point in the game. Once you get a 2-star Beastmaster, that's obviously going to rack up more. But at this point, it is still a little bit lackluster. And we see Penka falling here to Ming Ming. Let's head on over to Chezzy's board, who has the 2-star Beastmaster, has the 2-star Axe, even has Terrorblade. I've been preaching the Terrorblade gospel for a while now. I think Terrorblade is the hunter that you want in this composition. I think he is deceptively powerful, especially when you're already running Shadow Demon, especially when you're running an Essex, to just really deal big chunks of damage. As soon as Terrorblade transforms, he's gonna get that bonus demon damage, and it's gonna be amplified by the Shadow Demon. It's gonna be amplified by an Essex because she makes a demon, and he's just going to go insane. Ty Hoff 09, thank you so much for the follow. So glad to have you on the channel. Appreciate the support. So we see Chezzy here going up against the Pink Star with his 2-star Treant Protector, but unfortunately Treant Protector is really good, but if you're able to focus fire him down too quickly, his healing over time is not going to be all that effective, and we with double Draw Ranger able to effectively knock that Treant Protector down well before he got out of control, and then the Beastmaster cleans up, and Chezzy here gets the win. So hop on over to the Medusa's board to see if they can complete the win streak. They do complete the win streak up against Ming Ming. Not really surprising, seeing how strong we saw this board being already. What we saw with the 2-star Tiny, the Axe, even when you get the Treant lucky, get that lucky upgrade. No surprise to see that win streak completed. And when you complete a win streak, you get a big chunk of gold. And we see the net worth of Medusa easily eclipsing everyone else in the game by a healthy margin. Only Chezzy's even remotely close. Actually, never mind Blaze, never mind down here at the bottom, who we mentioned before was very frugal near the game, is actually still a little bit behind, but a bit close as well. Of course, that comes at the cost of massive amounts of life total. So how worthwhile is it? We'll find out. So looking around, we see two players kind of distinctly on Primordial Mages. Based on just the compositions, you got to get the edge here to Blazed here at the bottom, who already has the 2-star Tinies versus the 1-star Tinies from Pit to Play. Already has the Arc Warden, who's a big damage source in this build. And just generally looks to be in a better spot gold-wise and composition-wise. Of course, ever so slightly less health total, 56 versus 58, but that's not too much of a big deal. Question here from Medusa, what item do you pick up on this round? These aren't ideal options. Does pick up the Blink Dagger, which we talked about earlier as being ideal on Axe, and it doesn't even have a Pudge to hold onto the Blade Mail. So a good transfer of items here, getting the Blink Dagger on Axe, which is just so incredibly powerful. Opting away from the Nature's Prophet, who did not get up to 2-star, instead for the Lone Druid. So now whichever one gets the 2-star, Treant or Lone Druid, they both have the potential to really carry these fights this early on. Of course, ideally you get one of them to 2-star so that the other one gets leveled up, but getting a 2-star Lone Druid at this point would be pretty difficult. Up against the Assassins, who are probably on a decent power spike here, looks like has a lot of 2-star units, but unfortunately for Assassins, Brutes are probably the best matchup against Assassins because the Brutes struggle to get their auto attacks on the major damage dealers. That is one of the big struggles, and that's why Blink Dagger is so good on Brutes, because your major damage dealers are often going to be in the backline, and if you can blink right onto them to apply your debuff, then you can stop their damage output. Luckily against Assassins, though, their damage dealers come right to you, so you're going to have no trouble getting your auto attacks on them to reduce their damage output, and we saw the Brutes just pretty easily clean up those Assassins there. Perhaps the Assassins were a touch under leveled, but even if they were kind of on equal footing, I would definitely be favoring the Brutes in cases like this. We actually see Penka77 has picked up all 4 Brutes and has found a Doom instead of the it does have Magnus instead of the Treant Protector. So does not have a good Treant Protector, perhaps no other Druids, and has opted for Healing Ward. Now, of course, I couldn't go back and see what the choices were, but Healing Ward has had the reputation of the worst item in the game. Not saying that is undeserved, but there's an argument to say that I think it's better than people give it credit for. I think it's been unfairly dismissed. Not saying it's good, not saying it's better than Maelstrom or Mask of Madness or even Skullbasher or a Sacred Relic within the tier 3 items. But I think it has its place in certain builds when you're able to effectively stack around it. In this particular formation, I don't really get. We'll have to see how this plays out, but this is not how I would ever organize this formation with the Healing Ward. But we'll have to see how this plays out. Like, units are just going to walk around it. Actually, somehow. Huh. Well, that's interesting. So in this particular fight, it actually worked out reasonably well. Though the way the melee units walked around, so we saw Doom had to walk around, Axe had to take kind of the long route around the back of the Healing Ward. And then by time the two front lines kind of met up, they met up like right here at kind of the line of scrimmage of the Healing Ward. Whereas if, say, you already lined up around it, say you were stacked right here and the opponents were in the back line, your front line would move forward and duck out of it. But here, the Axe kind of moves around, the Doom moves up, and they kind of meet right in the Healing Ward. The risk with that positioning, and I think maybe they're thinking about this risk as they move it back, is what happens whenever the opponent is stacked in the back right corner. Their ranged units just kill the healing ward in like 3 auto attacks, and then it's a completely wasted item as your units are walking forward anyway. So there's definitely some risk to that positioning in that particular fight. It actually worked out reasonably well. The healing wasn't insane, but you know, it's respectable amount of healing. 1360, that arguably is about the amount of effective HP that you might have gotten out of something like a Vanguard in the tier, so yeah, it's acceptable in that regard. But they have opted to move into the back, maybe better protect it, because here, that previous position, this thing would get blown up instantly. So now it's actually quite effective, as the opponent here, Blazed actually has these Tinies, and well, if Tiny tosses people into the healing ward, well, that's not too bad, because they can just heal right back up. But then, of course, the healing ward is undefended, and it goes down very quickly, because it only has 400 HP. Looks like Blaze is kind of finally turning the corner here with their composition, is able to stabilize with the 2-star IO coming out, or maybe there's just a 1-star IO, and just pulling back all these primordials to deal lots of AoE damage. Seems like a common trend here. We're saying the assassins down at the bottom of the table, and that's kind of been their typical place in these early games. They don't even have 6 assassins completed, not even close really. Does have 3 elusives, and now gets a druid online, but well, actually no, that is going to be a 2-star lone druid because of the 2-star treant. So 2-star lone druid plus a Bracers of Desperation, that is definitely going to be a very strong force in these fights. Will it be enough to turn around? Because Pink Star's been on a bit of a skid here. We'll have to see if they're able to salvage the situation, because that is a very big upgrade. As long as it gets double bears off, that will be a big force in these fights, and it looks like it should be pretty likely to get double bears pretty quickly because of the Pudge, and the opposing lone druid attacking should reduce their life total in relatively short order. Unless it gets healed up by the NSX. You kind of don't want the NSX heal on the lone druid right here. It's delaying the second bear, and that may end up being fatal here. The bear camp comes in, but it's way too late in the fight. There's almost no units left, and the remaining units for Medusa here are just going to be able to focus fire down the second bear, because it didn't have enough support around it. If it came out a lot earlier, and I don't think you could have made it much earlier, you had the lone druid already up front, but it just simply was not enough, and Pinkstar takes a big chunk of 10 here. Well, we're going to get a little bit of a respite here as everybody picks up their Summon Demonic Golem. That seems to be the default pickup here. I've seen some people opt for Enthrall, oftentimes when you're running an Assassin's comp who already have some burst damage and some backline access to get to that Enthrall target and kill them off quickly, but more often than not, the Golem just seems to be the default pickup at this point in the meta, and we see everybody kind of opting for that at the moment. The other talent choices are pretty varied, which we can maybe talk about a little bit later. But for right now, as people are facing up against these creep rounds, let's take another stock of where the state of lobby is. So at the top of the tables, we've got 3 brute players. We've got Medusa, Chezi, and Penka, who've got 4 Heartless. That's really the only constant, as well as Demon, I suppose. But then the number of brutes is between 2 and 4. Medusa and Chezi opting for just 2, and Penka going up to all 4. We've Stereotype running a rather interesting Knights comp. I know we've seen some people dabbling in 2/4 Knights today, and to not the greatest of success. So we'll have to see if they're able to turn that around and kind of prove the previous players wrong in that regard. Then we actually just have like really nice groupings with Pit to Play and Blaze kind of neck and neck here with this Primordial Mage build. Both of them are at roughly equal points in the build in terms of, they've got 2-star Morphling, they've got 4 Primordials. Blaze actually might take a touch of an advantage here, is able to level up to 9 already, which is going to give them a much better shot of finding those ace units that kind of complete the build up. Otherwise, they're essentially equivalent, I guess. Pit to Play has more mages, has the Keeper of the Light with the Helm of the Undying to ensure it gets the cast off. Has that already up and running, has 6 mages as well. Whereas Blaze is opting to play a bit more early power with some of the druids, which eventually will start to fall off, but at the moment, a 2-star treant is still very, very threatening. Blaze is up against Medusa, the one player who's still above, actually is at 96 life. I didn't even realize exactly how healthy they were. I don't even know if they've completed a win streak, but Medusa just absolutely crushing this game so far. Still at 96 life is very impressive at this point in the game. You got to think that that level of life total is going to give them a big advantage going into late game. And here we can see them taking down Blaze quite handily. Let's take another look at the Medusa build, because clearly this is what has been dominating this game so far. So, oh yes, this was the build that had completed the win streak earlier, had picked up the Axe and the Pudge 2-star for the Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger, and just has been pretty efficient, getting 4 Heartless, 4 Brutes, has found the 4th Brute, and I guess that was the Life Stealer added in. And yeah, this is just a really strong build at the moment. It's level 9. This build might start to fall off a little bit later. You don't have too many upgrades where this, you know, once the late game comes around, you kind of start to lack some damage output whenever things like 2-star Drow Ranger or Magnus don't really cut it in the very late game when everyone's level 9 and 10 and have a bunch of 2-stars. But at this point in the game, it's still very acceptable, and it's still very strong against 6 Assassins coming in here. But the 6 Assassins do have some 3-stars. They managed to find a 3-star Anti-Mage, 3-star Nyx Assassin by Pinkstar here. And this is kind of what we've seen in the past. The Assassins struggle early, and then by round 21, they've got to be going all in. They got to be finding these upgrades, and if you manage to find the 3-star units, you can start to turn things around and start to actually take a win. Unfortunately, they're up against the absolute worst matchup for them, the Brutes, who say, I don't care if you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 attack damage, it's basically all gone by the Brute debuff. And nice crits that deal 6 times your damage, but if you're 6 times 0, it's still 0. You're doing very, very little damage against Brutes. And so we see Medusa here take a very solid win over Pinkstar, and that's got to be scary for Pinkstar. Does have the Aegis of the Immortal, so even if one big hit comes through, we'll still be able to survive that. But what you got to be concerned about is the 1-star Slark, the distant, very distant from a 3-star Phantom Assassin. So generally 3 stars on one of these two is the most important part. Does end up finding the Insect buff, another big bonus. But unfortunately, I had to sell off one of the Phantom Assassins to get there, so putting them even further away from 3-star Phantom. I think the logic here is that Pinkstar may just realize that there is no way to get these upgrades. Naxalis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. So glad to have you watching. The logic here from Pinkstar may just be that getting 3-star Phantom Assassin, 3-star Slark is just unreasonable, given the life total, given the gold situation. So by selling that off and saying, okay, I'm going to abandon that and instead opt to just try 2-star Slark, find 2-star Phantom, 2-star Templar, and the only other 3-star to get maybe Queen of Pain, because it's much closer, and just opting for power right now, maybe sneak up into 5th, 4th place, and then say maybe 1st place is out of reach, and just give up on that idea. Alright, I know I missed a 3-star Beastmaster coming out of Chesy. One of my favorite units to see. We saw 3-star Beastmaster absolutely take over games in the past, and I think some of the games that were the semifinals that we did not get to watch were won by 3-star Beastmasters. So 3-star Beastmaster here with a Poaching Knife is going to just be racking up the kills, racking up the gold as well. Now, I'm not normally a big fan of Poaching Knife. I think it doesn't offer enough combat stats to really justify it compared to the other 3-cost items. But when you put it on something like a Beastmaster, at least at this point in the game, before you're really worried about, you know, getting eliminated or you need to win every single fight no matter what, it can really rack up a lot of gold. It can definitely give you a good situation moving into the later game, and helps Beastmaster just get the kills because the auto attacks get to crit on low health targets, and that gives you more brawny kills and more gold. So I think it's acceptable on a Beastmaster at this point, although you maybe want to replace it with something better a little bit later on. You know, we see Blaze actually has fallen off rather hard, and despite finding the 3-star Tiny, actually has just really lackluster items here. The items that I'm seeing are, except for Chainmail, rather low impact for this stage of the game. You know, Hood of Defiance is okay against mage opponents, but not the greatest. Force Staff does very, very little. Not a big fan of barricades, although it can have some utility against assassins. But, like, where's the damage items? Where's the mana items? They're just not here. They took some item choices to pick up Embarrassment of Riches, which is fair. They also took an Aegis of the Immortal, which kept them alive here. But you got to think, that means they're very short on items. Does manage to find the Lich, and does have 50 gold. So now that the Aegis is popped, you got to imagine that after this creep round, Blaze is going to be rerolling like crazy, trying to find these upgrades, trying to find the ace units for the primordials in order to really complete the 6 primordial buff, or possibly leveling up. So they can add in. Yeah, it looks like they are going to level up. Just spent all that gold right away. And it does look like they're going to level up to 10 to put in a second Morphling and just hope that that extra burst damage will be enough. But we are in kind of single elimination territory right here, where Blaze will get eliminated with one single bad match if they take 9 more damage. Actually, admittedly, Pinkstar and Mingming are kind of in that range too if they take a really bad hit for a 18 or 19 damage here. They have not quite as strong a build, I don't think, as Blazed after that upgrade and finding a few upgrades here. I can't quite see their boards because of the looking at their items, but we do see a Troll Warlord, just 1 star, but does have a Mask of Madness, and despite kind of repeated nerfs to Troll Warlord, he can still carry fights pretty hard, and doesn't even have the Troll buff active with a Witch Doctor. You don't often see Witch Doctor being played in the current meta, but I guess in this particular case, if you're putting all your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket, well, you're going to get, you want to get that Troll bonus to give them plus 35 attack speed as well. Fortunately, Penka looks like they've disconnected. I hope they can get back in. I don't know what the deal was there. But hopefully they're able to come back before things get too out of control for them. Well, we're going to see possibly an elimination match here. Ming versus Pinkstar. If one of them wins by a big chunk, it could knock out the other ones. Troll Warlord is pretty much untouched despite being right in the middle of things. That Witch Doctor stun has been pretty good, and as units are stunned, they cannot be evading. But that is a huge Chrono Cube coming in, stunning up most of the build for a while, and the 3-star assassins are still relatively healthy. Faceless Void gets a second cast off with the Bracers of Desperation, and it looks like Pinkstar has been able to beat up on Mingming here, and is that enough? Oh, just barely 17 damage. Almost enough to knock out Mingming as our 8th place player, but manages to survive to fight another round. Big chunks of damage coming out, and lots of big upgrades also coming out during that round. We saw, was that a 3-star Pudge I saw on Chezzy? 3-star Pudge, just million health. It says 11,000, but I'm pretty sure it's actually just a million. It just nearly unkillable at 3-star. Does not have any armor items or any like blade mail to give it, which is generally the ideal option here. Has gotten a refresher orb, one of the other really great items on the Beastmaster, and especially on a Beastmaster 3-star, just able to quickly cleave through what the enemies are up to. So we'll see if Chezzy's able to take that down, or Chezzy's up against Pinkstar. Pinkstar was the Assassin's player who just won the previous round that we watched, and now with the Brutes, you got to think that Brutes plus the Beastmaster might have a little bit better shot against these Assassins. Although this Chrono Cube could be huge here. It's right in the middle of the board. Hits everybody. The Assassin's just on the outside, getting a couple seconds of free DBS time. And this Beastmaster is doing his darndest, but the Anti-Mage is really stopping him from costing multiple hits. And we're going to see a big hit here coming out from Pinkstar against Chezzy here. And this really evens up the game here. What we see on the eliminations, Mingming is at 1 life. Will Mingming get eliminated? No. Mingming takes a solid win over Penka. What about Blaze? Blaze is at 9 life. Ooh, Blaze also takes a win. Deals 9 damage over to Stereotype. Actually, Penka took a big enough hit to get eliminated there. That was... I did not think that was possible, but hey, you know, that's massive hit there to knock out Penka. Wow. So it turns out Mingming is just able to stabilize there right at the very end. Does have 2 Faceless Voids on the bench, which is a little bit interesting. I know Faceless Void is a very good unit, but has been nerfed, so it's not kind of an auto-include and everything. And I'm not even entirely sure where you would fit that into this build if you do find it up to 2-star. Perhaps over the Witch Doctor? I guess your Faceless Void could kind of become its own carry at that point, so possibly. Well, we see Ming here up against Medusa, the lone remaining player with above 30 health, I guess. And actually has 73 health. So Medusa is sitting pretty this game, but is up against a big test here against Ming, who is kind of all in, has their comp all together and seems very, very strong. And is actually looking really good for Ming here. The Troll Warlord is untouched on the backline. The Golems come out. Extra tankiness. The Lich Alt does bounce the Troll Warlord, and that should slow him down quite substantially. But the Slarter, the Tidehunter, they are untouched. They are just marching forward. These warriors are just so tanky with 20 armor. You just can't punch through them. And Medusa takes a big chunk. Takes 17 damage, knocking them down to 56 life, which is admittedly much more than anybody else in the lobby. Still, as unfortunately we lose Stereotype on the end there with a 4 Knights and Dragon build that we've seen some players go for in the semifinals. I don't know if it was always Stereotype. I don't think it was, actually. I think it was Fresnel and some others. And it just was, I will say, consistently unimpressive. I think every time we've seen somebody get up to 4 Knights, they were pretty consistently out in 6th or 7th or some low placement. Not really where you want to be with that kind of build. So don't know exactly what the players see in that build, but it doesn't seem to be performing, at least not yet today. So on the flip side, we see the Pink Star here has found the 3-star Queen of Pain, and that was the one that we said they're probably just going to give up on the idea of a 3-star Slark or a 3-star Phantom Assassin, and just opt for a single Queen of Pain as the only thing that they can probably realistically get. And here we see they do get it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough here. This anti-mage is going to try to buy some time by evading, and the Golem does a really good job of buying time, but will it be enough? It doesn't look like it. The insects just can't quite do it. The nice part about insects in these long fights is that they constantly pump out the damage, even if the rest of your board dies, but it's not been enough. Pink Star does have an Aegis, so it survives to fight another day, but Ming, unfortunately, flew too close to the sun, did not manage to get there, and is knocked out in 6th place. I believe they just hit level 10, or were perhaps just saving up. I think they had just hit level 10, but was not enough of a power spike. You got to wonder if, instead of sitting on all that gold, maybe would it have been better to just reroll a whole lot and find some upgrades rather than try to level up and add another unit? It's tough to say, but Ming is out in 6th. Medusa, despite being at 70-something life a few rounds ago, has fallen off rather dramatically and is quickly falling back into the pack at 36 life. And I think we kind of predicted this earlier, where this brute, heartless druid build was good for a while. But then the question is, where does the damage come from late game? Where is the DPS going to come from when everyone's getting 2-star on the 4-cost units? They were kind of coasting on the fact that brutes were very strong early, and that no one could really compete with a 2-star lone druid or a 2-star treant protector. But now that everyone kind of has ramped up their damage and has ramped up their ability to deal with this kind of sustain and this tankiness, they even have dropped some of the brutes and are trying to pivot into something like a Dragon Knight or Troll Warlord as the main damage source. But the problem is, at this exact moment, this build is weak. This is a very bad board at the moment. Once you get a 2-star Troll Warlord or a 2-star Dragon Knight, 2-star Lich, you probably even need multiples of those. You probably need 2-star Dragon Knight and a Lich or a Troll Warlord in there to really make me think, yeah, this is a good build. And probably even replace this Axe with a Doom, I would guess. But until then, I honestly think Medusa's here is going to take another hit or two. Looks like they are pretty aggressively rerolling, trying to find some stuff. Has found pair of Faceless Voids. Does not opt to pick it up. Instead, rerolling, getting the Dragon Knight. Are they going to pick that up here? I feel like you should. Does cost you some interest, but I still think that's acceptable at this point in the game. You really just don't want to take any more damage, and the difference between a 1- and 2-star Dragon Knight is really night and day. So picking up the 2-star Dragon Knight with a Moon Shard, this suddenly becomes a lot more relevant. We were kind of saying how this lacks damage output, but getting a 2-star Dragon Knight, putting in at least a 1-star Troll Warlord is pretty substantial increase in that department. So we'll see if they're able to stabilize here against Pick to Play, who does have their own mage build with the 2-star Dragon Knight, does have an Arc Warden 2-star in the back line. That's another great damage dealer. And a 2-star Keeper of Light. So it's still not looking great despite all of these upgrades. The damage output is a little bit better, but it's not quite Keeper of the Light, Dragon Knight, Arc Warden kind of level out of Pit to Play here. And they're able to take down a solid win. Does not eliminate Medusa by any means, but Still, you gotta be fearing what's coming there. Pink Star, unfortunately, gets eliminated in 5th place in this first game of our finals. So there's still 2 more games. So even these players who have dropped out in the bottom 4 still have a chance to redeem themselves and move forward. Move up a little bit later on. Let's follow Blazed here, who's got a 2-star Lich. Absolutely amazing to get a 2-star Lich. And has another one on the bench. Well, had another one on the bench momentarily. And this is just a really incredible unit. And that's going to be a big carry in these fights. And I believe that's actually who we had just... Oh, no, we hadn't just seen Blazed because they had a Dragonite. We just saw Pick 2 play. So these Primordial Mages builds really coming together. You've got 6 Mages, 6 Primordials, the very typical, prototypical late game build here, and just managing to find 2 stars on a lot of things means that I gotta feel like Blaze is in a really good shape this game. I had also said that they were missing some damage items earlier on. Their damage or their item options was relatively lackluster. Still is not the greatest, but the Maelstrom is probably the best pickup for an Arc Warden in this given build because of the magic damage from the lightning bolts. And has picked up Target Buddy, which is acceptable, and actually knocks out Pit to Play here. The other Primordial Mage build who had something similar but was opting for Dragons for more damage rather than going for this full 6 Primordials. Perhaps out of necessity, was not able to find all 6 of the Primordials since the Ace units are relatively rare. And we're not missing any, so they could have got away with just 1 of the Primordials. But in any case, that frees up a lot of Primordials and Mages back into the pool for Blaze to pick up and possibly run away with this. But they do pick up the 2-star Enigma, and I was going to say that their foil may be in Chezzy here, who has the 3-star Beastmaster, and the other 3-star Brawnies, who we know when they've got 85 kills or more, they're about to get a 3-star Juggernaut as well. That these Brawny builds, if they can fit in a scale bonus, which they have not fit in the scale bonus just yet, just have the Tide Hunter with a Refresh Orb, always still good. If you can fit in the scaled bonus into this, it really is just a compositional counter to these Primordial Mage builds, because naturally the Brawnies are good against Mages just because you have so much health total that a single burst of damage doesn't take them down. They can fight the long fights. But then on top of that, if you have the scale bonus, that you can fight that even better. And against Primordials, they're going to be constantly spawning these Eidolons, and that's more free kills for you to pick up. But unfortunately, in this case, we see Blazed here, the comp that just has multiple 2-star aces. 2-star Lich, 2-star Enigma. I don't care how big your 3-star axes are. I'm taking my odds on a 3-star Enigma. And even a 2-star Enigma or a 2-star Lich. They're just going to be far more impactful in these types of fights in the long run than your big brawny 1 and 2 cost units. By the time you get up to ace 2-star units, they're intentionally rare, very hard to find, but very, very powerful when you get them. And now we've got a Nailbiter for our final 3 spots. Medusa, the long-time winner essentially of the game, who was at 70-something life when everyone else was sub 30, has been brought right back down to the middle of the pack. 5, 6, 9 life. It's anybody's game at this point. I believe Chezzy still has an Aegis, but other than that, somebody's probably going to be eliminated here from Medusa / Blaze. One of these 2 is probably going to be going out in 3rd, assuming they lose by any substantial amount. Neither of them have an Aegis, and we've got Medusa here with double Dragonite 2-star. Actually is sitting on close to a Tide Hunter 3-star, actually. But I don't think they're going to get a chance to get it. I do not think. I think they are too far down. The 2-star Lich bouncing, just constantly dealing so much damage. Enigma, Keeper of Light, Lich, all combined to deal massive damage and just mop up Medusa here. 1 away from 3-star Tide Hunter. Unfortunate. And Chezzy does lose the Aegis, but it was against Medusa, who's now out of the game. So you've got to think there's a chance here for another close fight. So Blaze has completed the win streak, so that's a big influx of gold. But there's not too many immediate upgrades on this composition. They're kind of peaked out. Maybe a 2-star Lena, but that's not that big of a deal. We'll have to see whether the 3-star Beastmaster, they've been ramping up a couple more kills, up to 89 kills, if this will be good enough. They do manage to level up and get the scaled in, so that was not something that Chezzy had access to last time they fought the mage build. So this is some of the adaptation we see. The priority, rather than rerolling so much to get a 3-star Juggernaut, which would no doubt be good, instead of opting to get that that Slarder, just level up, get an extra slot, throw in a scaled. Doesn't matter which scaled it is, just get a scaled in here to hopefully give you a little bit of protection against these mages. 30% magic resist. Will it be enough? Maybe. If I'm a betting man, though, still kind of liking where Blazed is at here. I don't tend to bet against multiple 2-star ace units very often. If you've got a 2-star Lich and a 2-star Enigma, kind of feel like that's a strong build. The item pickups were nothing that impressive. Actually, there's the option for tier 5 items, but neither player opting for them. Instead, Chezzy picking up the Pipe of Insight for Axe, which is definitely a respectable item to pick up because of all the magic damage coming out. Normally, Pipe of Insight's not all that appealing, but when you know you're in a 1v1 against mages, it makes a lot of sense. And then Blaze picking up a Moon Shard, which is good, but honestly, I think Maelstrom may be better on Arcward, and if I'm being completely honest, I think that may be a better use of your items just because it deals magic damage. I haven't mathed it all out, but I'm sure there's some math behind it. But my gut instinct is that it's actually really close, and maybe Maelstrom pulls ahead of the Moon Shard in this case. We see Axe has this massive magic resistance and is given an extra shield over the Beastmaster, and it seems to be remarkably effective. This Axe and Beastmaster just did not die. This Axe clearly would have been dead already if the Pipe of Insight wasn't there because of the magic difference. And the Beastmaster's still up, has cast his Axes many times. I have lost count of how many times, but will it be enough? Will it be enough? It is so close. So incredibly close. Even if somebody loses, they may not get eliminated here. Bristleback at like sub 100 HP. Just barely good enough. Axe, I don't think it's good enough. I think this golem is not even going to win against this 3-star Eidolon. This 3-star Eidolon is just untouchable. 15 armor is just so incredibly much, and the 3-star Eidolon plus the Morphling able to take down the golem in the end here, but that does not eliminate Chezzy. That only deals, or does it? It does. The Morphling plus the 3-round damage just barely eliminates Chezzy there. It was looking so good for so much of that fight, and you could have easily seen this going the other way in Chezzy's favor if one more Beastmaster Axe got cast, or just some little thing went different so that this Morphling went down ever so slightly earlier in the fight, and then that Golem cleans up 1v1 and we even get another round, or perhaps it goes to Chezzy. So incredibly close game. Congrats to Blaze on taking the first game of this 3-game grand finals for the Dota Underlord Championship Midweek Tournament, sponsored by BlueStacks. Wow, what a game. We actually see, looking at the talents here, we can see Blaze was the only one who opted for Absolute Unit, that increased your Golem's health and makes them taunt, whereas everybody else opted, or I guess Chezzy was the only one who got there, opted for Crash. So you gotta think maybe that Golem being a little bit tankier in the end maybe was a deciding factor in that final fight. Alright, so it looks like everyone is pretty much ready to get right back into the next game. Obviously, it might take a moment or two to take a little bit of a breather, but still a great game nonetheless, right down to the wire. And despite the fact that we had somebody really running away with the game, Medusa was really running away with the game for most of it, just kind of failed to transition properly into the late game. And despite finding, I think it was a 3-star Viper, who was amazingly powerful, couldn't quite compete with the power of Blazed and Chezzy in those couple of those late game fights, despite having a massive HP advantage going into the late game. 2 more games to go to determine the final winner. Of course, Blazed, Chezzy, and Medusa all in good shape, getting first, second, and third in this first game, whereas Ming Ming, Stereotype, and Penka 77 rounding out the bottom 3 at 6th, 7th, and 8th. You got to think they got to feel a little bit of pressure. They know they got to perform in these next 2 games to salvage back into some of the top placements. They got to really run the table here if they want to get that top placement. It could be tough, but all of these players are very strong players, either Lord players or former Lord players, I believe, and I'm sure they will not go down quietly. Still waiting on a few to ready up. Maybe we want to take a few moments to take a breather. Yeah, taking a 5-minute break, so that's fair enough. Obviously, these games are fairly stressful for all players involved. If you're fighting for top placement, and these games are not easy to keep that concentration throughout. So fair enough. They're going to take a few minutes of a break. We didn't really see too many hunters other than that typical Beastmaster type build. Actually, that build didn't even have the Hunter Alliance active. There's not a single Hunter Alliance active at the end of that game. And it's hard to say whether or not the Hunters in jail actually had an effect on that, or if players are just opting away from Hunters in general. I know in the semifinals we saw lots of Hunters with just 3 Hunter builds: Beastmaster plus Drow Ranger plus somebody, whether it be Wind Ranger, Terrorblade, Lycan. But in this game, they were not going in that direction. Actually, the only person playing Beastmaster only had 2 Heartless, in fact, was just running the Pudge and the Lifestealer. So I guess they determined that if you're not going to be running Hunters, you're not going to be running the Drow Ranger, maybe it doesn't make sense to get up to all 4 Heartless. Although 4 Heartless is much, much more effective than 2 Heartless. It's about 3 times as effective, really. But I guess by the time they got to the late game, they saw that most of their opponents were on mage compositions who are already fairly squishy, and you just really needed more defense at that point. You need the scale bonus rather than going full glass cannon on offense. So that's probably why we saw that. I really want to see if another player goes for some of those Knights builds that we were seeing. I wish I could have seen the scoreboard. I don't think I can see it as a spectator. I want to see the scoreboard at the end to see the exact build that who was it? Finished with Stereotype. Oh, there we go. Actually, I can't see it. So Stereotype ended with a Knights build that had Dragon Knight, Abaddon, Chaos Knight, Bat Rider. So no Luna, no Omni Knight, no Sven. 4 Knights, 2 Heartless, 2 Dragons, 1 Demon. And fairly unimpressive. I mean, they were able to get, I believe it's 4 Heartless, but just kind of fell flat. The problem with that particular type of build, I think, is you get 4 Heartless, but then where's your payoff? Where is the payoff for going 4 Heartless? You don't have a Beastmaster. You don't have a Bristleback. You don't have Hunters to really pump out that physical damage. You have Dragon Knight. You have Doom. I guess. It just doesn't seem worthwhile to build 4 Heartless if you don't have a good physical damage source. So you don't even have Luna out of the Knights. Like I feel like if you could have swapped a Chaos Knight for the Luna, maybe that would have been better, or Bat Rider for Luna, if you weren't going to run Trolls. Regardless, people are still apparently going to be trying to run some Knights here, and we'll see how that ends up working, because it's not been very impressive so far in this tournament. Panga 77 is apparently AFK and has left the tournament after getting 8th place in the first round, and it is unfortunate. But as we kind of mentioned, was probably unlikely to be able to come back from that bad game, and I guess based on their time zone, they were over in, I don't exactly know where, but I think in Russia or Eastern Europe. So it's fairly later at night for them. So they're opting to instead get some sleep and instead of playing out the tournament. Fair enough. It's late for some people throughout the world. We've got everybody else ready, and I'll wait for sure before starting this up. So we may have another 7-player lobby, which we're hoping to avoid, but sometimes it's unavoidable just because of the nature of global tournaments. People are going to be all around the world, and we'll be doing these tournaments happen at all hours of the day and night for them. We'll wait for confirmation before starting this up. Looks like he was writing in Russian. And I don't speak Russian or read Russian, so I don't entirely know. But that would make sense because I believe Russia, it's getting kind of later at night for him. Whereas for me, here in the good old US of A, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Perfect time for some Underlords. So, everyone's ready up, but we're still waiting on the admin to make sure we can start. I'm definitely going to be on the lookout to see if anybody can find a good Knights build. It seems like somebody's tried it in every lobby today. And I want to see one succeed. I do think they are a little bit underpowered, but I think if you can find some 3-star Chaos Knights, some 3-star Lunas, they're completely unaffected by today's jail. Sometimes you want to play Alchemist in a Knights build, but other than that, it seems to be pretty unaffected. So if you can find some kind of Knights and Troll build, maybe add a couple extra Heartless, I'd be very curious to see if somebody can make that work. Still no confirmation yet. Penka 77 is clearly gone, so we're gonna get started. It's 4 a.m. for you, naming that is very late. So you're over in, it's like Eastern Asia somewhere. I think that would be, what would be 11 hours or 13 hours forward from me, since it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon here. Right in the middle of the day, you can actually hear they're doing some construction right outside my apartment here, so you may hear some trucks beeping as they are working and finishing up their workday. I can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it through the mic and everything, but that just proves we're in the middle of the day in my neck of the woods. Anyway, we're getting into the next game. Game 2 of the Grand Finals of the Dota Underlords Championship Midweek Tournament. Sponsored by BlueStacks here. We've got just our 7 players. Unfortunately, Penka 77 has dropped out. Very late for them. And they were 8th place last game, so was probably facing a very uphill climb to climb their way back in with just 2 games remaining. We still see every player opting for an Essex, and that has been the case all day today. No Hobgins in sight. Do you think Hobgin he's almost good enough. He's almost good enough, but he definitely struggles, certainly in terms of, even in terms of damage output sometimes to an Essex, which just shouldn't happen. An Essex should never really be out DPSing Hobgin, but sometimes the nature of the way the fights play out, it does end up happening, and I think if you just tweak the numbers a bit more, Hobgin comes back into the meta, and it becomes a little bit closer to even split. Anybody picking up anything interesting early on? So you see a 2-star Bounty Hunter coming out of Medusa here, who is very strong. I mean, has 120 DPS. That is a very high number of DPS. That's a lot of damage. 120. It's pretty strong. Problem is, fairly squishy. And, susceptible to other kinds of crowd control, like somebody, Stereotype here, I just picked up 2-star Tusk. 2-star Tusk does not deal quite as much DPS, only at 88, but is far, far tankier. If you can get the Warrior buff online, has 600 more HP, so like in a 1v1 fight, they're kind of on par. Plus the Walrus Punch, that's not to be discounted, hitting for 350% damage every 4 seconds, essentially on cooldown, because he's going to be right in the thick of things, going to be casting. So no matter how good Bounty Hunter tends to be, it seems like there's just other 1-star units or 1-cost units that can be upgraded to 2-star that have a little bit more impact even this early on into the fight, such as the Tusks, sometimes the Ogre Magi, or Tiny, or things of that nature. But still, Medusa's still running with the Bounty Hunter because it's still very strong. Has some Heartless to pair up with it, so that high physical damage gets amplified even more. And we see a handful of 2-star Tinies. Very, very powerful unit. No one has any real big alliances completed. We see Ming Ming actually completes the Hunter Alliance, but that is pretty lackluster at this point in the game. The Hunter is really, it acts as like a multiplier, multiplying your damage output by 25%. But if your damage output is already pretty low because you got a lot of 1-star units or just weak units in general, it's not going to be very, very important to multiply that number by 25%. That being said, the damage output there was like really well organized, exactly killing off both of the Bloodbound units at the exact same time. So the Bloodbound buff was basically wasted from Stereotype, but will that be enough? And this 2-star Tusk, we were just saying, is so incredibly tanky, so hard to kill, and deals pretty good damage, and it's just gonna just clean up this fight, despite the fact that all 3 of the units were still alive by the time this Tusk got to the back line. The Hunters were still no match for a big old Walrus man walking around, punching them to the stratosphere. Perhaps with a couple higher levels, this Hunter buff can come online. And it is starting towards the build that I really like. I love me some Beastmaster, some Pudge, some Axe combos, but you kind of want to get those up to 2-star by the time they become relevant. Alright, Pink Star has picked up a 2-star Bat Rider and a 2-star Bloodseeker, and I don't really like Bloodseeker at all. I think he kind of stinks, but this early on, you're going to take anything you can get at 2-star. Especially when you have another Bloodbound, the Ogre Magi, positioned up front to take the fall for him and hopefully draw the opponent's initial aggro. And, well, the unfortunate situation here is the Ogre Magi is a touch too strong, and this Bloodseeker did his darndest against a Tusk. Tusk with a Chainmail and a Warrior bonus, and despite his best efforts, Bloodseeker just could not get anything done against that just wall of 20 or 19 armor and 2,800 health. Very, very tanky, very hard to punch through that. We actually see Stereotype is leveled up to 4 early on, which you typically don't see this in a lot of players. This early on, it basically costs you... you have an opportunity cost to level up here. If you want to level up on this round, on round 5, you have to abandon like 5 gold worth of units on your bench, so it's harder to find some upgrades. Or if you wanted to sell off things, you could have got up to interest this round. Most players could probably get up to interest by selling off their whole bench on round 5, depending on exactly how expensive their board is. So you basically forego that to get like one round of a power spike. You're level 4 to everyone else is level 3, and then you level to 5 the subsequent round, but you're still like really far behind in terms of trying to accumulate interest. So if you win the rounds, it kind of makes up for it. But if you take that risk and you don't lose, if you don't win the rounds, maybe you go up against somebody else who leveled up, or somebody who just has got to hold on to units on their bench and find the upgrades because they had more units available, and you lose by leveling up this early, that can be pretty disastrous and can really set your early game very far behind. So it's a risky strategy that sometimes pays off, but here Stereotype's going up against Chezzy. Both of them have leveled up, and it does look like Chezzy's going to get the better end of this exchange with the 2-star Tiny and the 2-star Shadow Shaman just really perpetually locking down the opponents. Stereotype's units here are just not being able to do anything at all. Let's take a look at the disable time. It's not something that people often look at, but we see from Stereotype's Tiny here, 5 seconds. Tusk, 4 seconds. Pudge, 1 second. Down here, for Chezzy, had Shadow Shaman 18 seconds. They're Tiny 16 seconds. Shadow Demon 6 seconds, and Pudge 1. Just massive CC advantage in favor of Chezzy on that fight. certainly compared to Stereotype here, and that's the risk you run. You level up and you hope to get those win streaks, but if you fall like that, you can see they don't even have up to 10 gold. They had to sell off an IO, which is a good unit. You want to keep IO around, but had to sell it off just to make sure you grab interest and kind of claw your way back into the game and don't fall too terribly far behind. So that's the risk you run by leveling up that early. If you wait a few turns, you can kind of accumulate 1 or 2 gold of interest and then decide if you think you can keep on winning before leveling. But you kind of commit a little bit early if you pump in that gold on round 5, like we saw them do. But sometimes you got to play for the high risk, high reward strategy if you think you can get that win streak going, and you really need that to propel your early game. Looks like Stereotype's gonna continue winning here, or rather turn it back around instead of losing. This Tusk is continuing to punch, continuing to do his thing, and picks up the win. Medusa and Chezzy still undefeated on their respective boards. Chezzy with the heavy CC lineup, Shadow Shaman, and a tiny starter Pudge, Shadow Demon. And Medusa over here has taken 1 loss, but is currently on a win streak. Is the Medusa the player with the early 2-star bounty hunter doing quite good work in these fights. The rest of the lineup, not terribly impressive. The only alliance really completed here is a single Heartless bonus, which, you know, at this point, that's the least alliances completed on any board. And yet it's working. The Heartless bonus and bounty hunter kind of placed near the front line here, kind of pretending to be a frontliner if somebody lines up right in front of him. Doesn't blink to the back and instead just starts attacking right away. I feel like this build is fairly fragile, though. The frontliners are just not quite that tanky. They're all like 1-star frontliners. The Pudge, the Tiny, the Magnus. So I feel like this is very tenuous for Medusa to try to hold on to this win streak. They may continue this win streak, but you know, if the opponent runs with a couple of 2-star units, could easily be the end of it. Looks like they will be able to take the win here against Stereotype and the 2-star Tusk, but how long will this keep up for them? They need to find a couple more upgrades to really solidify this front line, or else I'm afraid this is going to be a little bit too fragile. I feel like the Starter should replace the Magnus to get the Warrior buff in any case. Over on Chezzy's side here, has even bigger win streak as 5-0, and has been able to bank up a couple more gold of interest due to the earlier win. And that's where you get paid off. If you do level up early and you do keep winning, then you're able to kind of snowball into more and more winnings, more and more interest, selling up to 30, whereas Stereotype, who also leveled at the same time but lost a round or 2, is still stuck at 20. And the other advantage, of course, is you go up against slightly weaker opponents. Actually, here we see Chezzy and Medusa going up against each other, but I gotta favor Chezzy here. Just has a bit higher CC, a bit higher levels on their front line, and the 2-star Tiny, I think, makes just such a huge difference compared to the 1-star Tiny at this point in the game. Not only it survives longer because it's twice as healthy, but that means more tosses, a lower cooldown on the toss, and more damage and more stuns. So it's more than twice as good, and Tiny's already so insane that more than twice as good is so powerful. But this Drow Ranger just barely survived in the backline, and the damage output just could not come down on the Bounty Hunter. So I stand corrected. Medusa is able to take down that win. That Tiny 2-star did a lot, but the Bounty Hunter and the Drow Ranger just barely hanging on by the skin of their teeth there, and they were able to clean up that fight. If one of those goes down a lot earlier, if, say, instead of getting knocked down to 100 and then dropping aggro, if they had actually got eliminated, then that fight easily turns in Chezzy's favor. But as it stands, Medusa manages to take the win with what I think is a fairly squishy composition. You know, once again, there's no alliances really completed here. Actually opting to sell off the Slarder, opting to keep Magnus, which is fairly impressive here. The more Tiny tosses saved the units. Yes, that is... I guess that's the other downside, is that sometimes you Tiny toss a unit out of your attack range, and if it doesn't actually kill them off, you just kind of sent them to safety. So there is some risk there. Although in general, of course, you're still going to want that Tiny upgrade, but I guess the exact way those fights played out was not ideal for Chezzy there. Okay. So, you gotta imagine they gotta find some more upgrades to try to keep this win streak. I once again have been saying it's a tenuous win streak for Medusa. You can't feel confident that, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna win every round with this build. Whereas if you had like 5 or 6 2-star units, you could say, yeah, I'm gonna be able to coast to some easy victories. This one is always close. We'll have to see if they find some more upgrades. They don't find any in this pack. They just find another pair of axes. They leveled up to put in a second a 2-star Shadow Demon, which is an improvement. It does opt to make the Slaughter swap. So now this basically has double warrior bonus with the chainmail on every warrior plus the warrior bonus. So essentially there's double chainmail on everybody. So you gotta imagine that is that feels pretty good. But they're all still 1-star, so no matter how much armor you stack on them, if you just don't have the health total behind it, could be bad. And here we see them going up against Pit to Play, another win-streaking player we haven't talked too much about, who has a 2-star Treant Protector and a 2-star Nature's Prophet, and I gotta favor the 2-star Treant Protector. I don't think I've bet against a 2-star Treant Protector before round 15 before. Certainly not before like round 13 or something. And here we're gonna see Treant Protector win the fight at basically full health. Yep, at full health. Ends the fight at 3000 HP. Treant Protector is fair and balanced. Well, maybe not in the early game, but by the late game, I guess he gets a little more balanced. But instead, we see Pit to Play as our new win-streaking player, currently running near the top of the tables here. With that aforementioned Treant Protector, has a mage kind of lineup to back it up behind the Nature's Prophet, the Lina, the Ogre, and Razor. So a lot of magic damage coming out here. It's amplified the Treant Protector's magic damage, amplifies the Nature's Prophet magic damage, so looking good on this front. But if you are Medusa and you do lose that fight, you got to think, you were kind of playing with house money there. You didn't have too many upgrades. You didn't think maybe that was the strongest build you could have had, and the fact that you had that big of a win streak for that long, you're probably not too unhappy with that given the state of your composition. On the flip side, looks like they are going to take another loss here as the opponent also has another kind of similar-ish build with the druids and some mages, but this one opting for Queen of Pain, a 2-star who deals tons of damage, but this Viper just refuses to go down. Queen of Pain, though, about to cast one more time, and that should clean it all up. Or not. It doesn't actually clean it all up. It's focus fired down by the Shadow Demon and the Essex, and that hits... or that lets Medusa continue to win. Pit to Play, on the other hand, is continuing the win streak. I did not get to watch that, but is still looking quite solid with this kind of a Primordial Mage Druid build. Something along those lines. And let's take a quick stock of the entire lobby. We haven't taken a look at the scoreboard recently, and we see Blazed. Blazed is in some trouble here. Down at 1-7. So is Ming Ming, but unfortunately Blaze is at 45 life, whereas Ming Ming has been able to better mitigate the losses, and despite being the same record, has 18 more health, so much better shape for Ming Ming, whereas Blazed gotta start feeling that pressure. Luckily has a really strong composition. It seems to have come together in the past turn or two. Getting the 2-star Io into the 2-star Treant Protector. Getting that Treant Protector was really huge. Will it be enough against this, against Ming Ming's Ghost, who has the 2-star Beastmaster and Slaughter? Just very effective at focus firing down individual targets, especially with the corrosive haze out of the Slaughter, and does able to take down the Treant Protector before he does too terribly much. And despite the IO bring back something that is just more units to be fed into the Beastmaster, as Beastmaster is not going to go down in this fight and is going to get multiple more kills and comes out on top. And Blaze takes another chunk of 10 damage from the ghost of Ming Ming, not even the real Ming Ming, who does actually end up winning on their own board. So turns out the players are realizing that, hey, we're getting a little bit low on life, had some losing streaks for a while, time to stop the bleeding and turn it around. Here we actually see a Blaze picking up a 2-star Treant Protector, really big upgrade. I think there was a pair of Treants in that last pack. I guess they rerolled, so don't get to see that for sure. But now with the 2-star IO, 2-star Treant, there's a potential of a 3-star Treant just from suddenly having, a weak, nothing composition, like no big carries, to having a 3-star Treant potentially. That's a massive upgrade in the course of just 2 rounds. So if they get a 2-star Treant, you gotta think that they're favored to win the fight, just by sheer stats. Unfortunately, they get the 3-star IO, who's no slouch. I mean, it really empowers some units, but I would take a 3-star Treant over the IO here just for the pure healing and tankiness. We see the Treant goes down way too early. But it's possible this IO just goes and relocates the Treant, and that may be good enough. If it comes back with a 2-star Treant, it does. And now the Treant is hooked up to the IO, and the Treant has massive damage reduction and massive attack speed bonus. IO's still going strong, doesn't deal a ton of damage comparatively, but Treant comes back at full health, is able to clean up the fight for the second time. So this combo is so incredibly powerful and was able to just pull those together in the past few turns. While we were looking at the bottom of the tables to see how they turned around, Pit to Play has completed the win streak with a remarkably similar build with 3 mages plus 2 druids. Does not have the 3-star Treant Protector, only has a 2-star Treant Protector, but that has been good enough to complete a win streak, and as we all know, completing a win streak gives you massive influx of gold. 119 at this point in the game is tied with Blaze actually for net worth, so despite the losing streak, despite the low health total, Blaze is not in the worst of positions. Pinkstar as the only one remaining on a losing streak, or a streak of any kind, to be fair. A small losing streak there of just 3 rounds in a row. Kind of is, I'd say maybe lacking some direction in Pinkstar's comp. If we go and check this one out, we see some of the similarities for what a lot of other players have. The Treant, some of the mages to back it up. But behind that, you've got Bloodbound, still holding on to some Bloodseekers on the bench. Does have a big-time contract, so this makes a little bit more sense than some of the other players who don't have a big-time contract. But I'm not sure that Bloodbound really transitions well into the late game. And we're kind of getting to the point where you got to start making transitions to at least mid to late game compositions. And we've seen players definitely who were top of the tables. I mean, so Medusa last game, who was still at like 70 life when everyone was sub 30. Kind of failed to transition effectively into the late game. Really just didn't take advantage of that hugely powerful early and mid game to make it into a first place. Actually was able to pull out just 3rd place. But of course you got to think if they had a little bit better of a transition, maybe they could have, you would have expected them to win the game at that point based on the life total and gold and composition lead. So I do have to be afraid if you're Pinkstar here going for some Bloodbounds. Actually, sells off Bloodbounds here at the end or the round to grab up more interest, realizing that's not a good late game strategy, and deciding that we're gonna go for something a little different to hopefully transition and get back to that get back to a stronger composition. It's working out here quite well. The Queen of Pain dealing massive AoE. Will it be enough? The opponent still has a full health Tusk rather, and despite the Laguna Blade hitting, it only deals about 25% of its life total, but the Ogre Magi is huge. He is a massive Ogre, hitting for 570 DPS, and that will be enough for Pinkstar to clean up and stop that really small losing streak that they were on. So looking around the table, we've been focusing a lot on these mages and primordials, and there are a lot of them, but there's only 3. Just because they've mainly been the ones at the top or the bottom of the table, but there's still a lot of other Heartless builds, Brute builds, Warrior builds. No real Hunters or Assassins to be seen. That's a little bit surprising. So maybe the Assassin players like Pinkstar here, who has Queen of Pain, maybe that stays in this build for a longer period of time, on the idea that it might be easier to get a 3-star Queen of Pain if no one else is contesting it. Or we may just see them move away from it for the traditional 6 Primordial, 6 Mage build. We'll have to keep tabs on that. No one really running any Knights either. A little disappointed. I wanted to see that. We do see Chezzy here. I want to take a look at Chezzy, who has run 4 Trolls. Typically, you'll see like 2 Trolls run in the early game. Bat Rider plus Shadow Shaman's fine, or something along those lines, but just fully committed here. Getting up all 4 Trolls. Obviously, no Troll Warlord yet, but that's got to be a high priority. Is level 8, so has the potential to pick it up. You know, it's small 1% chance. But, hey, Trolls are been pretty decent. The Demon Archer from an Essex actually dealing the most damage, but the one unfortunate part about Trolls is they're not very tanky. You know, the Trolls may be able to put out some damage from the backline and put some healing, maybe some CC from Witch Doctor or Shadow Shaman, but they're not really tanky, unlike other kind of damage dealing comps that that maybe have a good balance, like Knights who are tanky and deal damage. I mean, you know, ignore the fact they're a little undertuned right now. Or even Warriors, like if you have a 2-star Slardar who's tanky and deals damage. Or Brutes, kind of the quintessential tanky and dealing damage. Trolls are relatively squishy, low armor, low defensive value. You know, a little bit of CC out of these two, but their damage output maybe doesn't quite make up for that lack of tankiness, and, you know, 1-star Pudge, 1-star Slardar is not really doing anybody any favors here. If they can get up to 2-star, though, maybe you see the odds turn around. Though we got Chezzy up against Pit2Play, and based on Pit2Play's record so far in this game, you got to favor them. The Mage Druid build that completed a win streak earlier. The positioning is kind of awkward, though. It has had an Ogre Magi and a Doom trapped in due to the Tiny Toss, and it looks like they're going to stay trapped in there, basically just killing these Treant Protectors and these Dooms early on. And the exact positioning of this Inesix and the Brill Bruiser is really devastating to this situation. And I think the Chezzy's here is going to be able to win or lose against Pit2Play. Or sorry, Chezzy is going to win against Pit2Play here, taking down the second loss in a fairly convincing manner. And despite the fact that I said that their front line was a little bit squishy, it turns out you just need Tiny to toss units into the corner, and you just eliminate them for the fight. Who needs to have a tanky front line when your opponent, when you just one-shot them effectively with a Tiny Toss? Just throwing units into that corner the way the Tiny is locked in. I don't agree with the way this Tiny is locked in right here, or this Ogre Magi rather. I guess that's a way to insulate against opposing Pudges. Which, yeah, there's a lot of Pudges in the lobby, so you just want to bait Pudge onto the Ogre Magi. And I guess he does cast his ability just the same from the corner. I guess. But if you're up against somebody without the Pudge, or that opponent who just Tiny Toss people constantly in the corner, that just becomes a liability. Your corner stack here becomes a prison rather than becomes a point of power for you. But they do end up finding, Pit2Play finds the Lone Druid here to pair up with the Treant Protector and the Nature's Prophet, and gets the 2-star Lone Druid, which, as we all know, is very powerful at all stages of the game. Lone Druid is just, it's Spirit Bear, so much stats. The Entangling Claws, rooting opponents, just always a good thing to have on your team. But really the big carry here has been Razor, Nature's Prophet, and Lina, just from the backline, just pumping out the damage from their spellcasts over and over again, while the Druids just kind of tank up front. Is running just 3 Druids, though, which is not something you typically see. Generally, if you're going to run Druids, you want 2 or 4. If you're running 3, it's a little bit of an awkward spot where you can't really control who's going to get what upgrade. So at this composition, you don't know if you're going to get a 2-star Lone Druid or a 2-star Treant Protector. So generally you want to just stick with 2 so you can get the guaranteed upgrade to the right unit. But obviously the Treant Protector or Lone Druid, both of them to 2-star, are very powerful, so I can understand why Pit2Play is sticking with them right now. So looking around the table here, as we had a little bit of a respite on this creep round, we've got Ming Ming looking a little worse for wear here, down at 26 life. Meanwhile, the other people down there, Blaze and Pinkstar, are looking a little bit better because they've got 35 life, but Blaze also has a good win streak and is a higher level. Ming Ming is still sitting pretty at level 7, while Blaze and Pinkstar have already leveled to 8, and possibly, if I caught it right, Blaze is leveling to 9. I think Pinkstar probably is as well. Yeah, both Blaze and Pinkstar are both leveling to 9, and I don't think Ming Ming has any ideas of that. No, Ming Ming is not even leveling up to 8 yet. At least not at the start of the round. So the logic behind that is they want to run more 2-star units, right? You want to, or get more 2-star units. Sorry, 2-star tier 2. That's what I meant. You want to get tier 2 units, specifically Beastmaster. Ming Ming is 1 away from a 3-star Beastmaster, and that would obviously be just a massive improvement to this composition. So there's not really any appealing thing to put in at this next level. You don't have any alliance that you're 1 away from. There is the 3-star Beastmaster. That is a massive upgrade, and does not necessarily have the best item on there, just has a chainmail to keep him a little bit tankier. But you know, if this Beastmaster survives late into the fight, it's going to be able to do an absolute number on the enemy here with just multiple wild axes casts. We'll see if it'll be good enough here against Pit2Play, the current front runner in the game. So This will definitely be a big test whether or not this Beastmaster can survive. It got hit by a Lagoon Blade, it got hit by a max damage Razor Alt, but gets tossed away by the Tiny. Does have a Blade Mail to kind of reflect some of that damage, gets a second cast off, and actually that Tiny Toss may have saved this Beastmaster, may have cost Ming, or may have cost Pit to play this entire fight, because the Beastmaster got to pull back, got to reset his cooldowns as he was walking back and kind of safe from the AoE damage, and just manages to cast one more time, getting that big shot off. And wow, that Tiny probably lost the fight. I think that Beastmaster would have gone down a little bit quicker if it wasn't for that Tiny Toss. So yeah, sometimes Tiny Tosses can be disadvantageous to your team. No doubt they're a good stun, a good damage source, but in specific cases like this, where it's tossing away the Beastmaster, that was devastating to play there, taking a big loss, and of course feeding a lot more kills to the Beastmaster. How many Brawny kills do they have racked up? It's not actually that many, just 19. That is a really low number for this point in the game. Normally you kind of want to have at least twice the round number. At least, like, 2 Brawny kills per round. Certainly by the time you get to this point. And then by a later game you want even more than that, like 3 times the round number. But here, less than 1 times the round number. So that is not an ideal situation at all. But that's the nature of being on a losing streak. You don't get too many kills. So you got to find ways to start winning even without those kills as you try to start racking them up. Going up against Pinkstar here, another Pinkstar who has a rather squishy lineup. Pinkstar has opted to level up much more aggressively, leveling up to 9, whereas Ming Ming took the good old time to get up to even level 8. Pinkstar has rushed up to level 9, and this is what you love to face as a Beastmaster build. If you can stay at a lower level, reroll a lot, hit your 3-star Beastmaster, or a 3-star Juggernaut, or a 3-star whatever, and then you go up against people who have kind of rushed their level. They rush to 9, and like we saw Pinkstar do here, rush to 9, but then the cost is they don't get to reroll. They have to have a 1-star Lina, a 1-star Keeper of Light, a 1-star Lich, 1-star Crystal Maiden. These are just going to get demolished. Like, adding 1 extra unit doesn't really matter whenever most of the damage output is coming from an AoE Beastmaster cast, which is going to hit everybody on your team. So, 1 more unit, you're just buffing the opposing Beastmaster in that regard. So obviously you get the bonus alliances, right? You get the mage bonus, so that's good. But whenever that's not enough when you just have 1-star damage dealers, especially 1-star Arc Warden, to really punch through the tankiness of a 3-star Beastmaster, and then you just feed tons of kills because you threw in an extra unit. Sweet, that's 1 more unit for Beastmaster to kill, and we can see in that last fight Beastmaster racked up 6 kills. Juggernaut and Axe both racked up 3 for themselves, so we're really starting to pull back into a much more respectable number of brawny kills in that regard. See if this Beastmaster build can continue to dominate the game. I say dominate, but it's really a comeback from a weak early game, and up against Chezzy here, who has the 4 trolls, but once again, the 4 trolls are very squishy. No real defensive capabilities, and Chezzy takes a massive hit for 15 damage. Once again, these players who have aggressively leveled up to 9 are still a little bit behind in terms of star levels on their units. Pudge is still a 1-star for Chezzy here, and while everything else is 2-star, there's a lot of 1-cost units in the build. Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon, Bat Rider, Tiny, and then the rest of it's really just 2-star units. Witch Doctor, Dazzle, Slarter, Pudge, and 1 and 2-cost units are just not that powerful, even at 2-star in the mid and late game, because they just are lower base stats than things like a Kunkka. Like a 2-star Kunkka would be so much more tanky than this 2-star Tiny, or even things like this 2-star Bat Rider. Like a 1-star Kunkka is tankier than a 2-star Bat Rider, or Shadow Shaman can survive a lot more punishment. So these 1-cost units are really starting to be a bit of a liability here for Chezzy, and unfortunately, if you want to keep the 4 trolls together, you gotta play these units. The hope is that you're going to get a Troll Warlord to kind of balance out that relative weakness on the units. But no upgrades for this round on Chezzy, and that may come back to bite him depending on who they're up against. Up against Pinkstar, who is in a similar boat with a lot of 1-star units, so it should be a little bit closer of a fight, I would imagine. Though Pinkstar's concentration kind of stacked in the back corner may prove a little bit difficult, as as Chezzy here gets to spread out with these trolls and get really massive value out of the Tiny tosses. Tiny has made multiple tosses, and the trolls are just going ham for the back line. But will it be enough? The front line falls, and then once they didn't deal enough damage, the IO comes back, heals up the Crystal Man that came back to, and is just able to barely take us down. It's still close. The Viper is essentially untouched through all this magic damage AoE because of his innate magic resistance. And the Shadow Shaman is not going to be enough to win this fight. The Dazzle and Shadow Shaman are going to put up a valiant effort, but they are just going to barely lose this against the Eidolons, against the Crystal Maiden, and the Arc Warden at the end. Taking minimal damage, though. If you're Chezzy, you can't be too upset with that. You take 5 damage in that round. Get a free reroll. Get to the next round. Get to a creep round. Can't really be that upset. I mean, obviously, you'd like to win. But given the state of the game here, that's, I think, an acceptable loss for just 5 damage. So, massive changes coming to Chezzy's lineup. He has a Dragon Knight switching from Viper into the Dragon Knight, and also has the Tide Hunter for some scaled bonus. Actually, it just has 3 scaled now. It's kind of unusual to see that. Possibly going to go for a 4th, but the 4th scaled typically would want to be Medusa or something like that, some bigger impact scaled. Slark or Sven just not really cutting it unless you can find a Mask of Madness for the Slark. But there's certainly incentive to go for scaled based on the current way the game is shaping up, with 1, 2, 3 players playing mages. Would make a lot of sense to try to get up to 4 scaled if you fear those opponents. So looking around here, we've got people pretty much going down the same path they've been on before. Medusa as still top of the standings, but we saw how that worked out for them last game. Let's take a look at their build, see if we think this will continue to stay on top, or if it's going to hit a wall soon. Well, I think this build can continue to stay on top, as opposed to the last one, which I think was going to hit a wall here. And the main difference is the 2-star Arc Warden. The 2-star Arc Warden in this build is going to really pull some damage in the late game. The big criticism of Medusa's build last game was a lack of damage output, and I guess it's still currently a 1-star Arc Warden, but the idea that it could get to a 2-star, rather, is what is the saving grace from my perspective here. Arc Warden deals lots of physical damage, with the Maelstrom deals lots of magical damage as well. Has 4 brutes to be pretty tanky, and also has a Doom who deals a good chunk of damage as well. So I gotta feel like this has the potential to transition to a good late game build, whereas the last one I was a little bit skeptical of out of Medusa. But clearly Medusa is showing that they are very good at having a good strong early game and mid game, even if sometimes their late game eludes them a little bit. Here we see, unfortunately, the Pudge was tiny tossed back into the corner. Their big main tank, the Pudge, was taken down relatively quickly, and it's not looking too good from their perspective. The Lich out of Pinkstar here, able to just clean up while the Pudge was kind of taken out of the fight right at the start. Did not contribute very well to that fight at all. My favorite build, the 3-star Beastmaster, is struggling here. Ming Ming does not have an Aegis and is essentially 1 shot away from death, despite having relatively strong Beastmaster. Has 45 kills. It's a respectable number. 3 stars. Has 4 Brawnies together, but still rocking 1-star Bristle, 1-star Lifestealer. No other 3 stars to speak of. Normally, if you're going to be rerolling quite heavily at these lower levels, you want to have already found an Axe or Pudge or Juggernaut or have something, but instead just a lot of progress towards each of them and no real completion. So that definitely feels bad at this point. And one more misstep and Ming Ming will be out of here in 7th place this game. We'll have to see if perhaps their luck can turn around in this coming round here. Does manage to find the 2-star Bristleback, which is a pretty big deal, and looking at this pack is quite substantial. Also has a Slardar and a Juggernaut, but really those are ones that they're furthest away from finding upgrades for. Would much rather find an Axe or a Pudge or something like that, but another Juggernaut's just not really helpful. They're so far away from getting that upgrade. probably wants to eventually fit in a Tidehunter 2-star to get the scaled bonus, specifically against the mages, or even against the non-mages. Like, they're up against Chezzy here, who's running the Dragon Knight plus the Viper combo, which actually deals a good chunk of magic damage between their effects. So, scaled bonus would be helpful here, even against non-mages. Does look like they're going to be able to take it down. There's a lot of 1-stars on Chezzy's board here, the 1-star Dragon Knight, for instance, and the Beastmaster gets a couple of casts off, gets up to 14k damage, and he is going to clean up this fight, and lots of kills come there. Blaze actually gets knocked out by Pit to Play. Was not expecting that. Took 17 damage in one big chunk, so straight from, was probably about 4th place before the start of the round, 4th or 5th, to getting eliminated in one massive chunk. So Blazed is out of here. Was not quite able to get together the full 6 mages, 6 primordials. And that's the big risk with this build. That is the big risk where you need ace units and you need level 10 to really complete 6 mages, 6 primordials. And if you don't get it, it can fall flat on its face. It's a very, like, 4 primordials is just not that impressive. 6 is amazing. 4, take it or leave it. Whereas other things like 3 warriors, fine. 6 warriors, good. But, like, the progress along the way is still good as well. So kind of having this all or nothing where it's so heavily dependent on all 6 can certainly be risky, and we saw Blazed pay the price there. Pit to Play here is actually going to take a big hit from Pinkstar. Well, possibly. I may be speaking too soon. This Keeper Light is still alive and is going to channel another ult, and we'll probably not get another one during this Undying state, but actually, because most of the things that are surviving here are Eidolons and Golems, there's not going to be too much damage coming out. Pit to Play takes 8 damage. That's something, but it's not an infinite amount. We actually see Stereotype going down in 8th place. Their Warrior Dragon scaled build, or Heartless build, could not quite cut it here come the late game. Over on Chezzy's side, we do see the 3-star Viper. That is a big unit, and does have the dragon bonus, does have the scaled bonus, is essentially immune to magic damage, between the corrosive skin giving 70% magic resistance, plus its base magic resistance, plus 4 scaled. I don't know exactly how that adds additively, multiplicatively, but this Viper is essentially immune to magic damage. Maybe we'll just take a little bit. Sven, on the other hand, is the scale that was added to complete. Also gives you knights and humans, so, like, fully taking advantage of Sven's ult here, and it's actually really substantial. Dragon Knight gets a pretty big buff from that. Yeah, you feel like, oh, I lost my, bonus. I lost my Knight's bonus. But really, you didn't even have Knight's bonus until you put Sven in anyway, so it's not like you're losing that much. And Dragon Knight, hopefully, is not being attacked straight on, so this is a pretty big buff to the Dragon Knight. And despite all that, despite the buff from Sven, Viper takes down the most damage output. And we do see Ming Ming going down at the hands of Pinkstar, and a few rounds ago, when Ming Ming had the 3-star Beastmaster and Pinkstar had a bunch of 1-stars like the Arc Warden and whatnot, Ming Ming was able to run over Pinkstar, but since then, Pinkstar has stabilized with the 2-star Keeper, the 2-star Arc Warden, and is able to take revenge, knocking out Ming Ming in 5th place. So this board is very close. Nobody is decidedly ahead. Perhaps Chezzy is a bit behind in terms of life total, and Pit to Play is a bit ahead. But all considered, these players are very close here going into round 30. We've got one primordial mage build, 6 primordial, 6 mages, the very typical build that we've seen a lot today. We've got one mage build with only 2 primordials, kind of a more traditional 6 mages build, like 6 mages plus magic damage dealers. Is opting for the just 2 primordials between Razor and Morphling, and then druids with Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet, as well as a Tidehunter and a Gyrocopter for more magic damage. And then running out our comp, we've got Medusa, who's got the 4 brutes, or actually dropped down to 2 brutes in order to opt into more scaled, 4 heartless and some dragons. And then Chezzy with the very interesting build that we were just discussing over here. I think this is probably the most interesting build I've seen in this tournament so far. We've got 8 alliances active. We've got warriors, we've got 4 scaled, humans, knights, heartless, dragons, demons, trolls. Where's a Legion commander when you need one? Throw her in here and she gets all these bonuses. But based on the fact that 2 other players in this lobby are playing mages, I kind of feel like Chezzy has a real shot here. It does have an Aegis in the back pocket just in case things go wrong. Has actually found a 2-star Sven. I didn't realize that. Sven is often very uncontested, and finding a 2-star ace unit of any sort is going to be pretty strong. So we see Sven here upgraded. The board is basically immune to magic damage based on the scaled bonus. So I would imagine that we see Chezzy here beat Pit to play, but we'll have to find out as this fight goes out. Tidehunter hits all of the damage dealers, has a Refresher Orb, so hits twice in a row. The Dragon Knight has done very little. But Sven and Dragon Knight still very tanky. Sven is about to cast as soon as he gets out of his Entangling Roots. This Dragon Knight is going to go insane with the God Strength, just dealing massive chunks of damage. The Sven is also right up front. And you know who the top damage dealer is? Viper. We didn't even mention him. Viper still mops up this fight as the whole board just is tickled by the opposing Keeper of Lights. 4 scaled will certainly do that for you. Absolutely amazing that this comp is really coming together. It has, 2 trolls in it? That's it. 2 trolls, 3 warriors, lots of scaled. This also seems like a very good counter measure against opposing mages. So now I see Chezzy and both Pink Star both on big win streaks here, and you know, despite the fact that Pink Star has been on this win streak for longer and has more health total, well, I was gonna say I would favor Chezzy until I see a 2-star Enigma come out, but even so, how do you bet against 4 scaled with a 3-star Viper against any variant of mages? I don't know. I feel like Chezzy's got this, but we'll have to find out. This is the one non-mage opponent that is left. They're up against Medusa here. There's a much more physical damage composition from the Dragon Knight and from their Brutes and just their more melee-focused lineup, but it doesn't look close. The Dragon Knight and the Viper are still basically untouched over here on the left. They're going to be pumping out massive chunks of damage. The Dragon Knight in the backline is still alive for Medusa here, but the Dragon Knight and Viper seem like a much more powerful pairing. Tidehunter is still tanking up front, but the Tombstone is not going to be nearly enough. The splash damage from the Dragon Knight, but the Golem from Anesix is blocked in the back. Still, the Viper and Dragon Knight, once again, untouched. Anesix somehow pulls out top DPS out of this because of pure pain and Sympathy Pains comboing to deal lots of big AoE damage, and Medusa is knocked out quite handedly in 4th place by a big chunk from Chezzy. So that leaves Chezzy with the 4 scaled up against 2 mage players. 2 players opting for 6 mages. The scariest part here, I think, is Pit to Play's Enigma with Refresher Orb. Enigma 2-star with Refresher. Doesn't really care how much scale bonus you have. That Enigma is going to deal lots of AoE pure damage. So no amount of scaled bonus is going to reduce the pure damage from the Midnight Pulse. Will they be able to take it down? We shall find out. It is Chezzy up against, or Spit to Play up against the ghost of Chezzy. So it's possible if Chezzy's win this to knock out both players at once with convincing wins. The Enigma doesn't get double ult off, and it's looking rather effective, but the healing from Anesix, the healing from Dazzle is just counteracting some of that AoE. It's going to be very, very close. No clear winner just yet. The AoE magic damage coming out of Chezzy. Will it be enough? Will it be enough to take down this Dragon Knight who's just chunking away? The second Keeper of Light ult comes out and just about cleans up, but the Viper is still alive, and the Viper is immune to magic damage, essentially. And Viper barely wins the fight at the end there. Pit to Play is knocked out with a chunk of 8 damage from the Ghost of Chezzy, and then there were 2. And Chezzy takes the win over Pink Star. So just proving that this 4 scaled bonus is exceptionally strong, even in the face of things like Enigma 2-star. Absolutely amazing. But Pink Star, on the other hand, has found a 2-star Lich. Will that be enough? It's a good spread out build, has the 2-star Enigma 2-star Lich. No Refresher Orbs, just has some attack damage items, things like Daedalus, Moonshard, and Sacred Relic, or Claymore. So, not really ideal items for a late game mage composition. We'll have to see if will it be enough against Chezzy's 4 scaled. I'm doubting it. We'll have to see how it all plays out here. A big Enigma ult, and if it could get relocated by an IO, could make the difference, but it may not. May not be enough. We'll find out. The Viper is front and center and is just ticking away. Still at 80% life. Still plenty healthy. Keeper of Light ults tickle him. Don't do anything. And Viper looks like he's just cleaned up the fight. The Dragon Knight gets knocked into the fight, but he's still surviving for quite a while. Actually, the Arc Wardens do manage to get onto the Viper, and these Eidolons are just actually ticking away. These Eidolons are unstoppable in the backline. It does pull back the Enigma with the IO. It gets a second ult off, and the Enigma pulls out top DPS. Arc Warden being able to focus on the Viper was enough, and actually, Chezzy loses the Aegis. So we're in for at least one more fight. Absolutely incredible. It looked so bad initially, the way the Viper and the Dragon Knight were just cleaning through everyone, but turns out that the 6 primordial bonus just barely bought enough time from the front line. So the front line went down, the Tiny, the Enigma, the Razor, the Morphling, when they all went down, those primordials that spawned were just tanky enough, were just resilient enough to buy enough time for Arc Warden to start focus firing down targets with this Daedalus. Extremely powerful item. And the Daedalus Arc Warden was able to kill off the Viper before, because he is very immune to magic damage, but a little bit weaker to physical damage. And that Viper was the big carry, but was not good enough because of the Arc Warden focus fire. And that was enough to turn the fight on its head as Pinkstar pulled out the win there. Will the items from this creep round change anything? Possible tier 5 items coming up. Both players have the potential to get something incredibly powerful, such as Expanded Roster, Assault Cuirass, Divine Rapier. Those are all on the table here. We shall have to see. Assault Cuirass could be picked up by Pinkstar, as well as Radiance and Friends and Family discount. Obviously not going to pick the Friends and Family discount. Chezzy picks up the Radiance, and Pinkstar opts for the Assault Cuirass. Assault Cuirass is maybe not at its best in this mage composition, but if a lot of your important damage is coming from physical attacks, such as from the Arc Warden, which is what we saw last game, that was the most important thing, was the physical damage out of the Arc Warden, perhaps the Assault Cuirass makes a lot of sense, especially if you can line it up with the opposing Viper. On Chezzy's side here, the Viper now has a Radiance. That makes a lot of sense. If Viper is one of your strongest units that you expect to survive latest into the fight, certainly more so than something like a 2-star Pudge. If it was a 3-star Pudge, you might put it on there, but Radiance makes a lot of sense on Viper, even if I think its impact is a little bit minimal, especially if it gets focus fired down in this exact position against the Arc Warden. The Arc Warden's first target is going to be the Viper. Viper could easily go down way too quickly. He's being focus fired by physical damage, and that is not ideal. Yeah, he gets hit by the Lich Bounces, but the Arc Warden is just still going. The Viper is already down. This is not looking good. The Dragon Knight and the Sven are still alive on the backline, but the Keeper Light's about to cast. And then the Io is about to come back with the Enigma. The Enigma is about to cast again, and this fight is going to turn again in favor of Pinkstar, rather. Will it be enough? The Dragon Knights gets Hex on the backline. The Nesix is actually still alive. I stand corrected. Never mind. These fights are so hard to predict. These Eidolons manage to take it out. Don't manage to hold on. And Chezzy sneaks away with the Dragon Knight win. Despite the fact that Viper went down very, very quickly. The 2-star Troll Warlord on the backline, as well as the Dragon Knight, were essentially untouched by the end of the fight. And that was enough. Wow. What a game. Admittedly, halfway through the fight, I thought Pinkstar had that one all locked up as soon as that Viper went down right off the bat. And the Keeper of Light and the Arc Warden were casting. The IO was coming back with the Enigma, but it was not enough to deal with the Dragon Knight on this end, or the Troll Warlord just walking forward and just constantly peppering out this damage with the Skull Basher. So really amazing game from all this. Congrats to Chezzy for taking down the win with this very interesting 4-scale build, which is obviously a great meta call against all of the mages that are out there in the lobby. And also you complete a whole bunch of different alliances along the way. It doesn't hurt that you get some 2-star ace units as well. Oh boy. What a game, huh? What a game. So, we should have a very short break here, about 5 minutes until we get into the next game. And yeah, that was certainly a great showing of how, despite the fact that Primordials and Mages are very popular, they can also struggle. You had Blazed attempting to go for some similar kind of build, but it never really quite came together, and was quickly eliminated in 7th place. Meanwhile, the other two players, Pinkstar and Pit to Play, who had it, were able to do much better with it, but they still fell short in the end against Chezzy, who was able to correctly identify that these mages were going to be the late game threat and appropriately kind of selected units such that you could fit in 4 scaled very efficiently. And I think 4 scaled is something that maybe players don't aggressively go for enough. Even with Medusa out, was able to find a way that 4 scaled made a lot of sense. The Tidehunter Starter for the warrior bonus for some frontline, along with Viper, insane unit against mages, as well as Sven, which conveniently plays very well with Viper and Dragon Knight. So very interesting build coming out of that, and congrats to Chezzy for that win. So the standings going into the final round here, we've got the current scoreboard. What do we have here? We got Chezzy, obviously, taking currently in first place with 15 points, taking on the win and also a second place previous game. So you got to feel very confident if you're Chezzy. Of course, Penka has been eliminated in last place, as was 8th place and then dropped. There's a very close competition for second place, though, in this game. In this series, rather. Pinkstar, Medusa, and Pit to Play are all at 11 total points. So it's going to be hard for any of them to really catch Chezzy. They need Chezzy to seriously stumble on this game. If Chezzy drops out in the bottom half, perhaps one of them could take first place and win the whole thing. But if Chezzy just gets 4th place, I think that is curtains for anybody else trying to take down first place. So all eyes will be on Chezzy on the results to determine who wins the tournament. Of course, winning isn't everything. Sometimes you have to, especially in these types of auto battler games, you got to resign yourself to saying, well, I'm just going to be playing for 2nd or 3rd place. So in that regards, there's a healthy competition for 2nd or 3rd place in this tournament between Pit to Play, Medusa, Pinkstar, all at 11 points, and Blazed shortly behind them at 10 points. Unfortunately, Stereotype and Ming Ming are quite a bit behind at 5 points for Stereotype and 7 points for Ming Ming. Gotta feel like that is a very difficult mountain for them to climb to get anywhere close to the top couple places. They would need a win, and they would need certain players to get 7th and 8th. So it would be a little bit difficult given that situation. So looks like we're starting to get a clear idea of how this final might shake out. But of course, anything can happen. All these players are amazing players in their own right, so I wouldn't put it past any one of them to get the win. Few more moments, and then we shall be able to get back into the last game. 6 players currently in the lobby. I think somebody had dropped out. Who are we missing? Pinkstar? Pinkstar we're missing. I think he said 5 minutes. Okay, so Pinkstar should be back. It's been about 5 minutes actually since then, so should be back momentarily. Definitely been very interested. I know I mentioned before the game that I wanted to see a Knights build succeed, and while Chezzy's build wasn't necessarily a Knights build per se, it did have Knights at the very end, but just 2, and just with Dragon Knight and Sven, which arguably were there for, Dragon Knight just being a dragon, and Sven because of the scaled. That it was good to see. Maybe there's some potential there, but of course. Anybody trying to go for 4 or more Knights seems a little bit underpowered at the moment. Alright, and we are off to the races into the final game. We'll probably be following Chezzy here in the early game just to learn from apparently the best, who is currently in the first place in the lobby. Although we do see Ming Ming has opted for Hobgen. Very interesting decision. Obviously Hobgen is considered the less popular pick of Underlords. Not to say that he's substantially worse, but I think the general consensus is that on average, Hobgen is not quite as impactful as an Essex and could probably use a couple buffs to either his attack damage or perhaps his abilities could be buffed up a little bit. Certainly some of the talents could be buffed up. So we'll have to see how the Hobgen plays out here. Going into going into this final game here. Obviously, after the nerf to keep it secret, he kind of lost a lot of his appeal, especially in the late game. Alright, so Chesney starts off with an anti-mage. Meanwhile, most of the lobby is opting for some type of mages or primordials, which should not come to as a surprise to anyone who has been watching so far. We've got Tusk and anti-mage coming out of Medusa and Chesney respectively, but everyone else has picked up either Razor or Ogre Magi to start things off. Now, of course, we're going to get a lot more diversity here in the second round. See, Pit to Play has picked up a 2-star Ogre Magi. That is a very big boy early on in the fights. Early on in the game, that guy is going to do some serious work. Chesney here is opting for some assassins as the pair of anti-mage plus the Nyx assassin. Great early start for that assassin's build if they can find them up to 2-star. But even as we said before, I'm taking a 2-star Ogre Magi over a 2-star anti-mage pretty much any day. It seems so much more impactful, higher damage output. Yeah, it doesn't have the armor shred, but has just an overall higher impact, much higher health total, and more DPS. So generally would like the Ogre Magi and other 1-cost over the anti-mage. Just seems a little too low impact. Does find the 2-star anti-mage, and finds some more Nyx assassins as well, and has picked up a Razor as well. As a Blade Mail as the item from round 2. That's not the most efficient thing in assassin builds. You generally want that on a Pudge or perhaps on other Brawnies. But it's still a very strong item in those builds, so perhaps kind of hedging into the possibility of pivoting out of assassins and into one of those warrior or Brawny compositions. Around the table, we already see a couple people opting for some Brawnies. We've got Medusa, who has picked up 3 Brawnies already, a pair of Beastmasters and Axe. So hopefully they've picked up a couple kills. Looks like they have. They have 5 kills on the Brawnies, so not a ton, but still reasonable coming out of the creep round to pick up whatever free kills you can to get little bits of bonus health here and there. Wow, we see Medusa has picked up a 2-star Beastmaster already. Wow. Round 4, 2-star Beastmaster. That is exceptionally impressive, because this means not only is this probably going to win the fights because it has massive damage output, massive DPS, but also it's going to rack up a lot of kills early, because as the most impactful unit on your team, you're going to be able to hit a lot of damage and get those last hits, get those kills. I might like to see maybe a slightly different positioning such that Magnus will empower Beastmaster a little bit more often, because Magnus goes by the same targeting rule that Hopkin does. Targets the closest unit after himself, of course. So you maybe want to get this Beastmaster empowered, maybe like move Magnus to the other side of the Beastmaster, perhaps. But other than that, still a really insane start for Medusa here. 2-star Beastmaster on round 4. Can't get much better than that. And they certainly need it, because in this game we've got Medusa at 11 points, so a win out of Medusa and a lackluster performance from Chesney could certainly swing things in their favor. And of course, picking up a Beastmaster 2-star this early on with 11 Brawny kills on round 5 is absolutely the way to do it. The way to steamroll to an early win. They opt to level up and put in an extra unit here, which we discussed a little bit last game about the leveling up to kind of gamble on going on a win streak, but I think that's a good gamble when you have a 2-star Beastmaster. It might not be looking all that great, though. They're up against Stereotype, who has the 2-star Bounty Hunter and the 2-star Tusk, but luckily Beastmaster gets another cast of Wild Axes off and is able to just finish off those ones, and it looks like they're going to be able to take this down in the long fight against Stereotype here. The extra 4th unit, the Drow Ranger, really coming up clutch in these fights. Will it be enough? Actually, it won't be enough. No, it doesn't work. I thought that 2v1 would be enough, but no, and Nessex survives at 65 health. Wow, that is going to be devastating for Medusa here to have leveled up and to invest that gold. It looked really good, and then the 2v1, but no, it was not enough. The Nessex just dealt enough to finish off that fight. Wow. On the other hand, though, Beastmaster racked up some kills, already has 13 kills, and is able to get up to 3 hunters. So a little speed bump. Obviously, you'd like to keep that win streak going, but you gotta think now that you got these extra upgrades on the hunters, probably can start winning again. But of course, your interest is severely compromised, only at 1 gold. That's gonna prove to be a struggle later on, as you don't really want to sell off anything from your bench, and you already have an expensive board. So trying to get up to interest at any reasonable amount of time is going to be a big struggle. Up against the Ghost of Ming Ming here, running the Hobgin, and Hobgin is not looking quite as impressive as we'd like it to be. Of course, Ming Ming is only at level 4 and was running a lot of 1-star units, so it's not really surprising to see the Beastmaster run them right over. Other than that, we've got Pit to Play running some Bloodbound bonus. I was going to say it was our lone remaining undefeated player, but actually does take a loss there. Looking at the damage chart, the Ogre Magi was the massive carry in that fight, but did not end up mattering in the end. A lot of 1-star units and not a lot otherwise to show for it. So, a relatively close early game. No one's on a win streak. Only Ming Ming here is on a loss streak, and you got to think that's probably acceptable at this point in the game. Honestly, probably at the best spot of anybody, really. You want streaks in the early game and collecting lots of interest, getting those free rerolls, getting the bonus gold for win or loss streaks. And if no one's on a win streak, you know, you'd rather be on the lose streak, because then you're the one getting the bonus gold and not anybody else. And, you know, Hobgin is actually, in a lot of cases, a better Underlord for a mage build. While an Essex may be a lot better against, you know, as a non-mage, if you're opting against mages into, say, the Heartless build that's been popular, or a Hunter build, or Assassins, in those cases an Essex is better. So on average an Essex is better, but in the specific case of running mages, Hobgin's magic damage is pretty substantial. And if you have things like a Dragon Knight or other kind of attack damage hyper carry, then Hobgin's Supercharge can be quite effective as well to power them up into the late game. So this may be a good choice out of Ming Ming here to really capitalize on the idea of going mages here, which they are already well down that path. Stereotype has been able to pull up a win streak here. It lost the first round, but then won 3 in a row on the back of the 2-star Anti-Mage, 2-star Bounty Hunter, 2-star Tusk. Tusk is not maybe the most impressive frontliner at this point, but it will do, as your assassins can jump into the backline and hopefully get clear out their backline before they get through your front line. Unfortunately, they had a Force Staff, which was actually surprisingly effective against this Tusk, really allowing the single unit front line to be pushed away and allowing Ogre Magi to walk into the backline. Actually moves away from the Nesix at the last second. Come on, Ogre Magi, you can't be doing that. You gotta finish off the Nesix when you get the chance. Doesn't end up mattering in the end, as Stereotype here takes down Ming Ming on the back of a Tusk who just barely survived, and the Nesix who avoided certain death for at least a few seconds until that Razor Ult came back through. Pinkstar, the only player remaining on a losing streak here. I actually rather like the build. It has a 2-star IO at this point, which 2-star of any 3-cost unit is going to be very powerful at this point in the game. IO, honestly, probably the least impressive, because most of the value of IO is in buffing your other units. So the fact that you are you don't have anything good to really buff with it. I mean, now you get a Treant Protector. That's a pretty good improvement, I would say. But actually, the way this worked out is Pinkstar was swapping some units and ran out of time. Did not actually get to re-equip these items. This Treant Protector does not have the chainmail that he's supposed to have. It does not have the bonus armor. Maybe that's a strategic play, trying to keep a losing streak going, but I doubt it, because the Treant Protector plus the IO is still going to be strong enough maybe to win this fight, maybe not. Maybe it was really strategic. Looks like the Assassins are just going to be able to beat out Pinkstar here. Chezzy's Assassins just take them out in the end, and you got to think, if they maybe had equipped those items, maybe it turns the other way. But on the flip side, maybe that's what Pink Star wanted. Wanted to keep that losing streak for just one more round. A narrow losing streak. Really maximize out the gold, get that free reroll, and so on. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the talents that we see being picked up here. We see a split between Chaotic Hunter from 3 of the NSX players. I like this talent a lot whenever you're running Heartless bonus, which we actually only see one person who has a Heartless bonus active, but you have to imagine Medusa is probably going to get one at some point. The Heartless bonus amplifies physical damage, and Chaotic Hunter deals more physical damage, so it's a natural pairing. If you're going to be lacking some frontline, maybe you don't plan on playing Warriors or Brutes or Brawnies, then Brill Bruiser makes a lot of sense. That's what we see in Stereotype and Pit to Play here. We've picked up Brill Bruiser as kind of an additional frontline-ish unit, kind of to protect an Essex and just deal a bit of physical melee damage, a little bit of tankiness. Chesney, on the other hand, could have opted for Brill Bruiser by the same logic as Stereotype Assassin, but is choosing Rejuvenating Ritual, which essentially restores the old Essex functionality where you get the first half of your heal up front. I'm not the biggest fan of this talent. I'd rather, like, because you only get the same amount of healing over the time. You just get some more up front, which I guess if you're really worried about your units getting burst down before getting that full healing tick, like if you're playing Assassins, I guess it can make sense. But I'm not sold on it. I think I like Brill Bruiser in these kind of cases a lot more. And Ming Ming, the lone Hobgoblin player, is opting for Fire Break. Probably the default talent for Hobgoblin right now. Just the supercharged damage reduction is so incredibly impactful. If you can supercharge something like the Ogre Magi, it's just going to be so difficult to kill. Alright, so we see Pink Star here up against the Ghost of Stereotype and another Assassin build that actually has the Brill Bruiser, but it's actually not that effective because the way the positioning worked with Pink Star closer to the backline, they don't walk forward enough for this Brill Bruiser to actually get any value out of the combat. So looks like Pink Star is going to be able to just sit in the backline and make that opposing NSX pretty much obsolete. That is the downside of running Brill Bruisers. Sometimes it doesn't actually end up working all that well, but Pink Star turns the corner quite handedly. Picks up an Arc Ward and picks up some other Primordials and is able to get 4 Primordial bonus online and, of course, a 2-star Treant to really start putting the pain on the enemies. 2 players on a big win streaks, both Medusa and Stereotype. Stereotype running an Assassin's build, and Medusa with the Beastmaster, the early 2-star Beastmaster. Despite that little hiccup early on, that last one fight that I thought they had the win on, Medusa is still holding steady. Has found a second 1-star Beastmaster, but not quite a second 2-star. The second 2-star Beastmaster is when they really start to get crazy. There's actually a Blink Dagger on this axe, which I hadn't noticed before. Perhaps they just picked that up on round 10 here. And Blink Dagger axe, so powerful to be able to access the opponent's backline and apply that brute debuff to their damage dealers in the back, rather than just taking lots of hits from their Arc Warden or from their Hunters or from some of their Assassins who they stopped from jumping in. So definitely a big pickup there. Blink Dagger on Axe is a great pairing. Medusa does take the win and continues the win streak, but on the flip side, Stereotype was on the losing end of that exchange, but I kind of like what Stereotype's doing here because look at the gold discrepancy. Look at this net worth discrepancy. Despite the fact that Medusa is on a 6-round win streak, 7-1, has clearly been getting a lot of interest because of winning rounds, has a relatively narrow bench, doesn't have too many things stored up on the bench. Stereotype has 11 net worth over them. That is crazy to see this kind of discrepancy in net worth this early on in the game. Typically, you would never see this. You would never see this big of a discrepancy in net worth. But Stereotype has just been able to essentially get a lot of 1-cost units up to 2-star. You've got Tusk, you've got Bounty Hunter, you've got Anti-Mage, all to 2-star. And that's pretty cheap. They obviously only cost 3 gold to get up to 2-star, as opposed to Beastmaster, costs 6 gold, for instance. And they're still relatively effective and able to establish a win streak because of that, while also not spending too much gold, means that you're going to be able to collect a lot of interest, and that gold's going to compound over time. And so that's why we see Stereotype has been able to get that higher tier of interest more consistently and has built up a relatively strong gold lead already this early on into the game. by just focusing on these one-cost assassins. And with Medusa falling there in their fight, Stereotype is able to reclaim the top spot. So, you know, win streak be damned. And now they're up 14 gold over Medusa. So really good situation here for Stereotype. Of course, overall Stereotype has the lowest remaining points of our players in this lobby at 5 points. So even a first place win does not move them above Chesney in the standings. But even so, you know, that's the first step. You can only do what you can. If they are able to continue this strong econ and convert that into a good late game, you know, pick up a win, and who knows where you end up in the standings afterwards.
All make sacrifices. I'll face it, darling. I'm just better than you. These nature lovers are insufferable. Look out for Eidolons. Don't forget to deal with the Eidolons.
These 2-star Eidolons out of Pink Star are pretty annoying for Stereotype to deal with, but they're nice and tanky and they can stall for time, but they don't really tank well enough to prevent assassins from getting on your important damage dealers, and then at the end of that, the Essex heal is just going to out-heal any damage they might put out onto these bounty hunters, and they end up taking the win. Let's take another look at the talent choices being picked up here. So actually this is like the exact opposite of what I was going to expect. Typically, whenever someone picks up Brill Bruiser, I think they like to pick up Despite All My Rage, because you want to have an Essex closer to the front line. You want the Brill Bruiser to be taking hits, possibly dying quickly, and then being respawned twice as angry. But actually it's the complete opposite. All the players who picked up a Chaotic Hunter want to go for Despite All My Rage, which makes a lot of sense if you're going to be up against a lot of magic damage dealers, like AoE magic damage, Keepers of the Light, which, you know, we've seen a lot of this tournament so far. So if you get hit by a big AoE damage effect, it kills off your archer, then it comes back stronger and can continue to DPS from a distance. And so you don't need to be up close and personal to get your companion killed off quickly. You're just going to be getting it killed off quickly due to the prevalent AoE magic effects. And then vice versa, those who have Brill Bruiser want to opt into a bit more damage out of the Pure Pain build. So if they think, well, we already have some tankiness, but we need a bit more damage output from an Essex to kind of cover for the inconsistency of Brill Bruiser getting into combat. So you pick up the Pure Pain. And then Implosion, a pretty standard pickup here for Ming Ming, who wants to just deal lots of magic damage. Another interesting point about Hobgen compared to an Essex is that Hobgen essentially unlocks Dawning of Her Stool for you. This item is typically unplayable if you're running an Essex, because obviously you want to be doing your own healing. Doesn't really make much sense to harm both of you when you could have just picked an item that would have helped just you. But when you're playing Hobgen, you don't really have any healing, especially not in a mage composition. So this item is actually exceptionally powerful against opposing an Essex, and is one of the key appeals, in my opinion, of playing Hobgen. So the fact that they're able to pick it up so early is very impactful. We'll see if that is enough to turn the tide against all of these other Essex players in the lobby. In this particular case, it does not quite look like it. Maybe it is, actually. That Nyx Assassin, will it be enough against the Eidolons? No, I don't think it will be. I think these Eidolons plus these Morphlings are going to be able to clean up that Nyx Assassin quite handily. So I think without that that Dawning of Her Stool, that would not be enough. That healing would have just been a little too much for the Hobgen to deal with. But turns out, with that Dawning of Her Stool, substantially hurt the opposing an Essex enough. Her healing was only 2,000, which we've definitely seen an Essex at this point in the game get 6,000, 8,000 healing, so definitely made an impact there. Essentially, if you want to think about it that way, the Dawning of Her Stool dealt 2,000 damage that fight. There was 2,000-ish healing that the opposing Essex did not get to do. So I don't think any other item would have dealt 2,000 damage in that fight, other than maybe something like a Mask of Madness or Uncharted Daedalus or something. Up against Ming Ming here, though, who does have the aforementioned Mask of Madness on the Wind Rangers here, and is pretty much untouched from the backline. This This build out of Wingman here does not quite have the backline damage access to deal with what Medusa's running here with the Wind Ranger. And Medusa is just continuing to dominate the early and mid game, as we've seen in essentially every game this finals. And the question is, will they be able to convert it into an actual win? Does have 74 kills. Oh my goodness, 74 kills already on Brawnies. This was more than we saw at on around 30 sometimes. This was like an end game number of Brawny kills for some of our games in the Brawny build. So to have this on around 17, it's absolutely absurd, because it's going to continue to compound, because the more health you have right now, the more likely you're to win fights because you have more health. And then that means the longer you survive into the fights, the more kills you're going to get, which just is a vicious cycle. You're going to just keep on getting stronger and stronger by just continuing to win, and that makes it more likely that you continue to win. So it's a great cycle. We'll see if that actually holds weight here. I do think this is probably one of the best builds that Medusa's had in the mid game. I know in previous games Medusa's had a strong build, had a winning build in the mid game, but I didn't think it was one that transitioned well to the late game. Now I think this build does transition well to the late game. Pretty straightforward. You just run up to 4 brutes. Maybe add more Heartless. Maybe you just get 3-star units. Something along those lines that you can't really go wrong with this build at this point. So I think it's an early prediction, but I think Medusa may have this game in the bag. I think Medusa could probably get the win, or at the very least the top 2. I'll have to see if somebody else comes up with an equally strong late game. But I really like where Medusa's at right now. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the standings, we see a lot of mage players. So for everybody saying mage players are OP, well, there's 3 of them in the bottom 3. Out of our bottom 3 players, all 3 of them are playing mages. How many mages do we have in the top 4 players? 0. So we'll have to see how that if that turns around. Obviously, mages are much better in the later stages of the game. Will they be able to turn it around, though, is the question. Let's take a look at some of these. Let's hop over to... we've already looked at the Hobgen build for a little bit. Let's look at what Pit to Play has got going on here. Has the typical Druid combination of an Io and Lone Druid, although they're both still at 1 stars. That's not really that appealing. What's interesting to me here is that they have 5 mages and could go up to 6 with a Crystal Maiden, but is opting to instead just stick with this Druid combo when you could easily just replace one of the Druids with the Crystal Maiden. Yes, you lose a star level, essentially. You lose one of your units, drops a star level, because you don't get the Druid bonus. But, in the case of where it's an Io star level, I guess you don't really want to cut Io because it's primordial, but I think getting up to 6 mages is substantially strong enough that it's probably worth that exchange, since the vast majority of your damage comes from magical damage, as we can see from this breakdown. I think they would have benefited from going up to 6 mages, but it's hard to tell. I can understand where they're coming from. The potential of a 2-star Lone Druid is just too great. But I think a swapped Crystal Maiden for Lone Druid may be appropriate, given the current situation. They take the win anyway, so it's no harm, no foul on that fight, but something to consider for future rounds. Stereotype picks up a couple big upgrades here. Picks up the 2-star Phantom, the 2-star Slark, kind of hitting that stride here on around the 19 to 20-ish round. That's where we've seen most of the assassin builds that we've been following throughout this tournament really start to turn the corner. They are typically kind of weaker in the early game. It's rare to see them on a win streak. And then by round 19 or 20, they've banked up some gold. They've hit their upgrades. They find a 2-star Slark, 2-star Phantom. Maybe they find a 3-star on the 1-cost units, but actually in this particular build, they're very far away because there is some competition for the assassins, I believe. Yes, both Chessie and Stereotype both going for assassins here. So it's understandable that 3 stars are kind of rare in this particular game. But in any case, we see some upgrades to Phantoms and Slarks, and that's going to be a pretty big improvement here. We also see this positioning within Essex where she's just straight on the front lines, just no fear. The Brill Bruiser just definitely gets into combat right away. Does not have Despite All My Pain, or Despite All My Rage, so that even if that Brill Bruiser dies right away, does not give any kind of benefit. And here we see a rather lackluster set of items. It does pick up the Target Buddy, but that never feels good. On round 20, you really hope to pick up a tier 3 item, preferably a Mask of Madness or something along those lines, a Skullbasher or a Maelstrom, to really start pushing you ahead in terms of damage output, especially as an Assassin's Comp. You want that Mask of Madness. That being said, they've leveled up to 8 and have kind of completed the build from a synergy perspective. Has completed the Elusive bonus, the Assassins, the Insects, and the Demon. Although is using Weaver, so possibly, I guess has to use Weaver, but still wants to try to find a Templar Assassin, for instance, to upgrade one of these Assassins, or possibly even a Faceless Void. Well, we'll see how this Assassin build fares now that they found their synergies. Maybe they're still lacking some 2-star units, but for the most part, I would think they're in pretty good shape. The items are are really like the big detriment right now to Stereotype. Not having any damage output items other than a simple Gloves of Haste, I think is a big problem right now. This is not ending well for them. Yeah. I really think if they'd been able to pick up another attack speed item rather than this Target Buddy. Target Buddy didn't even do anything in that fight. I mean, yeah, I guess he took the damage, but fairly unimpressive impact, whereas a better item for the Slark or Phantom Assassin would have been very, very helpful. Medusa has picked up a second 2-star Beastmaster, still 3 away from a 3-star Beastmaster, but you still got to think with 2-2-stars, 85 kills on them. Probably just want to throw in that second Beastmaster. Has not yet picked up a Heartless bonus. Is opting for the 2-star Magnus rather than a 1-star Lifestealer, who would retain the Brute bonus, but would just give you a Heartless on top of it. I guess with the nerf to the 2 Heartless bonus, maybe they're opting for the power of Magnus as opposed to the 3 armor shred, but Lifestealer's no slouch either, so I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with that. Especially when so much of your damage comes from Beastmaster axes. Like, if you can just amplify that by 10 or 15%, then that is so incredibly effective. It's not looking too good against this Assassin build. Usopp against Stereotype here, and the Slark is still relatively intact. Really ramping up his damage output, and yeah, the Assassins are able to take down the win here with a relatively convincing victory there. I'm not sure that if any change to the Heartless would have made too much of a difference, but it's possible it would have. It's, certainly once you get a 2-star Lifestealer, you want to make that swap. Oh wait, it wasn't Pit to Play. Who is it? Chezzy here. Oh no, it was Pit to Play. Picked up 2-star Arc Warden. Now that is certainly something. 2-star Arc Warden. Very, very big impact, especially even at this early on round 23. That is very strong at this point in the game. It doesn't have the greatest of items. Typically, you'd want Skullbasher or a Maelstrom or something like that. Gloves of Haste will have to do for the moment, but hopefully on round 25, they're definitely looking to pick up a better damage item for this Arc Warden. So it can be a real big carry in these fights. Also has a Lich. I did not realize that initially. Has a Lich just chilling. Has already found an ace, so Pit to Play has got to be feeling really good about the situation. Has hit some good rolls already in these rounds right after, between rounds 20 and 25, when most players have just gotten up to level 8 or 9 for the first time. So already finding lots of good stuff. Will it be enough though? Opponent is very tanky. The AoE from the Razor and the Lich didn't really hit enough. But the Arc Warden, yep, Arc Warden's gonna still keep on pumping out damage. They hooked in the fake Arc Warden, the clone, and Keeper Light gets the second cast off, and they get to clean up Blaze, taking 12 damage. So, the lowest player in terms of life total at this point is Chezzy, is our current first place player. Chezzy, who was our winner and second place of our first 2 games of this 3-game finals. So if Chezzy gets eliminated in 8th or in 7th here, we'll just get 2 points, right? And then And then whoever gets first. If Pink Star, Medusa, or Pit to Play get first, they would get 8 points. Be 6-point differential. Actually, even Blazed. If Pit to Play, Blazed, Medusa, or Pink Star get first, after if Chesney goes out last, that could be disastrous, and Chesney would lose first place, would not win the tournament. Despite being dominant in the first 2 games, and things are not looking so great here already for the assassin build. Just cannot punch through this just chunk of, it's like just block that you just can't get through of the 2-star Lone Druid, the 2-star Keeper, the Eidolons, etc. Just cannot punch through. Chesney takes another big hit for 10 damage. Does not have an Aegis in case things go bad. No one else is even looking like they're remotely close to getting eliminated otherwise. I guess Blazed is probably in the worst spot otherwise, but does have an Aegis and has a bit more life total, so it is not looking great. What I'm really interested in is so many people are picking up Transfusion nowadays, and I just don't think this is a good talent. I really don't. I don't understand why you would pick a Transfusion. What are the other options on that tier? Phantom Pain. I feel like Phantom Pain is just so much better in every way than Transfusion. So whenever you cast Pure Pain, one of 2 things can happen. You can either give your entire army 8 armor. You can equip a chainmail to everyone on your team. Or you can heal a Nesix herself for 700 damage. I feel like that's not a question. I feel like that is 100% in favor of giving a chainmail to everybody on your team. That to me, that seems like an obvious choice. Heal 1 person on your board for 700 over time, or equip a chainmail to everybody. I'm picking the chainmail on everybody. So, I don't know. I apparently these players are almost all of them are opting for Transfusion. Medusa is the only one opting for Pure Pain, but everyone else is going for the Transfusion. So we'll have to see how that all plays out for them. But I personally don't really understand that choice, and I can't really speak to what their logic is behind it. So now on round 25 is when we're going to really start seeing a lot of big upgrades coming through. We saw 2-star Tidehunters. We saw a 3-star Tiny, 2-star Dragon Knights, 2-star Templar Assassins. A lot of these 2-star 4-cost units are all coming out here on the round 26. This is when people are really starting to hit their power spikes. Really need to be finding the 2-star of the 4-cost units at this moment. Most everyone has at least 1 2-cost or 2-star 4-cost unit. Actually, everybody on the table does at this point. So relatively even in that regard, no one's really left behind. So it'll still be very close. This Dragon Knight for Chesney here has just gotten immediately blown up by all of the assassins. Double or just a single Slark. The Faceless Void, though, providing big advantage to Stereotype here, able to give their assassins a little bit of that evasion from the assassin bonus, that 20% chance to dodge attacks, essentially. Chesney takes a small hit here, takes 7 damage, but whenever your life total is at 28, that's a small hit to anyone else, but it is a pretty big hit to you when you think you've got 1 or 2 more rounds left to live, especially if you get crushed in one particular round. Chesney's opting for the strategy of just aggressively leveling up, has just leveled up all the way to 9. I guess to put in the Dragon Knight and opting away from insects and instead of going for dragons and just secondary damage sources, going for 6 assassins plus Dragon Knight plus Viper. It does get the scale bonus, does have elusive bonus. On the other side here, Stereotype has a 2-star Faceless Void on round 27. This is insanely early for a 2-star Ace unit. Absolutely crazy. Just really must have high rolled that so hard, especially in a 6 assassin build. To get a 2-star Faceless Void this early on is just absolutely incredible. Has a Helm of the Undying equipped. So that thing is not dying. That is dealing tons of damage throughout the entire fight. Oh boy. What a game we've got here. This is not an ideal Chrono Cube for your Faceless Void, hitting just one person in the corner. Not the way you draw it up. Looks like Stereotype will probably be able to take this win here. The Faceless Void, the 2-star on the back line, is still going strong. The 2-star Phantom Assassin with the Mask of Madness, still at 100% life. And Enthralled Lena comes back and is supercharged by the NSX Enthrall. And as manages to clean up Pit to Play here for 18 damage. So looking around the table, my prediction for who was supposed to win the game, Medusa, is looking a little bit worse for wear right now. The build is not quite peaked, not quite entirely come together. Medusa does have 54 gold, so you got to imagine a lot of rerolls going to be coming out here shortly, trying to find the 2-star Beastmaster or the 2-star Lifestealer at the very least. Actually, maybe an option completely away from Heartless and Brute even, going instead for more scaled bonus. I guess that's a fair assessment of the state of the lobby. There's 3 mage players who are doing well, but there's also 2 assassin players who you want the Brute bonus against and the Heartless bonus against. So we'll see if this pays off for them. With the massive bonus that they had earlier, 114 kills already in the Brawny, which is just simply insane at this point in the game. I really thought that Medusa would run away with this game, but has not yet found the 3-star Beastmasters, one away from that. Got to imagine they're probably going to actually pick up this Lifestealer post-combat, and then if they find the 3-star Beastmaster, then make the swap to put in that Lifestealer for the Brute and the Heartless bonus. But as it stands here, this is not great for them. They're going to take another big hit here at the hands of Chezzy. Chezzy, who is, if they had been able to beat Chezzy in this fight, would have knocked out Chezzy from the game and opened up the possibility for other players to take first place in the tournament overall. As Chezzy is currently our leader with 15 points, but is staring down elimination with a reasonable build, but not the best build at the table by far. There are certainly better builds out there at this table, so I would not feel very confident if I'm Chezzy. Really, realistically though, Chezzy just needs 5th place to lock it in. I think it just needs 5th, right? If you get 5th, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Gets up to 19. And then at worst, you get tied for first, and you have to go to tiebreakers. So if Chezzy can pull out 5th, at the very least, Chezzy will be tied for first in the tournament. At the worst. So that's really where Chezzy needs to be playing their best here. But looks like this Assassin build that's leveled up, put in the Dragon Knights. It's kind of coming together. It's up against a 2-star Faceless Void, whose Chrono Cubes have just been much more impactful. Still at full health, this Faceless Void is. And just absolutely demolishing. And apparently, the Faceless Void does not get stunned by opposing Faceless Voids. Will it be enough? It is so incredibly close. It looks like Chezzy... Oh, Chezzy does lose to the 2-star Faceless Void. Gets eliminated, but doesn't get eliminated in last place. Gets eliminated in 6th place, with Ming Ming dropping out just below. So Chezzy is going to finish this tournament with, it'll be 18 points. 15 plus the 3 accumulated here. That means that if any one of the above, Pit to Play, Medusa, or Pink Star, win the game, they will take first place in the tournament. If any of them get second place, they will tie Chezzy for first place. And we'll go to tiebreakers. But if somehow Stereotype and Blazed get first and second, Medusa can still win the tournament. It's going to be close. I've got to put odds against Chezzy winning the tournament. Turns out that just one bad result can really sink you in this kind of a tournament structure. Just best of 3. A first place and a second place put them very far ahead, but there's a lot of people at 11 points, and one of them is going to be able to win the game, I would imagine. So if you're Chezzy here, you are definitely rooting for Blazed and Stereotype to take first and second, but Blazed is looking very, very precarious here at 5 life, but does have the build that we saw last game essentially crush the game, where you've run 4 scaled, 3 warriors, It's 4 Heartless. I don't know if we saw 4 Heartless last time. I don't think we did. I think we saw just 2 Heartless out of this build. And then Dragons. I think we saw Trolls instead of all Heartless. And then also, a lot of upgrades just came through for Stereotype. Stereotype has got, wow, just got a 2-star Tidehunter, a 2-star Broodmother, 2-star Anti-Mage. All kinds of upgrades coming through for Stereotype, so you got to feel good about that one. But I think we're going to put all eyes here on Blazed, who does have an Aegis, so is not quite at risk of elimination here. But you got to think that this will be an important match in determining whether or not the door is open for the other players to take the win in the tournament. Modnar, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you checking out the stream and the tournament. Epic 2.5 hours hoping for an update patch. There is almost certainly to be a balance patch coming later today. I don't... it's typical. I assume there would be. Alright, so unfortunately Blaze did take a rather massive loss there at the hands of Stereotype, who we knew had a massive upgrade this past turn. But Stereotype, in turn, takes a loss at the hands of Pinkstar. So, once again, if Pinkstar wins the game, they win the tournament. So, we shall see if Pinkstar, Medusa, or Pit to Play, if either of those 3 win the game, we will be going on, those will be going on to win the whole event. Hold on, hope that items happen today. I can tell you with certainty items are not getting updated today. I think that's a little while is off. I think that is still in development. But at some point items will get revamped, but it will not be today. Alright, so checking out Pinkstar here. He's up against Blazed, so if you're hoping for Chezzy to hold on for the victory, you need a Blaze to win here, but it's close. Looks like Blaze actually is moving forward. This Dragon Knight is untouched. The Sven's in the backline. They're all clumped up. This Dragon Knight will take out Pinkstar. Will it be enough to pop this Aegis? I think it may very well be. It needs to be 17 damage. That looks plenty enough to me. That Aegis is popped from Pinkstar. Super close. Super close. So that is showing that the power of Blaze builds, just slight repositioning, is able to turn that massive loss into a massive victory the other way. So a lot of faith still in this lineup, particularly against opposing magic damage compositions. Still got to be a little bit afraid against the Assassin build or against the Brawny build out of Medusa. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. 1 away from a 3-star Beastmaster. 3-star Beastmaster would have a Moon Shard, which is a pretty good item. There it is. There's a 3-star Beastmaster, and throws in the Lifestealer. So gets the Brute bonus, gets the Heartless bonus, and even has a second 2-star Bristleback just sitting on the bench waiting in the wings. But on the flip side, for the competition, Stereotype has found a 3-star Slark with a Mask of Madness, and you should know this is probably the single strongest unit in the game. A 3-star Slark with Mask of Madness, absolutely a terror to play against. We'll have to see if it's able to propel Stereotype to a victory here. And once again, remember, if Stereotype wins, Blaze gets second. Then Chezzy, who's already been eliminated and is just watching from the sidelines, will be able to take first place in the tournament. Big Chrono Cube stunning off almost everybody in this whole team, but Slark is still alive. Slark is still not just alive, but healing. Or is he? Very close. No, he's being focus fired down, and despite his attacks against the Pudge had a Blade Mail reflecting all of that damage against him. This is going horribly for Stereotype here. He's going to take a massive chunk of damage from the Ghost of Blaze with this 4 scaled comp, which they're up against the Assassin's comp, but the 4 scale doesn't even care. And meanwhile, Pinkstar gets eliminated in 5th by Medusa and the 3-star Brawny build. I've got to really favor this Brawny build. I really do at this point. You've got 182 kills on Brawnies. What? 182. That's probably the highest I've seen. 5k bonus health to every single Brawny. And you have a second Bristleback in here. Oh my goodness. Medusa looking like my early game prediction is going to come true. When we looked at... They had a 2-star Beastmaster on round 4. And then was able to find the more Beastmasters, and then had, I think it was like 30 or 40 kills on Brawnies by like round like 11 or something. It's all over. Made the prediction that they'd win. I think they actually had like 70 kills by like round 14. You see a Beastmaster has 10,000 health on a Beastmaster. Just absolute insanity. Knocks out Blazed, knocks out Pit to Play. And I think that that locks in. So it's Medusa versus Stereotype here. The mages are gone. The lack of scale... Oh, never mind. They do have scaled. I was going to say the lack of scaled is going to not come back to bite them. Now it's Assassins with 3-star Slark versus Brawny with 10k HP. Who will win? Let's take a look at the talents they've picked up. Stereotype, who has Enthrall, which is a little bit more popular pickup with Assassin builds because you already have that backline access. Will bring back the target with 100% mana, so they'll immediately cast when they kill the Enthrall target. Meanwhile, Medusa has picked up Crash to stun these Assassins who may be trying to jump in on them. And hopefully prevent them from getting too terribly out of control. That being said, I still have got to... I gotta give favor to Beastmaster and Brawnies. Like 191 kills? Come on. 191 kill Brawny build. This is gotta win, right? This has gotta beat the Assassin. If anything can beat 3-star Slark with Mask of Madness, this is gonna be it. 3-star Anti-Mage, 3-star Nyx, no 3-star Phantom though. 2-star Faceless Void with Refresher Orb. I know in the past, I think this has been a little bit bugged, where he casts it way too quickly and like doesn't chain it properly with a Refresher Orb. We'll have to see how that works exactly. But let's watch this from the Brawny perspective, because they could even afford to lose as long as they don't lose by 28, so they may have a second shot at it if they do go down here in this game, in this fight. But based on the way these lineups currently look, there's the Slark, jumps in. Let's follow the Slark. Slark immediately on the Beastmaster, gets stunned up by the Tidehunter. Beastmaster turns onto the Slark, but gets immediately teleported away by the Faceless Void. He does cast 2 Chrono Cubes in relatively quick succession. They overlap each other, so it's not quite as impactful. But the Slark is still up and still alive. How do you kill the Slark? It doesn't matter how much health total you have. He's just going to shred through it and heal up off of it. Oh my goodness, never mind. Slark is going to absolutely demolish these fights. I don't care how much health total you have. That's just more health total for Slark to steal. Oh my gosh. 42k damage Slark. That's only possible because the brute bonus is 197. 197 kills. 5,900 bonus health. Not even remotely close against a 3-star Slark with Mask of Madness. Wow. And I don't know what you do about this. You need to find a position such that you can focus fire on the Slark, but I don't think that such a thing exists. And without a Doom, I don't know where this is going to happen from. I don't see it possible. Slark is coming on the side, picking up this Bristleback right away. But, like, he's just constantly at full health. Just not even taking a point of damage. There's a stun, but... Yeah, no. No, it's not happening. Yep, that's how a 3-star Slark works. So Stereotype will take down Medusa here. I thought Medusa had this game in the bag. You had a nearly 200 kill Brawny bonus. It's not good enough. Slark, 3-star, dealing 47k damage. Mops up the game. Turns out, Slark 3-star with Mask Menace is a good unit. Who would have thought? I would have never suspected. But congratulations to Stereotype for winning the third game here. Medusa takes second, should get 7 points. And I do believe that will lead to a tie with Chezzy for first place overall in our tournament. Chezzy had 15 points. Medusa had 11. But Medusa then should go up to 18 because plus 7 for second. And Chezzy should get 3 for getting the 6th place in the game. So I think we might go to tiebreakers here. Absolute insanity. We'll have to wait to see the final results pop up and to see who wins this. And yeah, Chezzy and Medusa are tied for first right now, and then Pitch to Play rounds out the top 3 with 17 points with a consistent finish here, picking up 5, 6, and 6 points in the 3 games. So third, fourth. So good result from Pitch to Play as well. But Medusa and Chezzy are going to be the top 2 here, waiting the results of whatever the tiebreaker is. What an amazing game, amazing set of rounds. A great tournament here. The CriticalX Dota Underlord Championships midweek tournament number 1. Presumably these will be held much more often if this is tournament number 1. I believe this will be a weekly series, and so make sure you register for this at the Discord link down in the description below, the Discord for the CriticalX Discord to register and play in all these tournaments. Sponsored by BlueStacks. Awesome prizes every week. So yes, the scoreboard shows what I was just saying, with Medusa and Chezzy tied, Pitch to Play in third, and then rounding up fourth place, we got Blazed and Pink Star tied 15 points, Stereotype at 13, Ming Ming at 9, and Penka obviously had to disconnect after the first game and got a whopping 1 point. So, I think the tiebreaker has to deal something with net worth and the number of rounds won and lost, which at the very least we can probably go back into the screenshots of the stream to figure it out. But we'll have to find out here as we sort through this, so not gonna go anywhere until we figure out who we can crown as our winner. But very close, no matter how you slice it. Well played to all 16 of our contestants. Really, we had the semifinals into the finals here. Chezzy showing remarkable consistency in the first 2 games, but then with first and second place, but then stumbled at the very end. Meanwhile, Medusa had good, solid performances throughout the entire tournament: 4th, 3rd, and then 2nd. No wins for Medusa, though, but turns out you don't always need to win games in order to win the tournament. Looks like we got the screenshot of the final board here with a 3-star Slarg with Mask of Madness. Victory by Stereotype, and so while they're calculating up the net worth and trying to break the tie. Wow, what a game. So, of course, the meta is going to be pretty dramatically shaken up, I would imagine, relatively soon. In about 2 hours, obviously, the jail's going to switch over. But then I would imagine there's probably a balance patch coming later today. They typically do come on these Thursday nights. So if we do see that, who knows what's going to happen to the meta. Things are probably going to get wacky. Or maybe there's just going to be some fairly small changes. We'll have to see what the developers decide to do for this week. Do we have confirmation on the results? Because I want to know. On one hand, Chezzy showed absolute dominance, but one bad finish was definitely a stain on their point total there. But the remarkable consistency, but lack of a win out of Medusa could go either way. Could go either way. The tiebreaker is based on both the round results and on the the net worth over the course of the game. No patch notes up yet? Figuring out the ties. Yep. Take your time, do some math, add some things up, subtract some things out, bust out the calculator. Ren Freemark, you're on your way back to Big Boss 1 finally. Congrats. Absolutely should get there. Get up to Big Boss 1. Meet me up here at Big Boss 5. Hopefully we can get up to Lord sooner rather than later. Congrats. Patch is out? Where's the notes at? Well, perfect timing. I'm glad the patch didn't come out before we... before this tournament finished. Otherwise, it would be really weird to have to update in the middle of the game. I'm not seeing the patch notes posted anywhere. Ooh, there we go. It literally just happened 3 minutes ago. The update in which night is day. Ooh. Duos ranked mode coming out. Ranked duos, casual duos, duo teams. And, of course, bunches of balance changes. The changes to Essex, Hobkins, and hero changes. All kinds of other stuff. So, really exciting stuff. So, we just saw the result of this current meta play out. And so, a nice little send-off here in the meta to... as we get a new patch coming out soon. But as they're figuring out the ties, we're going to announce the winner, and then, well, I can't wait to go play some games of that afterwards. Medusa wins the tiebreaker with 43 rounds over Chezzy's 32 round wins. So I guess Medusa just being consistently good in every single game, getting a strong finish, led to a lot more round wins for Medusa. And Chezzy, despite dominating games 1 and 2, well, getting first and second, but perhaps not racking up as many round wins in those games, managed to take second place, and then, of course, third place then goes down to pit, or was it? Yeah, it goes down to pit to play. So with that, congratulations to Medusa. Congratulations to Chezzy. Congratulations to all of our competitors in the CriticalX Dota Underlord Championships midweek tournament. Thank you all so much for watching. If you check back on this channel tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, there will be a duos tournament hosted once again by CriticalX. And so make sure you check that out. I believe Blue Sapphire should be casting it. It'll be a little bit earlier in the morning than this tournament was, but... Thank you all so very much for watching. Really do appreciate you coming out and watching some awesome high-quality Underlords with us, and I hope you enjoyed your time here. Make sure you hit that follow button so you can always check out all these awesome tournaments hosted here by the CriticalX Dota Underlord Championships, sponsored by BlueStacks. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time.